Xiejio was riding her mountain bike back to Honghe village from the mountains behind her. She didn't yet know that old Master Chu from the capital was interested in her and wanted to match her with Chu Mashing. After returning home, Xiejio went straight into her space, took a relaxing hot bath, and then fell asleep inside her space. After a night of traveling, even her body felt a little tired. In the early morning light, everything was waking up. The air was fresh with the scent of soil and flowers. The first rays of sunlight gently touched the window, like delicate brushstrokes, painting a warm picture in the quiet time. Xiejio stretched lazily and opened her eyes slowly, enjoying the peaceful morning. Soon, this quiet was broken by a loud, almost splitting sound. A small fairy-like creature on her head had two leaves that were shaking and spinning wildly, like leaves in a dehydrator. Ah! An unbelievable scream exploded in Xiejio's ears. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. Stay calm, she repeated many times, but she still couldn't shake her nervous habits. Boss, how can I stay calm? The tiny voice asked. Do you know how shocking the news I got is? The voice continued. Xiejio rolled her eyes. No matter how shocking the news was, it was just a piece of information. During the apocalypse, she had seen much worse. Boss, you probably won't believe this, but the widow from Jushi village is actually Xie Xiongdong's mother. When Zhang Tianzong was caught, the widow was suddenly thrown into chaos. She was worried that her past deeds might be exposed, and she wouldn't be able to stay in Jushi village anymore. So, after thinking carefully, she came up with a perfect plan. She thought about the Xie family in Honghe village, Xie Aimin and his family. Now, Xie Aimin and Xie Xiongdong were dead, but no one knew she was Xie Xiongdong's mother. They were gone now, but the house was still there. As long as she revealed this identity, she could definitely move into the Xie family's house. Moreover, she was pregnant. Although the baby wasn't old Xie's, she had been pregnant when Xie Aimin died. She pressed the baby against his head. Who could argue with that? No proof, no evidence of death. The widow is also very clever. She knows that Jushi village and Honghe village are not far apart, and she fears that the people from Jushi village might reveal the identity of the child's father inside her. So, she quickly changes her appearance. She deliberately creases her somewhat aged face, making her look more like an ordinary rural woman. Her face now resembles that of the previous widow about 60%, but she definitely won't be recognized as the same person. It's not without reason that the widow attracts so many people. First, her appearance as a somewhat older woman makes some poor, unmarried men think she is more beautiful than a flower, and they are willing to spend money on her and buy her food. Second, the widow has extraordinary skills. Her status allows her to contact all kinds of men. Whether through direct testing or secret inquiries, she can always learn some information she wants. For money and a better life, she has taken risks before, but her identity is a good shield. Who would suspect her? This is also why, in her previous life, she could sell the original owner with Zhao Matzi without anyone doubting her. But this life, it's impossible. It makes sense because Xie Xiongdong knew about and even participated in the original owner being used as debt collateral. After all, he and the original owner are not related by blood. Boss, why aren't you surprised at all? The little spirit can't understand why the boss isn't reacting. Xiejio, what's there to be surprised about? The first time I saw Xie Xiongdong, I could tell they weren't related by blood. Has the little spirit forgotten? She used to be the zombie king, with all-element supernatural powers. What does all-element mean? It naturally includes healing powers. Although that was somewhat useless for the zombie king at the time, it's very useful for Xiejio now. It can greatly improve her medical skills. So, she's seen through such a small bloodline issue long ago. Otherwise, why would she cut ties with them? It's not just because what Xie Aimin and Xie Xiongdong did made her feel disgusted, but also because they are not related by blood. Otherwise, when Shinzin approached her, why did she just give him a half-smile instead of showing dislike? Xiejio curled her lips and said, Haha, now the village has more gossip to watch. However, she wouldn't let the widow succeed. Even if the house was empty, She wouldn't let the widow live in it. Once the widow entered the village, who knew what might happen? Xiejio changed her clothes, left the space, and chewed on a piece of bread. She also carried a bag of hot milk, finishing it after a few sips. After eating, she just stepped out of the space when she heard knocking at the door. Chun Hongxia's voice came from outside. Xiao Jiao, are you there? Listening to the urgent knocking and anxious calls, Xiejio knew the widow had probably already entered the village. She came quite early. Xiejio told her little spirit to quickly find her cousin. Since the widow was here, she wouldn't leave easily. It was a good chance to meet Zhang Tiansong in prison. The family should be complete. No one could be missing. Originally, Xiejio was just watching to see if the widow would do anything else. But she didn't expect her to be so easily frightened and to come straight to Honghe village. In that case, she wouldn't hold back and would set her trap now. Boss, I'm going to find my cousin. Xiejio brushed the breadcrumbs from her hands and headed toward the yard, not forgetting to send the little spirit out first. The little spirit instantly transformed into a little village kid and hurried off to find Shinziyun. Seeing how smoothly the little spirit switched identities, Xiejio smiled slightly. She looked quite convincing. When she opened the door, Chun Hongxia's big hand was about to hit the door. Seeing it open with a creak, she didn't have time to say anything and quickly pulled Xiejio to run into the village. Xiao Jiu, quick. Someone's trying to take Xia Aimin's house. Although Xia Aimin had died, he was still part of the Xia family. They couldn't allow others to take over. And who knew if what that person said was true? Xiejio and Xia Aimin had cut ties, but the old Xia family's belongings definitely wouldn't be given to outsiders. They would keep them for Xiao Jiao. Whether Xiao Jiao wanted it or not, that was another matter, but they were definitely going to leave it for her. Xiejio held Chun Hongxia's hand, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Auntie, don't worry. The old Xia family's things belong to the old Xia family. No one can take them away. She knew very well that with Xia Aimin's situation, he wouldn't be able to afford a house. This house was still paid for by the original owner's mother. Therefore, it can be given to the eldest uncle's family but not to the widow. She dreams of living on her mother's face, but it's just a big dream. Since Xia Aimin and Xia Xiongdong had been dead for some time, the house had been empty and uninhabited. The door and yard were overgrown with weeds. Recently, almost no one came here, but now the place is full of people watching the scene. Xia Weimin stands at the front. Next to him is a woman dressed plainly, but her clothes are not patched. She has 2 tears on her face, as if she might cry or not. She holds onto her mature charm tightly. Look, among the crowd, a few old bachelors are staring at her with lecherous eyes, eager to drool. One of the old bachelors shouts, Captain, since she's Xia Aimin's wife and has a child with him, and there's still an unborn child in her belly, she has nowhere to go. The house is empty, so let her stay. It's not right to leave a pregnant woman homeless. When Xiejio and Chun Hongxia arrived, they heard these words. Xiejio looked at the old bachelor in the crowd and sneered. What's this? Uncle Bad, are you trying to find a backup wife for yourself? Now she's pregnant and can't do the shady business. When she gives birth, are you planning to visit her? Xiejio didn't hold back at all. Everyone could see what the old bachelor was up to, but they didn't need Xiejio to tell them. It was just about trying to get some benefit. Although they didn't understand why the widow came here now, Xiejio knew the reason. First, she wanted to leave Jiushi village, so no one would know about her past relationship with Zhang Tianzong, avoiding trouble. Second, she might find other work or gather information here, which could be a good job. She got pregnant by Zhang Tianzong because she knew he was someone important. She didn't know why he came to Jiushi village, but she used the child to hold on to him. Now that he's in trouble, she naturally needs to find someone to support her long term. In short, the widow is not very moral. She only cares about her own happiness and is a selfish, clever person. In her eyes, the country and interests are more important than herself. Perhaps she has a hidden identity, which is why Xiejio wants to send her and Zhang Tianzong to reunite. A widow is always a potential problem. Xiejio's words made the people watching the scene think deeply. At first, Everyone thought the old bachelor had some purpose, but they didn't think too much about it. Now, with Xiejio's explanation, everyone understood. The old bachelor who was guessed at stammered, "Why you?" Basically, he was just talking big but was actually very timid. The widow turned to look at Xiejio after hearing his words. The crowd parted to let Xiejio and Chen Hongxiao walk through. They looked at each other, sparks flying in the air. The widow was the first to give up and angrily said, "So young and disrespectful to elders. No matter what, I am your stepmother. How dare you slander me like this?" Xiejio scratched his ear, then quickly stepped forward, giving her 2 loud slaps on the face and coldly smiled. "If you can't speak properly, just shut up. And I am your stepmother? I have cut ties with Xiaomin. What are you?" Xiejio looked at the house and sneered. "Forget about this house. It was my mother who paid for it. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with Xiaomin? Are you more shameless or what?" Xiejio paused, cutting off the widow's attempt to speak. She covered her burning face, feeling for the first time how difficult it was to deal with this young girl. The widow's eyes flickered as she thought of her unborn child, and she cried softly, "It's okay if you don't like me. Anyway, the child in my belly is your brother." You, her carefully chosen position, tears that seemed to drip, all expressed her innocence and pity. Xiejio looked at her with a half-smile. "Haha. So my brother? How do you know he's my brother?" Because Xiejio saw someone unexpected. Thinking about how the widow came to their village early in the morning, and then this person came to Honghe village right after, no one would believe they had no connection. Dust-covered and hurried, Xiaojiao's pants were stained with dirt. She pinched the 5 yuan in her pocket and quickly approached. "Don't be fooled by Xiejio. She's not really the daughter of Xiaomin. So, the child in my sister-in-law's belly isn't Xiejio's brother. This house belongs to my sister-in-law." The crowd gasped. "What? Xiejio isn't Xiaomin's daughter? No wonder Xiaomin doesn't like Jiao and wants to use her to settle debts." Xia Weimin looked at his suddenly appearing sister, Xia Zhaodi, with a slight frown and a hint of disgust in his eyes. "Why are you back?" Xia Zhaodi snorted. "Of course, I'm here to help my sister-in-law." She spoke confidently and firmly. Xiejio, amid the puzzled or suspicious looks from everyone, clapped her hands and gave Xia Zhaodi a half-smile. "Are you still sticking to your story about your relationship? What are you talking about? She's my sister-in-law. Since you've admitted it, when the widow is taken away, Xia Zhaodi will be taken too. They're all in this together. She's never been a good person. If anyone tries to cause trouble for her, she's very cautious and doesn't like others to get their way." Xiejio nodded slowly, said, "Oh," then turned to the crowd with a cheerful smile. "Let me tell you a story." Under everyone's curious gazes, Xiejio shared her background, her parents' story, and Xiaomin's plans. She also explained that the house was built with her mother's money. Back then, it was agreed that my grandmother would give the money, and my mother would stay in the Xia family. But people are never satisfied. Xiaomin, who loved gambling, wouldn't let go of my mother, who was a prized catch. He threatened and beat her, demanding money. My mother built the house and paid for it, but Xiaomin didn't stop. In the end, he killed my mother and even tried to sell me. Xiaomin also made my mother take care of Xia Xiongdong. "Ladies, if it were you, would you want to raise him?" Mrs. Huang was the first to speak up. "No way. Not my child. Why should I raise him? She's not a fool." "Exactly. I wouldn't raise him either." Chen Hongxiao spat, glaring at Xia Zhaodi with clear disgust. "Xia Zhaodi, you haven't come back for so many years, and now you're causing trouble as soon as you do. My brother and I already guessed the truth about Xiao Jiao's background. So what? It's just that when you got married, your mother didn't give you the things her sister-in-law gave her back then. You've held a grudge ever since, and you didn't even come back when your parents died. How much money did this person give you to make you come back just once? Back then, they saw that the Xia family had a very elegant woman and Xiaomin got a wife. They had guessed about it too. But that didn't stop them from liking Xiao Jiao and treating her like family." Xiao Jiao looked at the proud widow with a half-smile, slowly rolled up her sleeve, and walked toward her step by step. "You say you're Xia Xiongdong's mother? That you're carrying Xiaomin's child?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaojie grabbed the widow's hair, pushed her to the ground, and slapped her loudly, the sound echoing in everyone's ears. I'll beat you, you homewrecker. My mother is still alive, and you've been with Xia Aimin, even giving birth to Xia Xiongdong. Do you think my mother should raise your illegitimate child? The slaps kept coming. At first, some villagers tried to stop the fight, but when they heard Xiaojie's words, they stopped in their tracks. They looked at the widow with disdain. Yes, if Xia Xiongdong was born from the widow, then Xiaojie's mother was still alive at that time. So, what else could it be but an affair? They remembered how, during that time, Xia Aimin's beautiful young wife rarely went out, claiming she was unwell and resting. It turns out, all of this was just cover for these shameless people. Thinking about the occasional cries for help from the Xia family, they understood. It wasn't that they didn't want to come out. They were beaten so badly they couldn't. That's how they kept Xia Xiongdong's true background hidden. Ugh, you can't hit me. My belly. Before the widow could finish her words, Xiaojie used the space's makeup remover to wipe her face. Wow, products from the space are definitely top quality. The carefully applied lines and wrinkles on the widow's face disappeared instantly under the makeup remover, revealing her original appearance. Xiaojie pretended to be surprised and shouted, "Ah, uncle, someone has come back to life." That's not her. Xia Weimin quickly rushed over, followed closely by Chen Hongxia. When they saw the true face of the woman on the ground, both gasped in shock. Wow, it really was what Xiaojie said. This is indeed a person who has come back to life. Xia Weimin regained his composure and shouted sternly, "Who are you? Why did you come to our village? Why are you pretending to be Xia Xiongdong's mother?" They had learned their lesson during past wars. When small groups disguised themselves as ordinary villagers to infiltrate their village, many people had died because of it. Since then, elders had always warned not to trust strangers who entered their village. The villagers quickly gathered around, staring at the person who had seemingly come back to life. They all gasped in surprise. If this person had no purpose, they simply wouldn't believe it. Otherwise, why would someone change their appearance so drastically? Among the crowd, a young woman who had recently married into Honghe village looked at the woman and said in disbelief, "Hey, isn't that Yan Guafu from our village?" This young woman was from Joshi village. Although she lived far from Yan Guafu's family, the story about Yan Guafu and Zhang Tiansong had spread throughout Joshi village at the time. She had also heard about Yan Guafu from her parents. Hearing this, Xia Weimin immediately asked, "Do you know her?" "Yes, we're from the same village. We don't know each other well, but we recognize her." When Yan Guafu saw someone recognizing her, she quickly pulled at the scarf around her neck, her eyes darting around nervously. She shouted with a trembling voice, "I'm not her. You've got the wrong person. I don't know the Yan Guafu you're talking about." She pulled at the scarf, trying to hide her face, but the more she covered it, the more suspicious she looked. Xiaojie clapped his hands and asked, "If you're not her, then why are you covering your face? Is your face so unworthy of showing?" Hearing Xiaojie's words, the young woman from the crowd excitedly said, "Not just unworthy, her baby inside her is someone else entirely." The young woman then recounted everything she had heard from her parents about that night, describing the scene vividly, making it seem like a reenactment. The onlookers listened happily, enjoying the story. The widow who had her identity exposed no longer pretended. She clutched her stomach and shouted, "Someone is trying to kill someone." "Oh, my stomach hurts so much." Xiaojie rolled her eyes. A silver needle quietly slipped from her sleeve and was quickly inserted into the widow's acupoint, ensuring the baby inside her couldn't be harmed or removed. Bah! How shameless! This is just a scammer coming to our village. Exactly. So shameless. Village chief, we can't have such shameless people in our village. If this person really moved into their village, the men there would be in trouble. Actually, it's hard to say whether every man in each household can tighten their belts properly. Tightening belts is one thing, but if they start using their food to support this shameless person, that's a real problem. Xiaojie already knew that the widow's fuss was just for show, and everyone was just watching the fun. But once it involved the interests of most people, everyone would unite and oppose her. Although she wasn't worried that this person would really move into their village, Xiejio wanted everyone to understand that they had to stand together when something happened. Only through unity could their village avoid being taken advantage of. Shen Ziyun arrived riding a bike with Chu Mashing and Lu Ming. Lu Ming, thanks to the medicines Xiejio gave him, had stayed in the hospital for a night, rested for a day, and then went back to work. His injuries were almost healed. This time, he came with Chu Mashing to thank Xiejio for saving his life. He knew very well that if it weren't for Xiejio that night, he wouldn't be alive now. He was very clear about his own injuries. The two of them each rode a bike, and Lu Ming's bike handlebar was decorated with a gift from Xiejio. From afar, Xiejio saw them approaching. Her sharp eyes coldly glanced at Xiejio. "Little sister-in-law, remember what you said. If no one came to bother her, she wouldn't look for trouble. But since someone came to bother her, she had to respond. Does she deserve to want her mother's things?" Xiejio glared fiercely at Xiejio and shamelessly said, "No matter what, she's from Dong's family, and she's your stepmother. What's wrong with her living in this house?" Xiejio shook her head and smiled, waving at Lu Ming and Chu Mashing behind her. "Lu Gong'an, Comrade Chu, thank you for sharing your text. Here is the corrected and simplified version." Xia Weimin's heart skipped a beat. He always felt something bad was about to happen. Why are the police here again? He discreetly glanced at the widow and his unmotivated sister, then quickly stepped forward and asked, "Why are the two police officers coming to our village?" Lu Ming looked serious and said, "We received a tip that there are suspicious activities involving some accomplices in your village. We are here to catch them. Also, there is something else. Comrade Lu Guanjuan is from your village, right? He was found dead last night. We can't tell you the details, but his case is very serious. His mother will also be taken to the police station for questioning." When they heard this, everyone was shocked. Could there really be suspicious activity involving outsiders in their village? Was Lu Guanjuan's death really so serious? And his mother might be questioned too? The scene fell silent. Once these issues were linked to their village, everyone knew they might be in trouble. After explaining everything, Lu Ming turned to the widow and said, "Yan Ernyang, come with us." "What?" Xiaojiao's sharp voice almost burst everyone's eardrums. It was loud and harsh. Yan Ernyang is involved with suspicious people. If Yan Ernyang really was involved, would she be dragged into trouble? Before she could think further, she heard Xiejio's voice in her ear. "Police Lu, this person is with Yan Ernyang. She keeps calling the widow her sister-in-law, and even wants to help her take over my mother's house. Please take her for questioning. We believe in not wronging good people, but we also won't protect bad ones." Xiejio was thinking carefully. As the leader of Honghe village, Xia Weimin had supporters, but also enemies. At this moment, it was important to clarify things. Most importantly, Xiaojiao. Even if they just met once, Xiejio felt she was someone who could cause trouble. She seemed the type who could use her money to get things done. It's better to cut ties with such troublemakers early, or they might cause endless problems. Xia Weimin and Chen Hongxia weren't fools. His younger sister, who had been married for many years, had never come back, not even when their grandparents died. But now she was back. It could only mean one thing: there's no profit without effort. People like this, if they get involved with them, will bring trouble to the whole family. The youngest son isn't married yet. If their reputation is damaged, where will they find a wife? There are also a few younger family members. Though still young, they also need to think about their future. Chen Hongxia hates Xiaojiao very much. She is a troublemaker who caused chaos in the family before getting married. After finally getting married, she thought she was tough and wouldn't come back. But unexpectedly, she ended up causing a big problem for them. "Xiaojiao, you said yourself that once you got married, you were no longer part of the family. Now, no matter what happens, we are not connected to you." Xiaojiao understood that Chen Hongxia's words meant she was distancing herself, afraid of dragging them down. If it's not related, then it's not. Who cares? Anyway, she only earned $5 this time. Her and the widow's relationship was just this one deal. What is there to be afraid of? She was too happy too soon. not realizing that once they got involved with these people, even if they found out the truth, those people would stay away from their family. In this era, life is hard. Being associated with these people would ruin their reputation. She still didn't understand the seriousness of this. When she returned to her husband's family and the news spread, that would be the real trouble for her. The family she married into wasn't a good family either. Her husband was easily influenced, but not by Siejidi, rather by his mother. Their family hadn't split up yet. His two older brothers were above him, and he was the third. He also had a younger sister. Haha. A big family, all selfish and self-centered. It's obvious that Siejidi was abandoned. So, her suffering was still ahead. Lu Dalma, who was watching the excitement among the crowd, suddenly collapsed to the ground when she heard the police's words. Her son had done something wrong. Although he didn't say it directly, she knew from the meat he brought home now and then that he was involved in secret activities. Her son was dead, and she would be arrested too. She couldn't breathe and fainted immediately. Siejio checked and found no serious injuries, just overstimulation causing her to faint. Lu Ming, in front of everyone, took the things from the car handle and solemnly thanked Siejio. "Comrade Xie, thank you very much for saving my life. Please accept this small token of gratitude. Do not dislike it." Siejio looked at Lu Ming's sincere face and, not being overly dramatic, smiled warmly and accepted it. "All right, I understand your kindness." Lu Ming watched as Siejio took the gift, his smile growing even brighter. After Lu Ming finished speaking, Chu Emotion took a few steps to the side, signaling Siejio to follow. They stopped a short distance away, where everyone could see but others couldn't hear. "Comrade Xie, Anan asked me to see if you can help him ask whether there's a way to wake someone up. The person was badly hurt last time. Even after rescue, he hasn't woken up yet. Anand is a bit worried. This person holds important information, so getting him to talk earlier could help ensure the safety of our comrades." Siejio thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, I'll check on him tonight. Going during the day was too risky. Night would be safer." Since Anand works in security, this person must be involved in a major case, possibly related to the safety of civilians and soldiers. Naturally, she was willing to help. "Okay, come to the police station tonight and find me. I'll take you there." After a brief chat, Chu Emotion and Lu Ming took the three people away. The villagers who had gathered to watch still stood in small groups. Xie Weimin sighed sadly. What kind of day was this? Did something go wrong in our village? First, a woman named Qiu, now Lu Guanjuan, and even Aunt Lu was taken away. Will they ever come back? This year's advance team was definitely ruined. Thinking of this, Xie Weimin's face darkened. He snapped at Xie Xiangbei. Your militia team starts watching from today. No one outside the village is allowed in. If someone wants to come in, they must clarify who they're looking for and whether we should let them in. Zhao Dongfeng shared the same idea. Having worked with Xie Weimin for so long, he knew he was truly angry. One bad thing after another was happening in the village. Nothing good. How could that not make people angry? Zhao Jianjun and Xie Xiangbei exchanged a serious look, nodded in agreement. Siejio also understood that all these recent events had made them jumpy, but being cautious was better than being careless. Otherwise, if something really happened, it would be too late. Big uncle, please don't get too upset. It's their own choice, and it has nothing to do with you. Choosing what kind of person to be is their own decision. Even if it involves parents or children, no one can stop them. Xiao Jiu, big uncle understands, but... Sigh. Xie Weimin shook his head and walked toward the fields with his hands behind his back. This year's harvest was not very good. Their village, Honghe Village, is considered the worst in the entire commune. Because of the land here, their harvests are poor, and every household is not wealthy. Even when the village chief and the branch secretary go to meetings at the commune, they look embarrassed. They also have to listen to teasing from other villages now and then, which is really hard for them. Choosing is a personal matter. No matter the era, what kind of person someone chooses to be depends on themselves. No one can stop them. For fame, for profit. But in the face of the country's rise and fall, Yao believes we should be honest and proud, never forgetting our national shame. This is just my personal opinion. Please don't criticize if you disagree. The hospital in the commune, which used to have few patients, has recently seen a surge, surprising all the doctors. Aunt Lu fainted from shock. Lu Ming still took Aunt Lu to the hospital. They wanted to catch someone, but since the person was unconscious, they still provided medical help. They wouldn't let someone just faint without treatment. When the doctor heard Lu Ming say that the person was brought from Honghe village, he looked at the patient in surprise. Honghe village was a place he wasn't very familiar with before. Recently, many people from there have come, so he remembered it. Qin Chunhua, who had a hole smashed in his head, was able to stay in the hospital because he exchanged 20 yuan worth of work points with Xiejio. Zhao Hong had just come upstairs from the kitchen with food for her husband when she saw the police bringing Aunt Lu in. She was so scared, she quickly hid to the side. Goodness, what did Lu's family do wrong? How did Aunt Lu end up being taken by the police? She hurriedly grabbed her lunchbox and ran to Qin Chunhua's ward. Lying on the bed, Qin Chunhua saw his wife panting heavily and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Are there dogs chasing you from behind?" He already knew about the fight between his wife and the family when he woke up. He also felt cold about how the family was handling things. Breaking ties is fine. Compared to that, life is the most important. Like his wife said, they have hands and feet. As long as they are willing to work, they won't starve. Zhao Hong looked around and then explained what she had just seen. It turned out that their neighbor was a young man who had broken his leg. After the incident, everyone guessed what happened, but he stayed in the hospital for a while. One day, he was taken away and never returned. They didn't dare to guess what happened, just swallowing their fear. As for the caregiver, Zhang Jiqing, no one knew where he was taken. When he returned, he looked sad and carried belongings of another young man from the hospital back to the village. Zhao Hong saw all this clearly and didn't dare cause trouble at the hospital anymore. She was never the loud type, and now she was even more cautious. Although Qin Chunhua appeared simple at home, he was not stupid. From what his wife said and what he saw in the hospital, he understood that this place was not safe. "Wife, I think I'm almost better. Should we hurry back to the village?" Only in the village could he feel safe. Zhao Hong thought about it and agreed. Going back to the village was the best choice. Her husband's health could be better cared for there. As night fell, the sky grew deep and mysterious. The moonlight shone through the clouds, covering the earth in a silver-white glow. After working at her space for a while, Xiejio looked at the clock, which stopped at 9 o'clock. She stretched slowly, got up, tidied up the things on the table, and then changed into black clothes and pants in her villa. She quickly stepped out of her space, looked at the moon above, and smiled. A dark and windy night is perfect. She loved it. Xiejio tiptoed, then leapt over the wall with a quick step. The wall was built higher, but for someone with special abilities like her, it was easy. For others, it would be a big challenge. Not all villagers are good people. So, it's important to stay alert and cautious. Under the moonlight, Xiejio's figure was moving so fast it almost looked like a blur. When he reached the back mountain, Xiejio took out his mountain bike again. To his surprise, sitting on it was a brother leopard. Xiejio rubbed his forehead. Last time, he had the idea to sit on this thing, and in his space he even treated it like a throne. He didn't look carefully before, just took out the bike, but it came with a little surprise. Brother Leopard saw Xiejio and made some cute, pleading sounds. "Xiang, I want to go for a ride. Take me, take me." Xiejio petted his fluffy head, then swung his long leg over the bike and sped off like an arrow. Brother Leopard felt the strong push from behind, his skin flapping in the wind, and his teeth showing. He made excited sounds. Woo woo woo. A smile appeared on Xiejio's face as he enjoyed the thrill of speed, his eyes narrowing happily. Soon, they reached the town. Xiejio swapped his motorcycle for a bicycle, pushed off with his toes, and pedaled away. Brother Leopard, watching the motorcycle, pounded his tiny fists and whined, "Why can't I get smaller? Then I could go to town with Xiang too." With his big size, sitting on a bicycle might make him collapse. He started doubting his own size for the first time. Faced with delicious food, should he eat or not? Such a sad question. Chu Emo Shun was already waiting in the hall. When he heard the sound of a bicycle braking outside, He immediately came out. Seeing Siegio dressed in black, he couldn't help but smile. "Comrade Sie, you're here? Yes, let's go." Siegio sat on the bicycle, looking cool and confident. Seeing how Chu Emo-shun was watching her, she tilted her head playfully. "Comrade Chu, aren't we leaving?" Chu Emo-shun awkwardly smiled. "I'm afraid we'll have to share a bicycle." The team's vehicle was taken. Even the police station didn't have extra bikes. Usually, colleagues brought their own. Chu Emo-shun was here to complete a task. Naturally, he didn't have a bicycle today because the officers had to take the patrol car out to handle a case in the village. "Okay, no problem." Siegio got off his bicycle, handed it to Chu Mo-hen, and rode with someone else on a shared bike. They only needed to ride to the commune, where a Nan had already sent someone to meet them. They didn't go to the police station because they were worried about being noticed by someone with bad intentions. A car was parked at the fork in the road leading out of the county. Siegio locked his bike under a tree, then got into the car with Chu Mo-hen. Around 11 o'clock, they arrived at the county hospital. It was a private room with guards at the door, and Nan was already waiting outside. When he saw them, he smiled happily and hurried over. "Comrade Sie, Mo-hen. Comrade N, thank you for your help this time, Comrade Sie. This person is very important to us." The three exchanged brief greetings and headed straight to the ward. The guard at the door, seeing a Nan, opened it immediately and discreetly glanced at Siegio. Siegio followed and Nan inside. When he saw the man on the bed, he frowned. Had he been given medicine? Siegio made a tiny, almost unnoticeable movement. And Nan immediately sensed it. Seeing Siegio's expression, his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. "Comrade Sie, is there a problem?" Siegio turned around and looked up, his dark eyes shining with a deep, cold light. "He has been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin Luo Hui. From a medical point of view, this poison was nearly extinct. It was a common secret drug used in ancient royal courts, but here, one ingredient was almost gone. The person who managed to get this poison probably had a very high status." And Nan and Chu Mo-shen's eyes widened in shock. They looked at the man on the bed with worry and anger clearly visible. They had paid a huge price to find this person. They finally caught him, but he was poisoned? He might never wake up again. Could they be about to miss the truth once more? What should they tell those who sacrifice themselves? The information about this person was gained at the cost of their lives. If it was the only way, they really didn't want to accept it. Siegio's gaze swept over the two people, understanding their thoughts and their anger. During a time of national turmoil, these people sacrificed greatly for the peace of a country. Without their heavy efforts, the common people wouldn't have peace. She deeply admires the soldiers' spirit of sacrifice and dedication. Seeing them like this, Siegio feels a twinge of sadness in her heart. They are also someone's sons, husbands, and fathers. They give up their own families to protect everyone. People like this deserve everyone's respect. How could she stand by and do nothing? After thinking for a moment, Siegio said, "Regarding this person, do you want him to be lively and active, or just want to get the information you need from him? There is a big difference between these two choices." And Nan and Chu Emo-shun exchanged a look. Was it what they were thinking? When they looked at Siegio again, their eyes carried a glimmer of hope. Based on what they knew about Siegio, if she wasn't completely sure, she probably wouldn't ask like this. And Nan tentatively asked, "What if it's the first option?" Siegio smiled and said, "If it's the first, I am a doctor. Naturally, I will save people, and if it's the second..." The second, Siegio paused, a cold, charming light flashing in her eyes. "That's easier. I will make him speak." Siegio smiled confidently. "But it depends on how you choose." And Nan looked at the man still unconscious on the bed and frowned. "What is the effect of this poison?" Siegio glanced at Nan, raised an eyebrow, and said, "It is a slow-acting poison. After taking it, the person becomes confused, weak, and unconscious. Over time, they will gradually die in their sleep. The person who poisoned him wanted him to die quietly, without suspicion. So, they had to make him wake up and die in his dreams, right? That way, no one would suspect that the death was caused by poisoning rather than his own injuries." Actually, when Xiejio entered the ward and mentioned poisoning, the security team outside had already started their investigation. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor, stopping at their door. The next moment, there was a sharp knock. Annan rubbed his forehead, exhausted after a sleepless night. So many things had happened inside. Even his trained body was starting to feel the strain. Si Chao opened the door and came in. "Boss, we found out. It was the head nurse who poisoned them." Hearing this, everyone looked surprised but understood. Only medical staff inside the hospital could have access to the victims. There was someone guarding the door, so it wasn't easy for strangers to get close. But for medical staff, it was simple. However, Si Chao looked troubled, and his words carried a hint of worry. Based on what they knew about these people, their methods, Si Chao continued. "Just now, monkeys sent a message. The head nurse was killed on her way home after work. Her whole family, more than 10 people, were wiped out. The youngest was still a baby. The scene was very brutal, terrible to see." The group fell silent. Such reckless violence committing a family massacre was shocking. Everyone felt heavy-hearted.
Annan sighed softly.
"Did any neighbors hear anything?" Si Chao shook his head. Even at that time, it was dinner time, so people might not have noticed. The scene showed traces of a sleeping potion. It was found in their water supply. Xiejio's eyes flashed with coldness. If the whole family was drugged, they wouldn't have made any noise. Even neighbors living nearby wouldn't have heard anything. Xiejio moved his lips and asked, "Was the head nurse one of their people, or was she bought?" "She was bought." Xiejio lowered his gaze, hiding the cold light in his eyes. Inside, he was furious. For those who once invaded us for money, they could pretend nothing had happened? Why help them do this? In the end, not only their lives were lost, but also their families. Is it really worth it? And how can we honor the millions of heroes resting underground? The person was dead now, and no one could answer Xiejio's question. Annan rubbed a stiff face and said seriously, "Comrade Xie, I choose to let him speak. Whether this person lives or dies was never their concern. Their only focus was always the interests of the country and the people. They rescued him because they wanted to get the information they needed from him. Since they could choose the second option directly, why waste time here? Every minute wasted is dangerous for their people." He didn't want to wait even a moment. "Okay," Xiejio nodded. "Then take him to a safe place. I will make him talk. Blood should be paid with blood. The blood of heroes should be paid for by the little notebooks." And Nan and Si Chao took people to put the man in the car. Xiejio and Chu Emotion got into another car. The two cars silently left the hospital in the dark night. When the car arrived, the large building's door opened. Monkey was already waiting there. Seeing Anand and the others, he quickly made arrangements. Xiejio followed them into the yard. She used her special power to scan the area and clearly sensed the security. She smirked. She planned to let the little notebooks experience her interrogation methods. Was it just giving medicine? Was it just losing consciousness?
For Xiejio, it was easy.
Haha, little notebooks. Are you ready to be tortured by the lady? In a private interrogation room equipped with special tools. When Xiejio entered, she only glanced lightly. For those who practice both medicine and poison, sometimes silver needles are their best friends. The man was still unconscious. Monkey carried him to a special chair, wanting to cuff him to prevent him from suddenly waking up and hurting someone. Xiejio waved her hand to stop him. She didn't see him as a threat. She never joked about her own life or others. If she wasn't confident, she wouldn't risk herself and her friends. Monkey was stunned. He looked back at Nan. When he nodded, Monkey stepped aside. Xiejio looked at the people in the interrogation room and asked, "Do you want to stay?" And Nan didn't understand what she meant. He looked at her seriously. Seeing her determined eyes, he felt a strange feeling rising in his heart. Perhaps what they would see next wouldn't be very pleasant. However, no matter what, he still wanted to stay and watch. Chu Mo's hen was about to leave. His team and the security department were not part of the same organization, so it might be inconvenient for him to stay here. Just as he lifted his foot, Anand suddenly pressed it back down and blinked, saying, "Mashin, you don't want to leave." "Chu Mashin, Let go of my leg before you say that. And Nan, can I say I'm a little scared? Feeling a bit timid. Think comrade's look makes me nervous. Chumashin, you should light a candle for the man sitting in the chair. What are you so timid for? We're not leaving. Comrade Xie, do as you please. We won't interfere. Just joking. That night, Comrade Xie's performance was seen by him. So fierce. Honestly, he was quite curious. Xiejio raised an eyebrow and didn't care about their opinions. Since they didn't want to leave, they might as well stay. This is someone else's territory, and she was just here to help. Xiejio took out a pack of silver needles from her pocket, actually from her space, and placed it on the table. She opened the pack. Under the orange light, the silver needles inside varied in length, shining coldly in the glow. The few people couldn't help but tremble. These needles must be quite painful, right? Using them on this person, they felt so willing. Xiejio took out the longest silver needle, looked at it under the light, and a cold smile appeared on her face. Then her hand moved. The man slumped awkwardly in the chair, breathing so softly it was barely audible. If not for the occasional rise and fall of his chest, no one would believe he was still alive. Xiejio pinched the silver needle and slowly inserted it into the man's head. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. The man, who had just been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was unfocused, with more whites than pupils. He stared blankly ahead, a faint smile forming on his lips. Suddenly, he stood up with a whoosh, staring blankly ahead, humming a little tune. Clang, clang, clang. Yip yip yip. La 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 note. Sorry, I can't produce the original melody, but I understand it is a cheerful tune from a wartime play, similar to the tune used when enemies invade a village. Xiejio, my little wartime story instinctively awakened my passion. When this tune played, everyone's eyes changed. Could it be? Is this person really a spy? Hidden in their country, it's not hard to guess what he might be planning. The question is how many others are like him. Cherry blossoms are about to bloom. I want to see the cherry blossoms. The man's gaze was distant, but he kept muttering, longing to speak about his homeland. Xiejio looked at Nan. You can ask him now. And Nan had never seen such an interrogation before. A flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. Can we trust what he says? Xiejio smiled confidently. The human brain is very complex. This injection I gave isn't random. It directly affects his brain. It's like I'm controlling his mind. So, if you want to know something, just ask. But once the needle is removed, he really might become simple-minded. But being simple-minded has its benefits. At least he's still alive. Maybe we can use him to catch those behind him, perhaps even catch a big fish. Even if not, a few small fish are fine too. Hearing this, and Nan and Chu Emotion were both shocked by Xiejio's methods. At their level, they've seen how powerful traditional Chinese medicine can be. But in recent years, many skilled Chinese medicine practitioners have been persecuted, and the practice has largely declined. Now, in Xiejio's hands, they see hope again. And Nan was eager. Can I try? Xiejio thought for a moment. Should I step back? After all, she's neither part of the military nor security forces. If she learns secrets she shouldn't, it could be problematic. Seeing Xiejio's skills, and Nan was already eager to keep her close, hoping they could work together. That way, if trouble arises again, they could still rely on her. He suddenly thought of a solution. Girl, how about I hire you as a special advisor for our security team? This special advisor role means that when they can't solve a problem, like medical issues or interrogation, you can help out. You won't need to go on missions with them. It's a clerical position, so you can come and go freely here. Xiejio was very surprised. How did helping out turn into becoming a special advisor? What he didn't know was that more than Nan, others like Old Master Chu and Chu Moshing's team also wanted to take her away. Could this cause any trouble? Although having multiple identities offers some protection, the security team is different from others. No, you've helped us many times. We're honored to have you join. Plus, she's just an external member, so there shouldn't be any issues. Xiejio's identity had been verified. He knew more than Chu Moshing. His identity was investigated by their department, so there was no problem. Moreover, whether it's Siejio himself or the Shun family status in the capital, it benefits them all. Realizing that refusing further might seem ungrateful, Siejio graciously accepted the role of special advisor. After hearing Annan's arrangement, Monkey quickly went out. When he returned, Siejio held a badge, symbolizing his special advisor role. It's like a pass for entering and leaving here. Siejio put the badge into his pocket, actually into a space inside. The questioning resumed, and the man would face even more unbearable torture. Annan adjusted his collar, a cold light flickering in his eyes. "What's your name?" The man stared blankly ahead. "ABA. Annan was stunned. "What is that? What does ABA mean?" The man moved his neck. "Mom." Just as Siejio was about to take out a candy from his pocket to help him stay awake, he heard this and staggered. Controlling his central nervous system, had he become his mother? "Mom." Receiving no response, the man called out again, still not giving up. Seeing Siejio looking angry, Chu Emo-shin found it funny and looked at Siejio. His fingers slightly curled. He wondered what it would feel like to pinch such a cute face. Chu Emo-shin was surprised by his own thought. Why did he have such an idea? A blush appeared on his sharp face. He secretly glanced at Siejio, avoiding eye contact. "Siejio. She doesn't want a son who looks like this. His face looks as if he's been wrongly accused of something."
Huh.
Siejio couldn't help but shiver. She slapped the ugly man's face. The ugly man looked sad, and tears started to fall.
"Mom. Well."
He couldn't understand anymore. Siejio took a deep breath, smiling slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Big brother, come tell Mom your name, where you work, who your boss is, and who your subordinates are. Good children who answer correctly can have candy." Siejio took out a big white rabbit candy from her pocket and waved it in front of the ugly man. The man's nose twitched a little, like a dog sniffing, and he couldn't help but smell.
Eat.
"I want to eat. Then answer the questions." The ugly man looked a bit dazed, showing a struggle on his face, as if he was torn between answering and not. Siejio suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be? If this person really is a spy, and an important one, then he must have some special skills. Since the people behind want to silence him, maybe they don't want him to talk. If he talks, could there be punishment? They knew how tricky the little notebook was. The more the ugly man struggled, the more fierce his expression became. Siejio looked at him and took out a pill from her pocket, handing it to the monkey.
"Feed this to him."
The strong smell of medicine filled the air. Annan carefully sniffed and recognized the scent of rare medicinal herbs. "It stabilizes his soul." Siejio explained, "He must have taken a secret medicine from the little notebook before. Only those who have been specially trained and taken secret medicine can be caught without revealing their secrets. His behind-the-scenes people also want to take the opportunity to rescue him. Even if they can't save him, they want to destroy him. Only dead people can keep secrets." Monkey took the pill from Siejio's hand, pinched the ugly man's cheek, and threw the pill in. Luckily, this thing melts in the mouth, so there's no need to force him to swallow it. Just put it in his mouth. "Mom, it hurts."
"Mom.
"Are the cherry blossoms blooming?" "Cherry blossoms. I want to see the cherry blossoms." The man who took the pill still couldn't focus his eyes, but the pain on his face slightly improved. Siejio frowned and carefully observed the man's expression, not missing any unusual signs. She turned and walked over, took out another silver needle. This needle was not long but not short either. Siejio quickly stabbed it into an acupoint. The man's struggling face became a little calmer, but the light in his eyes grew dimmer. His eyes slowly rolled, looking in Siejio's direction. "Mom.
Mom.
Are the cherry blossoms blooming?" "I want to see the cherry blossoms." "Cherry blossoms." The repeated mention of cherry blossoms made Siejio slightly furrow her brow. Cherry blossoms usually bloom in March or April even in the small book country. It's already heading into winter now. How could there be cherry blossoms to see? Unless the environment he lives in has cherry blossoms. Or flowers similar to cherry blossoms. Sieju picked up another silver needle from the table and stabbed it into another acupoint. This was to stimulate his vitality. The man's face turned rosy, and his eyes seemed to have a little light. Mom. Jiro is leaving. Tell Tanjiro. I want to go home. Siejo's eyes brightened slightly. She gave the ugly man another needle. Ugly one. Who is Tanjiro? You have to tell me his name, so I can send someone to take you home. Once you say it, you can go home. When you go home, you can see the cherry blossoms. She spoke while observing his expression. When she mentioned going home, the ugly man's eyes lit up a little. It showed his obsession with going home and his obsession with cherry blossoms. Fan Tan. Who just said that? Fan Tan, and Nan's voice sounded nearby, with a hint of complexity on his face. Siejo tilted his head. Do they know this person? Go home. The ugly man's voice carried a hint of struggle and obsession. He was struggling for no clear reason, trying to break free, but he didn't know what to break free from. He kept repeating himself over and over until his breathing grew faint, but he still had one last breath hanging on. Do you still want to use this person? Siejo had already started removing the silver needles. Once these needles were taken out, the person would likely be useless. But if they wanted to use this person to lure others, it might not be a bad idea. And Nan heard the cold tone in Siejo's voice. What do you mean? Siejo raised his eyes. Luring. And Nan gasped sharply. She's so ruthless. Even this young girl is so fierce. In the dark room, the wind and howling outside kept coming, as if trying to push this tense night into deeper darkness. Shadows kept flickering on the walls, creating a scary atmosphere. A glint appeared in Siejo's eyes. Her pink tongue excitedly licked her sharp little tiger teeth, a sly smile on her face. Look, big fish or small fish coming right to us. Why not take them? Since they came knocking on the door, they should see some color. This is Black Province, naturally not as peaceful as the capital. Siejo reached into her waistband, actually pulling out a small, cleverly designed pistol from her space. And Nan's eyes widened in shock. Where did you get that gun? It wasn't suspicion, just surprise. This gun was clearly not one they used. In fact, it was smaller than theirs, perfect for a girl to handle. Siejo shook the pistol in her hand, smiling brightly. I designed it myself. It has a range 200 meters longer than yours. Don't underestimate those 200 meters. To extend the range by that much, engineers would have to put in a lot of effort and research. The security department, simply put, is responsible for safety. Their work covers a wide area, and they often face dangerous situations. If they had advanced weapons, their safety could be better protected. But now is not the time to talk about that. Outside, the sound of gunfire grew louder, and the night seemed to roar like unseen monsters. A faint flash of light flickered in front of a small dark cabin. Siejo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he lunged forward, knocking Nan to the ground. At that moment, the door was shot through by a bullet, which narrowly missed their heads. And Nan gasped in relief. If Siejo hadn't pushed him, he might have been shot dead. Siejo rolled onto the ground and slowly moved toward the window. Based on what just happened, it was clear someone skilled was hiding in the shadows. Could it be from a distance? Who would go to such lengths? Is it because of the ugly man? Or do they want to target someone among Nan and the others? It couldn't be himself. Siejo wasn't that narcissistic. The night grew darker. A gun barrel silently extended from the roof of a house diagonally opposite. A man crouched there, dressed in black, blending into the darkness. He lay calmly on the roof, his dark eyes quietly watching ahead. Siejo touched the small device on her finger, activating her mental powers instantly. In her eyes, the darkness became incredibly clear. She could sense the sound of the wind, the faint chirping of unknown insects in the grass, and a barely visible figure on the roof ahead. A slight smile appeared on Siejo's face. She quietly retreated a little and gestured to Nan and Chu in motion. The two exchanged glances, then rolled to Siejo's side. This wall created a blind spot for snipers. Otherwise, bullets would have already rained down on them. Suju looked serious. She said, "Someone is lying on the roof across from us." And Nan immediately understood. Someone wanted to silence them. Not only the ugly man, but they might also be targeting all of them. Chu Emotion asked, "What are you going to do?" Suju's lips curled into a cold, deadly smile. She silently made a few hand signals to the others. Chu Emotion and Nan's eyes lit up instantly. They hadn't expected Suju to be so coordinated with them. Although they have never gone on a mission together, it feels like they have practiced countless times. They can understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. Annan silently agreed with her plan, saying, "Okay, I trust you." Suju took a deep breath, looked ahead, and suddenly became very serious. Which is shooting fireworks in the middle of the night. Are they bored or what? Spreading false dreams is like killing parents. This hatred is unforgivable. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out in the dark night, and a bullet flew over the head of the place where Suju had just been. Suju smiled silently. Now is the time. While they were discussing, Suju handed his pistol to Chu Emotion, who was better at shooting. Suju's job was to attract the enemy's fire, while Chu Emotion was responsible for eliminating them. On the other side took time to shoot his bullet and to dodge it. Suju was counting on these few seconds. She believed Chu Emotion could do it. Annan only needed to cooperate with Chu Emotion. The bullets cut through the night like dark elves, heading straight for the man on the other side. The sound of wind rushing past his ears. The man became alert and sensed something was wrong. When he saw the bullet suddenly appear in his line of sight and tried to dodge, it was already too late. Even if he tried to hide, he couldn't completely avoid it. The bullet shot directly into his eye and then out again. A piercing scream echoed through the night. Suju and the monkey instantly jumped out of the window. Outside the yard, several people in black climbed over the high wall. The security personnel in the other house heard the footsteps outside and rushed out of their rooms. All the people brought by Annan were here. The man on the opposite roof, whose eye was hit, was in intense pain and went crazy. "Dare to shoot me? I'll send you to the afterlife." He endured the pain, raised his gun again, and, blinded by the pain, his vision blurred. He saw a faint figure and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out. The man in black, who had lost one eye, accidentally shot and killed a teammate who was climbing over the wall. Seeing this, Suju smiled. Could this be what they call blind in one eye? With this shot, the security team finally erupted into action. For a moment, the scene was filled with bright flames, the sounds of fists hitting flesh, muffled groans, and fighting noises. In the dark night, it sounded like a beautiful little symphony. Screams echoed one after another, and the bloodiness was shocking. When dealing with enemies, there is no need for mercy. You must fight until they are afraid, or until they give up. Our country's land and people are not something that scoundrels like them can bully. Blood stained the ground red. Under the moonlight, a few people looked coldly at the group dressed in black ahead. Their attacks became even more fierce. The leader of the black dress group looked at the fierce attackers and started to feel afraid. The group pretended to attack and then ran outside quickly. Suju and Chu Moshing followed closely, and Nan was right behind them, while the monkey and others stayed behind to clean up the scene. As they left the town, these people ran toward a remote place. The more they ran, the more worried they became. Was this the way to the back mountain of Jushi village? Suju and Chu Moshing looked at each other. Could these people be connected to those in the mountain? Or were they the ones behind the mountain people? Or was it just a coincidence? Right now, they only knew that two small groups were hiding in different villages under the commune. They hadn't figured out who they were yet. They wondered if their goals were the same. They were still investigating. But as long as it was a small group that threatened our country's unity and peace, they would not tolerate it. The moonlight shone on the mountain top, reflecting a faint mist among the trees. The black-clad people moved quickly through the mountains. Suju, Chu Moshing, and Nan kept close behind. As they walked, Suju's brow furrowed deeper. This wasn't the way to the cave. It seemed like these people wanted to lead them into the deep mountains. Could there be some secret hidden in the mountains? Or maybe these people didn't know they were behind them. Were they fleeing into the mountains, which might be their base? Suddenly, a few people in front of them quickly ran in different directions, and Anand immediately felt it was a tricky situation. In such a dark night, for those unfamiliar with the terrain, running separately gives a higher chance of escape than running together. Why is that? Because at critical moments, teammates can work together to help each other. Unless they face a much stronger enemy and are pushed into a corner, they tend to split up to escape. The reason is simple: they want to leave a seed behind, hoping someone might escape. However, in this situation, they haven't fought yet, and the enemies have already scattered. Their only goal is to create a distraction and attack from another direction. Siegio made a signal with his fair hand toward the back, and Nan and Chu Emo-shen immediately stopped. The two quickly moved closer to Siegio, forming a triangle defense, and looked around carefully, with alert eyes. "What's wrong?" Siegio slowly closed his eyes, sensing the speed of the wind and the faint sounds of whistling in the air. "Did you hear any sounds?" Chu Emo-shen and Nan tried to imitate Siegio, carefully listening to the sounds in the wind. Suddenly, both opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other, seeing relief in each other's eyes. Relief that they had stopped, or else. Chu Emo-shen said, "There should be a cliff ahead." The air was damp and carried a faint smell of decay, likely from leaves and rotting flesh mixed together. If there is a cliff ahead, only someone familiar with the area or nearby animals would know how to avoid this danger. Otherwise, if it's unfamiliar people or animals, this would be the best place to hide a body. And Nan couldn't help but feel scared again. A strong feeling of relief after surviving the danger grew even stronger at this moment. They often go on missions and are very sensitive to danger, but even they can't compare to Siegio, who has space and small spirits. It's not that they are not capable. If they were, they wouldn't be top soldiers. Everyone has their own strengths. Siegio looked at the dark cliff ahead, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, and nodded. The cliff is ahead. The air is filled with a faint, corrosive smell, and they should be very familiar with this place, or they wouldn't have let us here. Next, Siegio's lips curl into a slight, cold smile. "Let's send them to the afterlife." "Okay," the two respond softly. Siegio stands still, spreading his mental energy in all directions. At the same time, Jerry immediately starts exploring the surroundings. Brother Bao and Wolf are also commanded by Siegio to go out. They will be very useful later. There is indeed a cliff ahead, but the angle is tricky. If not careful, they could fall into a trap. If Siegio hadn't used his mental power, tonight would have been very dangerous. Now, Siegio is curious about what these people are doing in this deep mountain. Are they working with Zhang Changming? What is their goal? Is tonight's attack to silence them, or to target someone among them? Jerry quickly runs back and climbs onto Siegio's arm, making squeaking sounds. Siegio listens carefully and frowns slightly. There is actually a path below the cliff. Once they handle the current situation, he plans to come back and check it out. And Nan looks at Jerry in Siegio's hand with curiosity. This is the second time he's seen this mouse. In contrast, Chu Emo-shen is much more familiar with it. After all, the first time Siegio and Chu Emo-shen worked together, it was this mouse acting as a messenger. Siegio, facing their curious gazes, coldly says, "There is indeed a cliff ahead. If we hadn't stopped, we might have fallen to our deaths. The cliff here is a straight, steep wall, meaning there are no footholds. If they really fall, they won't die but will be badly injured and they won't be able to climb back up. What awaits them? This is so despicable." And Nan's identity means he has more contact with these people. Their main task is often to catch spies or find traitors. Seeing such shameless behavior makes him grind his teeth in anger. They owe the young girl a life. In just a few days, she has saved them several times. This makes him more convinced that he must bring Siegio into their team. So, what about them? Chu Emo-shen hasn't finished speaking when Siegio's eyes suddenly narrow. He lunges forward, knocking the person to the ground. A bullet whizzes past overhead. A flurry of louder gunfire followed closely behind. Anand quickly drew his pistol from his waist and fired back at the distant attackers. Xiejio and Chu Mozhen also immediately found cover. In the dark night, the tall trees blocked the moonlight, which shone through the leaves in patches. Faint shadows flickered like deadly hidden weapons, swaying around them. The battle continued. Xiejio could clearly sense that the enemy's weapons were better than theirs. She frowned slightly, thinking their hideout might be nearby. Xiejio and Chu Mozhen exchanged a quick look. Under Chu Moshen's protection, they swiftly climbed a tree. She used her mental power to scan the area and fired a shot at a distant figure. After a muffled sound, only the wind whistled, and the branches swayed. In the darkness, the faint moonlight couldn't dispel the shadows of the night. Her shot hit its mark. Using the branches for support, Xiejio moved to another large tree and hid on its branches again. The moon hid behind thick clouds, only occasionally revealing a faint light, like an ancient star's sighs softly brushing the sleeping earth. After her shot, the air became heavy and silent. "Little elf, let's flank from behind." This part was left to Chu Mozhen and Annan. "All right, boss." The little elf excitedly waved 2 green leaves, eager and ready. Xiejio signaled to Chu Mozhen below, then moved swiftly through the mountains like a nimble night sprite. Chu Mozhen dodged over to Annan. After a quick exchange, they slowly crept toward the enemy. Suddenly, gunfire rang out again. Chu Mozhen dashed forward, crouched low, and shot accurately in one direction. After firing, he rolled to the side. The bullets data ate into the ground where he had just been, kicking up dust. Salute to the brave warriors. It's because of their heavy sacrifices that we enjoy peace today. Dear readers, if you haven't added the bookshelf, please do. No delays, no abandonment. Joining the story is worth it. Love you all. Xiejio took advantage of the night to sneak behind the enemy. Looking at the figures ahead, a cold smile appeared on her face. Leopard brother. Jiao, I'm here. Howl, howl, howl. Wearing a big floral coat from the northeast, Leopard brother stepped confidently onto the scene. Wolf, wolf. Jiao, I'm here too. Yip, yip, yip. Dressed in floral shorts from the northeast, Wolf strode boldly, shaking his fur, and made a striking entrance. Except for Jiao, no one loved him. Jerry, Jiao, I'm coming. Catch me if you can. Chirp, chirp, chirp. No matter if they were big or small, everyone loved her big floral coat and her space. Because Jerry was small, he made a stylish little headband from a big floral cloth. He looked very cool. Xiejio tiptoed forward first, holding a crossbow arrow. The cold arrow looked like a deadly blade, ready to strike. As she moved in the back, Annan and Chu Mozhen also started at the same time. At this moment, roles switched. Who was prey, and who was the predator? Everything changed. In the dark night, a faint, unclear sound drifted with the wind. Xiejio felt her anti-Japanese spirit ignite again. In her later years, she had watched war dramas, and the passionate feeling in those scenes flared up now. They wouldn't let anyone ruin their land. The crossbow arrow shot through the night, cold and sharp. Leopard brother and Wolf attacked from the sides, their green eyes cold and fierce. Howl. Wearing a big floral coat from the northeast, Leopard brother leapt and bit into one enemy's neck. Blood dripped from his sharp teeth. The man's eyes widened, and he looked unwilling to die. Xiejio, who had just taken a long spear from the enemy at the high ground, quickly found the best shooting position. Seeing Leopard brother succeed, she immediately took out a hidden threat behind him, a spy with a pistol, and shot him in the head. Leopard brother grinned, showing his teeth. He and Jiao worked perfectly together. The smell of blood spreads in the air. A breeze blows, carrying a strong scent of blood. Xiejio slightly frowns. This is not a safe place to stay for long. Nighttime is when wild animals hunt. With such a strong smell of blood, fierce beasts will surely come. Although she has a leopard brother and a wolf, she never underestimates danger. She knows that in the deep mountains, there are bears and tigers. She is not alone. She cannot risk others' lives. Even with her space and little spirits, accidents can happen. Suddenly, a dark object flashes past her eyes. The little spirits are about to shout out. Boss, quick. Tell them to lie down. It's a bomb. Siejio immediately shouts, lie down. Just as she finishes speaking, an explosion occurs behind her, right where Chu Mo's hen and Anand are rushing from. Siejio quickly throws herself toward the direction of the explosion. She slides down from a tree and runs toward Anand and the others. While running, she whispers, Comrade Chu, Comrade An, are you okay? Although this is her first time working with the leopard brother and wolf, they are both very smart. Seeing her head toward Chu Mo's hen, they chase after the enemy in the opposite direction. Jerry is secretly watching the enemy and also sending signals to the wolves. The bomb was unexpected. It was small but very powerful. After hearing Siejio's warning, Chu Mo's hen and Anand reacted quickly, but they were still affected by the blast. Fortunately, thanks to Siejio's warning, they were not in serious danger. At the moment of the explosion, Chu Mo's hen was thrown back by the shockwave and hit a tree behind him before falling to the ground. Shrapnel grazed his abdomen, and warm blood flowed from the wound. Anand's arm was broken in the fall, and he grimaced in pain. We're here, they're still awake, but Chu Mo's hen is more seriously injured. Siejio jogs over quickly. Seeing their injuries, she frowns slightly, but also breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, their wounds are not life-threatening. After examining their injuries, Siejio first sets Anand's broken arm back into place to prevent further damage. They can bandage it properly when they return. Chu Emotion's injuries are a bit more serious. When Siejio comes over, images of the last 2 times he treated injuries flash through his mind. He watches Siejio's hand move and, before he can think, blurts out, I'll take off my own clothes. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Chu Emotion realizes what he just said. His face flushes with embarrassment, and he stammers to explain, but the more he tries, the harder it becomes to clarify. I didn't mean that, Finally, under Siejio's half-smiling gaze, Chu Emotion gives up and relaxes, stretching his arm to the side, acting indifferent. His lips tremble slightly, and when Siejio crouches down to check his wound, Chu Emotion accidentally spills his feelings. Look at my body. I am yours. You can't be naughty, or you what? Under Siejio's watchful eyes, Chu Emotion raises his chin, trying to sound brave but lacking confidence. I will cry for you. Before Siejio can laugh, Anand, who has been eavesdropping, starts to giggle. Cough, cough. Continue, I'll pretend I'm not here. He didn't mean to listen in on the younger ones, but those words just slipped into his ears. It's not really eavesdropping. He can't control it. Haha, he's a bit curious too. Who doesn't love gossip? Isn't it fun to listen to gossip? Woof woof, woof woof, woof woof. Squeak squeak squeak. 2 big animals and 1 small one shake their heads and run over. Anand quickly stands up, looking alert at the colorful, unusual leopard and wolf, and the small Jerry with a big floral cloth on his head. Squeak squeak. Anand's mouth twitches repeatedly. What kind of look is that? Fresh and simple, very cute. Under the light glance from the 2 big animals, Anand quickly becomes timid and praises, Pet owner Xiao, Comrade Xia, is a good comrade. These 2 are also good comrades. Squeak squeak. And what about me?
What about me? Why did you forget about me?
Anand's lips are almost pulled off his face. Trying to fake a smile is so hard. You're also a good comrade. You all are good comrades. Forgive his heart, which now feels like a wild horse running free, pounding loudly. Brother Leopard, Wolfie, and Jerry somehow pulled out a big piece of colorful cloth and sat happily in front of Anand, signaling him to wipe their mouths. Didn't they see their mouths covered in blood?
Jujio wouldn't like that.
Anand thought who would like blood. I don't either. Shouldn't they at least listen to my opinion? Brother Leopard, Wolfie, and Jerry were not listening at all. Anand looked at the 2 big ones and the small one staring at him and accepted his fate, taking the little flowered cloth. Even cattle and horses don't have it this hard, he thought. The little cloth seemed to say, Am I not pretty enough? Anand forced a polite smile. A rough man like him, holding a tiny, flowery cloth that didn't match his big hands, resignedly began wiping the animals' mouths one by one. Xiejio held a porcelain bottle filled with homemade medicine to stop bleeding. Just as she opened it, a heavy thud-thud-thud echoed through the night. It sounded like a large beast walking. The group, who had just been happily cleaning up, suddenly became alert, baring their teeth toward the distance, ready to fight at any moment. "Hey, can't you see we're busy here? What? Are you here to ruin our good time?" Xiejio immediately stood up, her dark eyes sharp and cautious. She raised her crossbow, aiming into the darkness, ready to shoot at the first sign of danger. The approaching footsteps sounded hurried, almost anxious. Out of the darkness came a large brown bear, carrying something in its mouth that looked like a body. It jogged toward them. Annan, sitting under a tree, froze. Chu Masheng, lying on the ground, turned his head sharply. When he saw the massive creature, he tried to get up quickly, but a small hand pressed him down, stopping him. Xiejio stepped forward, tightening her grip on the crossbow, her mind racing. What could she use to take it down? At such close range, killing the bear without drawing attention would require a powerful weapon. But she couldn't just pull a modern weapon out of nowhere. Using what she had on hand, a perfect shot was unlikely. It's just a brown bear, she thought. Maybe it's time to see what bear meat tastes like. Understanding everything, Xiejio's eyes sparkled with an eager look. "Here I come, bear paw." Because of Xiejio's gaze, the bear suddenly shivered and was so frightened that it spat out the person in its mouth with a slap sound.
Wow, what a good head.
Raise a hand, surrender a whole dragon. The bear paw pushed the toy person on the ground, then gently pushed the person towards Xiejio. And Nan and Chu emotioned. Are they playing? Or just playing? "Xiejio, what's wrong? Are you giving it to me?" Xiejio cautiously took a step forward. "Are you giving it to me?" At this moment, the bear's eyes brightened. Under everyone's gaze, it shyly nodded. Hoo. I'm giving it to you. I'm giving it to you."
So fragrant, so fragrant.
The bear was a bit intoxicated, looking at Xiejio, whimpering and unable to hold back tears. Xiejio immediately understood that it was attracted by her mental energy. As her mental power grew stronger, her friendliness to small animals became more obvious. Xiejio reached out and beckoned the bear. The bear happily trotted over, sticking out its big head and making purring sounds. Xiejio smiled, reached out, and gently stroked the bear's small ears, brushing the short fur on them. Purr, the bear was happily purring. Seeing the big floral coats on Brother Leopard and Wolf, the bear pawed at Xiejio with a look of grievance. "They all have it. Why doesn't it?" Xiejio's mouth twitched involuntarily, then twitched again. Is it attracted by the essence of the big floral coat from the northeast? Does the bear also love big floral coats? All right. Stop pawing. Xiejio helplessly rubbed her forehead. "Next time I'll make one for you too, okay?"
Hoo.
Yes, of course. The bear sat quietly, somehow pulling out a beehive and sitting down to eat as if nothing happened. "Honey, my favorite." The bear ate without lifting its head. "Xiejio, you really are quite carefree, not afraid of being cut off from your paw." Boo-woo, her paw flew away. The scent of honey drifted with the night breeze, making Brother Leopard, Wolf, and Jerry dizzy from the aroma, drooling uncontrollably. Boo-woo, they also want to eat. The wolf was very direct, quickly putting its paw into Xiejio's small hand and pulling her towards Xiong. It seemed to be saying, "You called us here, so you should share some of what you have with us. We are all your treasures." Can you really watch it eat everything alone? When did she become the decision-maker? Xiejio decisively moved the wolf's paw aside and focused on treating Chu Emotion's wound. The wolf looked sad, with a resentful little expression that seemed to hook Xiejio's attention. Seeing the wolf's expression, Chu Emotion slightly twitched his mouth and quietly asked Xiejio, "Is this really okay? What if they get angry and eat them?" Xiejio was very confident and said, "It's fine. Just take care of yourself." He was such a big man, yet he said such gentle words. She wondered if he was trying to cling to her. Although she liked his physique and abs, she wasn't the type to force herself on someone. Xiejio shook her head and pushed her thoughts away. And Nan saw that Xiejio was almost done and asked, "This person?" The person brought by Xiong moved slightly, indicating he was still alive, but he didn't seem to be one of the people they were tracking. Where did this person come from? That was the most important question. Xiejio looked at Nan's expression and understood what he wanted to say. After thinking for a moment, she explained what she had discovered. There is a path below the cliff. It was clear enough for Nan and Chu Emotion to realize something was wrong. As soldiers, they were very perceptive. The cliff was deep in the mountains, and ordinary people wouldn't come here. Even experienced hunters wouldn't venture into such a place because the mountains were home to bears, wild boars, tigers, and other large predators, things even seasoned hunters couldn't handle. So here's the question. If no one normally came into the mountains, and it was still a cliff, why was there a path below the cliff? This contradiction made them more suspicious. The person brought by Xiong indirectly confirmed their suspicions. There was something unusual beneath. Annan suddenly forgot about his injured arm and sat up quickly, pulling on the hurt limb with a grunt. Ugh. Xiejio rolled her eyes sharply. Comrade, you're injured now. Please don't move around. She could easily take them away, but she couldn't reveal the secret space. At worst, she would have to knock them out. Even though he was hurt, he didn't listen. Be careful, or she might feed him some spicy roasted chestnuts.
Unpotted.
The little girl was so fierce. But what made him feel even more intimidating was Xiejio, holding a shiny dagger, walking straight up to the person who was being attacked. The sharp dagger flashed in the moonlight. With a quick slash, a deep cut appeared on the man's face. The intense pain made the man sit up suddenly from his fainting state. Before he could shout, something was stuffed into his mouth, making him roll his eyes from the smell. He was caught between wanting to die and wanting to live. Finally, the man had a chance to see what was really happening here. He wanted to touch his face to check the wound and take out whatever was in his mouth, but why couldn't he feel it anymore? He panicked, whimpering and sobbing, but no one seemed to understand what he was trying to say. Xiejio watched the bear happily eating, a sly look flashing in her eyes. She snatched some honey from the bear's mouth. She smeared the honey on the man's wound. After a moment, a buzzing sound filled the darkness. The man was terrified to realize, what was that sound? It sounded so familiar. It was the sound of hornets. Annan looked at Xiejio in surprise as she kept busy. Wow, this girl's skills were even sharper than those who did this kind of work professionally. He looked at her with more suspicion. This little girl was born to do this kind of work. Chu Emotion. Are you trying to steal my people? Xiejio. Did you ask for my opinion? The hornets buzzed as they flew over, sniffing here and there. They hummed. So fragrant, so fragrant. Should they go this way? Or that way? What should they do if they all want to go different directions? The wasp swayed from side to side. Xiejio directly held a wasp and placed it on the man's face, making a choice for it. The wasp licked its lips, then licked again, and then spat. Ugh, it's not as fragrant as Xiang. But it's still a bee that Xiang has held before, yay. The man was both scared and in pain, and he peed his pants suddenly. Xiejio curled his lips. Coward. A bright dagger sliced across the man's face again. Speak, say what I want to hear, and I'll give you a quick release. Otherwise, do you know about snakes, insects, mice, and ants? Those are probably more fun. Hee hee. Just as the laughter ended, Lu Xian in the space suddenly squatted down onto the man's chest. A huge snake head stared coldly at the man, with big, copper-colored eyes glaring at him. The man wanted to faint, but he just couldn't. Because nearby, there was a watchful Xiejio holding a silver needle, ready to him awake if he fainted. If he died, he could go back home and see the mountains full of cherry blossoms. The man nodded desperately. I'll tell you everything. Huagua is a mysterious country. They have a guardian immortal, or maybe they really do. He knew about some kind of immortal from the northeast. It must be said, this is truly a wonderful misunderstanding. You shameless little troublemakers trying to cause trouble. You won't scare us. Xiejio nodded with satisfaction, pulling out a clump of mud and grass from the man's mouth. The man, terrified, swallowed hard. also swallowing the mud and grass in his mouth, choking and rolling his eyes. Xiejio rolled his eyes and pointed at his throat. The man swallowed the mud and saliva together. The man was so frightened he was trembling, and he spilled all the information he knew. "Great Immortal, please spare me. I want to go home. I want to go home." After hearing the man's words, neither Xiejio nor Nan and Chu Emotion said anything. They never expected that tonight, by accident, they would catch someone and end up here. Otherwise, how could they have discovered such a secret hidden here in such a short time? If they hadn't been caught, what kind of shock would it have caused? Not only they, but also the military district will suffer significant losses. Xiejio quickly cut down the person with a swift strike. The man stared blankly at the dark sky, unable to see his hometown's sky anymore. Xiejio hid her smile, her face showing a cold expression. "These animals, little ones, I will make you all die. I will send you down the mountain first. Since the situation here is known, send people quickly to handle it, or else." Xiejio didn't need to say more, and Nan and Chu Emotion understood how urgent the matter was. "Children, get to work." The big animals, who were happily eating, were the first to stand up when they heard Xiejio. Brother Leopard was the first, followed by Wolf Wolf and Bear Bear. Jerry sat directly on Brother Leopard's head. Bulan's big eyes looked at Xiejio, waiting for her orders. Bear Bear, carry Chu Emotion. Brother Leopard, carry Nan. "Let's go down the mountain quickly." The animals responded to Xiejio's commands. Bear Bear sat on the ground, signaling Chu Emotion to climb on. Chu Emotion looked at Bear Bear, who was as big as a small mountain. He looked at Xiejio, feeling a bit wronged, and climbed up. Fortunately, his stomach wound, which had been treated with hemostatic medicine, was not bleeding anymore. And Nan simply climbed onto Brother Leopard's back. The group and the animals disappeared instantly. In the dark night, the scene looked like giant beasts with open mouths, as if they were about to swallow people whole. Xiejio and her team rushed through the darkness. When they saw they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, Xiejio struck Nan and Chu Emotion's necks with her hand. They felt the blackness in front of their eyes, and then they, along with the animals, entered Xiejio's space. Xiejio avoided any people they might encounter on the way and quickly returned to the county. In a dark alley, Xiejio released Nan and Chu Emotion, carrying one and holding the other, and took them to a temporary safe spot at the security department. Monkey was anxiously waiting at the base. Sudden sounds echoed in the darkness. Monkey cautiously approached the door and whispered, "Who?" When Nan and Chu Emotion arrived here, Xiejio had pressed acupressure points on them. They woke up just as Monkey spoke. Thinking about how she was carried back by the young girl, her face turned red. I really am getting old. I can't ignore it anymore." "Xiejio, haha, at least I erased the memory of you being knocked out by my own sword or else." And Nan and Chu Emotion made the same gesture, unable to help but touch their sore necks. "What's wrong with them?" After delivering the package, the courier from Xiejio quickly left. Because the little spirit had already urged countless times in her mind, she knew there was something valuable down that cliff. Valuable things, as the zombie king of the apocalypse, she naturally liked them. The reason she needed to go back was because, given the current situation in this northeastern area, there had been many spies and agents recently. There were also notes and Chinese people who had been bribed. Xiejio was very annoyed by this. She only wanted to go back and see what was so special there. It wasn't that she didn't trust in Nan and the others, but Xiejio was thinking more deeply. Was the weapon blueprint from the military factory really so easy to get? Of course not.
So,
she suspected that someone inside might have been bought out. Becoming their inside agent was the only possibility. After all, the military zone wasn't easy to enter. It wasn't that she didn't trust them, it was just that at this moment, caution was necessary. After leaving the base, Xiejio quickly slipped into her space and arrived in the mountains. When she came out again, she was accompanied by a bear dressed in a large floral coat. Xiejio was pulled along and forced to dress in a big floral coat as well. One person and one bear moved through the deep mountains, quickly reaching the cliff. The bodies there had already been eaten by wild animals, leaving only pools of blood on the ground. By tomorrow, even these bloodstains would likely be gone, such is the danger of the mountain forest. Siegio patted the bear, who immediately understood her meaning, and they crossed to the other side. After winding through many twists and turns, they reached the bottom of the cliff. Honestly, only the native creatures, the beasts, could find such places. The little spirit in her mind was frantically shouting, "Boss, it's done. Boss, we did it. Thank you for sharing your story." Here's the corrected and simplified version. Siegio rubbed his forehead. His delicate, white fingers pinched a small grass blade from his brow, ready to throw it away. The little spirit quickly understood and nervously said, "Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again, hee." Clearly scared. At that moment, Siegio's mental power spread out. He sensed a hollowed-out cave behind the cliff, filled with many boxes. Siegio immediately became alert. Oh my, these dark, black objects are all small potatoes, bombs. Annoying little notebook. They claimed their plan was to create a distraction by blowing up this place to cover their real attack on the military camp. But in truth, they didn't spare the villagers or anyone here. Siegio's fingers made a clicking sound as he clenched them. Gently, he placed a small, white hand on the ground and transferred most of the bombs into his space. He also found treasure, gold and silver, hidden behind a mountain, which he collected into his space. What a surprise! It seems more than one group hid things here. Maybe they are fighting each other or part of two different teams with separate missions. But that doesn't stop Siegio from collecting everything. Master, ahead there's a skinny tiger cub and a ribby cow.
What?
Does that mean exactly what I think it does? Siegio looked at the cliff that seemed like a huge gap, then thought about what the little spirit said about the ribby cow. Cows and horses. These are real cows and horses. They look exhausted. They must have been worn out carrying these boxes here, and now they're being kept here by the ruthless little notebook. But why is the tiger involved? Tiger, I am that very tired tiger. It's really not my fault. I just got caught in the mess. I want to cry. Siegio sighed softly. Well, she's a good person after all. She looked up at tonight's moon, so charming. It's just a tiger and a cow after all. Tiger and cow. Thank you so much. Siegio walked carefully toward them, also wiping away any footprints on the ground. When she reached a small pit, she finally understood why Tiger was so thin and bony. Those small notebooks that don't behave properly have sealed Huhu's mouth and Nyonyo's mouth. There is grass lying nearby, but by now, the grass is turned into a pile of smelly fertilizer. There are also a few animal corpses nearby, and Huhu's eyes are bloodshot and wide open. They see their favorite prey right next to them, but they can't open their mouths. Anyone would feel desperate to save them. When Huhu and Paigo Nyo see Siegio, tears burst from their eyes. Oh, woman, Xiang, we have finally waited for you. Siegio quickly put the two skinny, bone-only Huhu and Nyo into her space. She also entered her space herself. In the open area of her space, Huhu and Nyo lie on the ground, surrounded by several curious big animals. They all gather around Siegio happily when they see her come in. Siegio waves her hand. Go back to your homes and find your mothers. She brought over 2 bowls of spiritual spring water and untied Huhu and Nyo's mouths. The 2 big animals no longer care about anything else and drink greedily. It tastes so good, so refreshing. They are extremely thirsty. After finishing the 2 bowls of water, Siegio threw 2 rabbits to Huhu and a bunch of fresh grass to Nyo, letting them eat slowly. Siegio then went to check the boxes over there. The boxes had automatically been sorted into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the boxes stood quietly. Siegio approached and opened them one by one. Seeing what was inside, her eyes lit up. There were many good things. But suddenly she wondered, who could have hidden these things here? What is their purpose? It seems this small town truly hides many secrets. Spies and traitors are not as many as they appear on the surface. And that ugly man's informant, Fan Tan, judging by Anan's expression, probably knows something. Pulling out the carrot to reveal the root. This looks like a very complicated matter. Boss, someone is coming. The little spirit's voice echoed in Siejio's mind. Siejio paused her hand. Someone is approaching, but it's definitely not the people looking for Anan. Could it be the person hiding these things? Or the owner of these bombs? Or maybe both? Siejio looked outside through the space and saw a person covered in black, moving slowly under the night sky, looking around as they walked. Siejio couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This person is very cautious. It seems this person is not someone from behind here, but someone who knows about this place. Every step they took was to check if anyone had entered. A thoughtful look crossed Siejio's eyes. Since this person is so cautious, is he the owner of the small bomb, or the owner of the treasures, or maybe both? The people who placed the bomb here wanted this place up. The people who put the treasures here probably don't want these items turned into ashes. So, it can be guessed that these two are not the same person. Now, in the dark night, a man dressed in black has appeared. Whatever he is, he's not a good person. Inside the space, the ox named Nyo Nyo kept eating without lifting his head, occasionally mooing happily. Jerry the field mouse was eating well and sleeping soundly, and now his fur was shining with a faint glow. Siejio's eyes brightened. Hee, she has a good idea. Anyway, the people who come here aren't good folks, except for her, who is kind and beautiful. Little spirit. Boss, why are you so thick-skinned? Siejio, what? You're not convinced or don't admit that I'm kind and beautiful. Little spirit. Whatever the boss says is fine. As long as you're happy. Siejio patted the ribs and beef she was eating, whispered to Jerry by his ear, not caring if he understood or not. After she finished, she enthusiastically patted his head. I'll take that as you agree. Ribs and beef. Are you taking advantage of me not being able to speak to fool me? What exactly do you agree to? Siejio. Drinking my water and eating my grass. That makes you my cow. Siejio rummaged through the storage room and pulled out a bright red piece of cloth, then waved casually at Jerry. Jerry squeaked twice, then went straight to Siejio's side, quickly climbing onto her hand. After a big chat between the girl and the mouse, Jerry's face showed a clear sign of happiness. Siejio, don't worry. Mouse, will definitely complete the task. While gnawing on grass, Pork Rib Cow was dressed in a red battle robe by Siejio. Jerry quickly climbed onto Pork Rib Cow's head, running along its leg. Jerry's head was covered with a big, colorful headscarf from the northeast, looking very stylish. Outside the space, a man on the small path was slowly approaching the place where the treasure was just hidden. Suddenly, something appeared ahead. Pork Rib Cow was completely covered in red, with only a pair of blood-red eyes visible. Sitting on its head, Jerry tightly held onto the cow's horn, afraid of falling off by accident. The bright red color made the cow want to go wild, but since it had drunk the spiritual spring water, it could control itself easily. Siejio took out a tablet from the space and pressed a button, playing a wonderful song. Comrades, keep going.
Hey. Pull forward. Hey. Pull forward. Hey.
Wave your hand.
Hey. Reach out. Hey.
Reach out. Support the coffin bottom.
Hey.
Lift it back. Hey. The cheerful funeral song echoed in the dark night. A breeze blew by, like loved ones who had passed away, reluctant to leave the lively world. The wind carried their longing and calls. Just as the person thought they were about to reach their destination, suddenly their feet felt like they were rooted to the ground, unable to move forward. Who's there? Who's pretending to be a ghost? The man trembled, his legs shaking, eyes wide with fear, worried something might suddenly appear. Hoo. Hula la. Siejio used the fan in the space to a gentle breeze directly at the man. With the cool air from the space, the man shivered uncontrollably.
Ghost.
Ghost. The man's throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, unable to scream. His chest felt heavy, like a big stone was pressing down. At that moment, Pork Rib Cow moved. Its hooves stomped on the ground. Lowering its head, Pork Rib Cow was about to fall. The cow lifted its head proudly, stomping towards the man with a thud, thud, thud. The goal was not to kill but to scare him half to death. Jerry also extended his invincible mouse fist and made a sneaky move, like a monkey stealing peaches. The man was hit somewhere unknown, running and jumping in pain, feeling really hurt. The cow chased from behind, running and occasionally nudging the man with its horns, mainly to intimidate and insult him without serious harm.
Ah, ah, ah.
The wind in the mountains carried the man's loud, wind-breaking voice far and wide, startling countless night birds that chirped loudly. Even the villagers below were awakened by the noise. They looked at their wives and their belongings, feeling relieved that everything valuable was safe at home. So they decided to go back to sleep. After Siejio sent Nan and Chu Emotion to their base, they didn't care about their injuries and immediately called their superiors. This was a big matter concerning all the people in the Black Province. Any mistake could lead to heavy losses. There was also the issue of the military factory. Siejio could think of it, and Chu Emotion and Nan naturally could too. As they made calls one after another, they quickly learned what they needed to know. Finally, Chu Emotion thought for a moment and called his grandfather. He told him about the situation here and subtly hinted that he wanted the young girl to take responsibility. His grandfather listened to the first half of the story with a serious face. The problems in the Black Province kept coming one after another. Not only was he worried, but the other two old men were just as anxious. They wanted to treat the Black Province as a typical case to clean up thoroughly. But when he heard the second half, his worries suddenly disappeared. His grandson was finally about to understand the importance of protecting the young girl. That was great. Was his little great-grandson not far away? Siejio, did you two ask me about this? Don't worry about the things here.
Just do your best.
As for the young girl, if you like her, pursue her properly. Don't be indecisive or I'll be the first to break your legs. Yes, I understand, Grandpa. Chu Emotion stood straight, as if reporting military affairs serious and focused. He would never abandon his promises. He swore by his military uniform. His grandfather also reminded him, that girl is talented. You must protect her safety. The rest will be arranged by the higher-ups. The young girl was so capable. She could heal, make powerful hemostatic powders, and even produce advanced weapons herself. She was an indispensable talent for the country. Such a talented person was a treasure. He must protect her well, without any mistakes. Chu Emotion hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and frowned as he thought about the situation in the mountains. When he left the house, he saw Nan coming out from another room. They exchanged a quick look and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Nan patted Chu Emotion on the shoulder. Let's go. I believe they will arrive soon. The situation was urgent, and they couldn't afford to think too much. The most important thing was to resolve the problem in the mountains. Nyonya was having fun. He ran while pushing a man who was frantically trying to escape. Jerry occasionally reached out with his small paws to greet the man. They played happily, but the man being chased was suffering. He kept screaming as he ran. Ah.
Ghost. Ghost. Ah. It.
Chu Emotion and Anand ignored their own injuries. Following orders from their superiors, they waited at the foot of the mountain. Once the soldiers arrived, they could go up the mountain with the people. Soon after they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a figure running down desperately from above, shouting loudly while running. Behind him, there was something unknown and strange. He was dressed in red, which looked especially creepy in the dark night. Seeing two figures at the foot of the mountain, the man couldn't care about anything else. He looked as excited as if he saw his own mother. Help! Help! Save me! Nan and Chu Emotion exchanged a quick glance. In that moment, they knew this person was definitely not simple. Why would he be going up the mountain now? It couldn't be for hunting, right? Chu Emotion stepped forward carefully, supporting the man and glancing warily at the strange, blood-red thing chasing after him. Under their watchful eyes, Siejio used his space to lift the ribs, beef, and Jerry into the air. Smoke drifted from the space, as if this bright red creature was about to ascend to heaven. He shouted loudly, "You beast! You beast. Heartless thing. Doing bad things in the middle of the night. The old ancestor's coffin lid can't hold it back anymore. You unfilial descendant. Yah. Take this. The man, supported by Chu emotion, fell flat on his face. His shovel, hammer, and flashlight hidden in his backpack also fell out because of his fall. Chu emotion looked around carefully. He took a step forward and kicked the shovel on the ground farther away, knowing it could hurt someone. And Nan looked at the tool on the ground, his lips forming a slight smile. His sharp eyes flicked across the man's face as he asked seriously, "Who are you? Why are you here on the mountain?" The man was already terrified by what he saw. He felt like he must be dreaming, otherwise, he wouldn't be so unlucky. Comrade, please help me. I am the brother-in-law of the committee director. Please send me back quickly. My brother-in-law will thank you. The man didn't care about anything else now. He just wanted to go home. He needed to go home. And Nan's eyes turned sharp and cold. He remembered what the ugly man had said. Now, the brother-in-law of the committee director was on the mountain?
Was it the same mountain they went to?
This made them think more. But then, thinking of Fan-Tan. And Nan waved to the monkey and whispered something in his ear, then ordered someone to take the man away. At this moment, nothing was more urgent than dealing with the thing in the mountain. Just as they hoped, they heard the sound of a car in the distance. Their backup had arrived. A military truck stopped in front of them. A man jumped out and saluted Chu emotion, saying, "Commander Chu, the political commissar sent us to help with the task." Chu emotion nodded and said, "Good." A small team of soldiers got out of the truck and followed behind Chu emotion, walking steadily toward the mountain.
Xiejio saw them go up the mountain.
She stored the ribs, beef, and Jerry in her space and turned to follow them, just in case. The mountain was full of those things. If she didn't check carefully, it could be dangerous. Things went more smoothly than Chu emotion and the others expected. They found the cave easily and discovered small bombs hidden inside, called little potatoes. After investigating, they saw signs that someone had been there before. And Nan and Chu emotion exchanged glances, both thinking of the same person from earlier. Xiejio smiled secretly, hiding her skills and talents. Whether the man from before was connected to the bombs or not, checking would tell them. He came here in the middle of the night, which was very suspicious. As boxes of bombs were brought out, everyone gasped in shock. With so many small potatoes, once they explode, the area within 100 miles will be completely barren. Little Benzi is really too hateful. And the military factory too. If it gets infiltrated and their blueprints are leaked, how can they ensure the safety of their soldiers? Chu emotion put aside his thoughts, looked at the dark night sky and the deep, mysterious mountains, and pressed his lips together. Let's go down the mountain. Leaving here tonight without any casualties is a rare good fortune. After passing the baton to Bao Yong, Chu emotion immediately took his things and left. Xiejio watched everything finally settle down, thinking about the busy night, and couldn't help but yawn. I really want to sleep peacefully. Xiejio patted the sad-looking ribs cow and specially brought a handful of fresh grass for it. Be good, you've worked hard. Eat more. Hee, only after eating enough can I keep working next time. Xiejio smiled happily, like a wolf disguised in sheep's clothing, gently coaxing the kind little Red Riding Hood. Little elf. Boss, can you please stop shining so brightly in your eyes? Ribs cow. That look scares me. At this moment, I'm so glad I don't have much meat on me. Otherwise, would this woman take me to slaughter and eat me?
Boo-hoo.
Turning fear into appetite.
Boo.
Why is this grass so fresh and tender? It seems this woman doesn't dislike me, and she's even quite pretty. Dawn slowly opened the curtain, another colorful and splendid morning. In the town at the police station, Xie Zhaodi, who had been detained for a whole night, was finally released after confirming she was only bought by the widow Yen to go to the Xie family for a house and had no other involvement. She looked at the sunrise in the east, her eyes filled with a hint of days. She never expected that just by saying a few words, she would be taken to the police station and held overnight. Standing at the door, she held onto a glimmer of hope, looking around anxiously. Was there anyone familiar waiting for her? Unfortunately, there was no one. She pressed her dry lips and took a step toward home. There was resentment in her heart. She was a living person, and after not returning home for a night, no one from her family even looked for her. She and the Xie family had already severed ties when they got married. But she was not foolish. Before getting married, she carefully took some valuable things from her mother. Over the years, although she had 2 daughters and her in-laws often complained, they didn't openly do anything too harsh. Wasn't it because she brought things from her family? Haha, she didn't go home for a night and she wasn't worried at all. Everyone was ungrateful. And that little troublemaker, Xiejio, she definitely wouldn't let her get away easily. If not for Xiejio, why would she spend a whole night at the police station? Unknowingly, her situation had already spread to her husband's family, and another drama was about to unfold. How could Xiejio, who always caused trouble, let her off easily? Get a village Chen family. Morning light shone through the window, and the person on the bed moved slightly. They reached out and touched the cold spot beside them, with anger filling their eyes. Chen Sangwa cursed as he got up, then was called into the room by Grandma Chen. Despite her age, Grandma Chen was still lively. In the morning, when she went for a walk in the village, she wanted to show off to the other women. She didn't have to work every day, and her son and daughter-in-law took good care of her. She wanted the other women to envy her. Usually, when she walked around the village, she could hear the women criticizing their daughters-in-law. But today there was no such talk. Instead, everyone looked at her with mocking eyes. Somehow, a loudspeaker in the village announced that her youngest daughter-in-law hadn't come home all night. If someone in the village was paying attention, it wouldn't be surprising to find out. Usually, people just went to their parents' house.
But what were they saying?
That her daughter-in-law was involved with spies?
How could that be?
Their family was poor for 8 generations. How could they be connected to such things? If they got linked to that, it would be impossible to explain. She didn't bother arguing with others. She quickly ran home, dragging her short legs. Seeing her youngest son wake up, she couldn't hold back her anger. She grabbed a switch and scolded him first. It was more of a warning. She only hit him a few times to scare him. After all, he was her son, and she still loved him. That useless thing, only giving their old Qin family 2 unprofitable children, and now they do something so harmful. How will her grandchildren find suitable partners in the future? No matter what, she can't let that little brat stay at home, or she might ruin the whole family. Son, we can't keep such a woman. What will happen in the future? People will look down on us. How can you let your nephews find good matches? Early in the morning, Chen Sangwa was pulled aside by his mother for a scolding. He was hungry and starving, his stomach growling loudly, and he was slapped twice, feeling a sharp pain. Now, hearing about that disgusting woman's bad deeds, Chen Sangwa's face darkened with anger. He has 2 older brothers and a younger sister. He is the 3rd child. The old saying goes, the youngest son is the eldest grandson, the heir of the family, but in their family, it's the opposite. He is the least favored in the family. Otherwise, why would he marry Xie Zhaodi, a girl who has nothing to do with her family? He only knew she had some money, so he could live a little better at home. Although his mother wouldn't give him special treatment, he was sure he wouldn't go hungry. Now, because of her, he was scolded by his mother? His anger burned fiercely inside. At this moment, Xie Zhaodi, who had been locked up all night, finally arrived home, panting heavily. The fence gate creaked loudly. Chen Sangwa and his mother inside the house heard it clearly. They looked at each other and came out just in time to see Xie Zhaodi enter the yard. Old Mrs. Chen rolled her eyes in frustration. Such a bad omen. Chen Sangwa lost face in front of his mother, and his anger grew even more when he saw her disheveled hair. That shameless woman. Where did she go all night? Probably hanging out with some shady people, right? Xie Zhaodi, exhausted, just wanted to lie down and sleep. When she heard her husband scolding her, she got angry too. Husband, how can you talk like that? What? Am I a criminal? If you tell me to stop, I will. You ungrateful man. I am your wife. Have you ever cared about me? When she wanted to argue, she thought of him. She hadn't come back all night, and he didn't seem worried at all. And now he told her to stay put? How could he be so unreasonable? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Xie Zhaodi was beaten so badly her face was swollen. When she heard they wanted to take her money, she shouted, "You old fool! This is mine.
Why should I give it to you?"
Inside the house, the main room and the second room hid quietly, not making a sound. The money her mother took was spent on their big and second rooms, so no one would speak up for the third room. Even her two daughters didn't say a word. They hid in the kitchen, silently cooking. They ignored their mother's shouting and scolding. Human nature is often bad, and this moment showed it clearly. Early in the morning, under the bright sunlight, the air was very fresh. Soft sunlight evenly shone on the green trees and grass. Flowers and plants smelled nice, and the leaves gave off a fresh scent. Gooden walked along the country road, thinking about what he heard yesterday at the village meeting. He heard that a widow came to cause trouble, wanting Xie Aimin's house. But he and his friends had already gone to the foot of the mountain to cut pig grass and pick mushrooms, so they missed the scene. However, he found out that his aunt wasn't really his biological aunt. But that didn't matter. Like Grandma said, family doesn't have to be related by blood to be family. They had known each other for many years, and their relationship was deeper than just family ties. His aunt was the best aunt in the world. He liked his aunt. Grandma, Grandpa, and his parents and uncles and aunts all liked her too. She was their family. Gooden's face showed many emotions, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, until he reached Xiejio's door. Then, only sadness was left on his face. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the yard was knocked on. Xiejio, who had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, heard the knocking. She groggily got up, roughly tousled her messy hair, and opened the door. Seeing nothing in front of her, she was about to close it when her gaze fell, and she saw Gooden's worried eyes. The little boy's big, bright eyes looked at her with wateriness. Xiejio instantly forgot her sleepiness. She bent down, reached out, and gently touched Gooden's soft face. What happened? Did someone bully our Gooden? Auntie will avenge you, Auntie. Gooden stretched out his small arms and quickly hugged Xiejio's waist, resting his head softly against her side. Gooden misses Auntie. In his heart, Gooden silently said, Auntie, wait for me to grow up. When I do, I will protect you. No one will bully you. You are the best auntie in my heart. Xiejio paused for a moment, a happy smile appearing on her face. She reached out and gently held the little boy in her arms. I miss Gooden too. Shyly, Gooden snuggled into Xiejio's embrace and mumbled, Auntie, my mother asked me to call you for dinner. She cooked your favorite scrambled eggs with green onions. Okay, wait a moment. Xiejio tousled Gooden's hair, then went to the yard to wash up briefly. She turned around, closed the door, and headed with Gooden toward the Xie family house. On the way, Gooden felt the gentle fragrance from Auntie's body. He reached out his small hand and slowly placed it into Xiejio's palm. His little hand gradually closed around hers, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He looked up, focused on Xiejio, his eyes shining with seriousness. Auntie, you will always be my auntie. No matter what others say, no matter whose child you are, you will always be Gooden's auntie. The auntie who protects and loves Gooden. Xiejio looked down at Gooden, who was serious and sincere. A gentle smile slowly spread across her face. She understood why Gooden had said these things this morning. The child must have learned about her background. A warm feeling spread in her heart. You will also always be my Gooden. Holding hands, they walked towards Xiejio, facing the morning sun. The eldest auntie and the eldest sister-in-law had already prepared breakfast. When they saw Xiejio and Gooden come in, they quickly called her to sit down. Xiaojio, come sit here. I made your favorite scrambled eggs with green onions. This was what the eldest sister-in-law said. Xiaojio, come, sit next to Annie. This was what the eldest auntie said. Their attitude was as warm and kind as always. Everyone's face showed genuine care for her. Xiejio felt a warm glow in her heart because of their sincerity. She sat beside the eldest auntie and everyone at the table was happily chatting and laughing. After the meal, the eldest auntie didn't rush to clear the dishes. Instead, she asked everyone to sit down and started talking about the history of the Xia family. She talked about Xia Zhaodi, their deceased grandparents, and also about Xia Jiu's mother, the gentlewoman Shen Shui. Xia Jiu, your background is something my eldest uncle and I have guessed before. You know, when you were born, your mother had a difficult labor. At that time, the situation was urgent. Xia Aimin was a reckless man who didn't care about the lives of Xia Jiu and her mother. Fortunately, Chen Hongxia and her daughter survived because of her. Because of this, Xia Jiu's mother developed health problems. Xia Zhaodi isn't a good person. When your grandmother gave a large sum of money to your grandparents, your mother was able to stay in the Xia family. When Xia Zhaodi got married, she was interested in what your grandparents had. Your mother took out a ginseng root, which saved your grandparents' lives. When Xia Zhaodi married, she argued with your grandparents over money. Among the children in the Xia family, except for Xia Aimin, Xia Zhaodi received the most. Yet she was still not satisfied and did something unkind. When she left home, she secretly stole the ginseng your mother had taken. Without the ginseng, the elderly couple couldn't hold on long and passed away. Xia Jiu's mother also died young due to health issues, and Xia Aimin killed her in a fit of anger. These continuous events made them very disappointed in Xia Zhaodi. Even when the elderly passed away, they sent her a letter, but she didn't come back. If that ginseng had been kept, not only would the elderly not have died, but perhaps Xia Jiu's mother wouldn't have died so early. These are the stories of the Xia family and the grudges with Xia Zhaodi. Jiu, we, the Xia family, are sorry for you and your mother. She and her second sister-in-law got along very well. She was a gentle woman, spoke softly, and was very respectful to her as the eldest sister-in-law. They never had any conflicts. If it weren't for their family's children, Xia Aimin and Xia Zhaodi, why would that gentlewoman have died? Xia Jiu shook her head. From her memory, she knew that her eldest uncle's family had been kind to her since her birth. Even during the Great Famine, when everyone was hungry, it was her uncle's wife who saved some food, allowing her to survive. Although she comes from the end of the world and doesn't see herself as a good person, she believes in repaying debts and grievances. She is clear about her feelings and won't easily blame others. The Xia family is the Xia family, and the eldest uncle's family is the eldest uncle's family. She has already avenged the original owner for the revenge they deserved. As for Xia Zhaodi, she thinks she can handle herself. After all, she knows exactly what kind of family they are. Thanks to Xiao Lingling, Xia Zhaodi is enough to make her drink a whole pot. Being driven out is a small matter. Beating her half to death is not impossible. The only concern is losing everything, her money and her belongings. Xia Jiu's suspicions were confirmed. A voice came from outside the Xia family courtyard. Based on how familiar it sounded, it was probably Xia Zhaodi, the person they just talked about. Big brother, big sister-in-law, is anyone home? Xia Zhaodi knocked on the courtyard door. She was hurt all over and gasped from the pain, a dark, fierce look flashing across her face. She didn't expect Chen Sanhua to hit her so hard. He even took all her money and, with the old lady's proud look, drove her out of the house. Seeing Chen Sanhua rushing eagerly toward the village committee, she knew the old lady's words were true. They weren't just scaring her. She really wanted Chen Sanhua to divorce her. Although they only had a simple wedding without a marriage certificate, everyone in the village knew they were married. So now the old lady wanted to drive her away. She needed to go to the village committee to get a proof that they were divorced and that she was no longer connected to the Chen family. Thinking of this, a deep hatred flashed in Xia Zhaodi's eyes. She had nowhere to go after being driven out, and her two children, who caused her trouble, watched silently as she was expelled without saying a word. It was impossible not to hate them. After thinking it over, she decided to return to Honghe village, hoping Xia Weimin could help her seek justice. She believed that since she was part of the Xia family and now the Chen family was bullying them, they shouldn't stay silent. When Xia Weimin and Chen Hongxia heard the voices outside, they frowned slightly and both got up to go outside. Others from the Xia family, including Xia Jiu, also stood up. They had just been talking about this shameless little sister-in-law, and now she was back without shame? Additionally, little dog Egg also didn't have a good attitude toward this young lady. Chun Hongxia opened the courtyard gate slightly, not fully, because she didn't want such a discouraged person to enter her yard. "What are you here for?" When Chun Hongxia looked up, she saw Xie Zhaodi with a swollen face and was momentarily stunned. Then she rolled her eyes fiercely. She had been beaten and was now trying to find them to regain her dignity. Xie Zhaodi knew her brother and sister-in-law didn't like her. She forced a smile on her face, but inside, she was already very angry, and her eyes showed some resentment. "Brother-in-law, let me in first. I want to talk to you slowly. I want to tell you the Chen family." "Wait a moment." Chun Hongxia was not stupid. Seeing her face, she roughly understood what was going on. "There's no need to come in. You cut ties with us long ago, and there's no need to act so friendly now. They hadn't contacted each other for so many years. There was no need for that."
You.
Xie Zhaodi couldn't help but clench her fists. She knew her sister-in-law was difficult, but she didn't expect her to be so stubborn and unkind. At that moment, she looked up and saw Xiejio giving her a half-smile, glancing at her with a teasing look as if she wanted to speak nicely when she arrived. Seeing Xiejio, she was completely overwhelmed by fear, her mind only thinking of that one night of terror and the various things the Qin family had done to her. Anger rose in her heart. It was all her fault because of her. She was detained at the police station for investigation. It was all because of Xiejio. If Xiejio had agreed to the widow's request, none of this would have happened. She not only received money, but might have also gained some good things from the widow. All of this was ruined by Xiejio. She stared with furious eyes and shouted angrily, "Why are you here?" Xiejio's gaze lightly swept over Xie Zhaodi, and she shrugged innocently. "Why can't I be here? This is my uncle's house." "Ah. No, you're just a wild child. How dare you stay at my brother's house? Get out, get out." She couldn't just enter her brother's house freely. Why could Xiejio go in? Her response was 2 loud slaps from Xiejio. "If you can't speak, just shut up. My father is a hero, and I am his child. I am the child of a hero. If I report you, what kind of punishment do you think you'll get? In these times, insulting or abusing a hero is considered a serious crime." When Xie Zhaodi heard Xiejio scolding her, honest Xie Weimin got angry. He stepped forward and slapped her the face. "You're right, wife. We cut ties with you a long time ago. Now there's no need for you to complain. The blame lies with the Qin family and the widow Yan. It has nothing to do with us. As for Xiaojiu, she's my niece and always will be." Unhappy about being slapped 3 times and not gaining any advantage, Xie Zhaodi ran away. Xiejio watched her back and used his mental power to poke into her mind. This made her remember clearly what Xie Weimin had just said. It was the Qin family and widow Yan who caused all this. Back then, Xie Zhaodi was so ruthless because the Qin family's people whispered in Qin Sanga's ear. That's why she dared to take the ginseng without hesitation. They indirectly caused 3 deaths. So whatever happens to Xie Zhaodi, they brought it on themselves. Xie Zhaodi wandered aimlessly along the main road as the sky darkened, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. A gentle breeze brushed her face, bringing a bit of coolness. Slowly, Xie Zhaodi snapped out of her thoughts. Looking at the surroundings of Zhou, she realized she had arrived at the Qin family's gate. She sneered and was about to leave when she heard faint sounds from inside. Listening carefully, she recognized the voices of the main household. Initially wanting to leave, Xie Zhaodi was inexplicably frozen in place. This also revealed the truth about why she was driven out. It was all the doing of the main household. They wanted to use this incident to chase her away, to take over her belongings, and to control her daughter's marriages.
Ha. Ha.
After all these years, she had done so much, but she still couldn't warm the hearts of the Qin family. She poured her heart out to them. The money her family earned and the money from selling ginseng fed the Qin family, but it also caused her family's death.
Now,
this is her punishment. Hearing the main household's mocking laughter, a fierce anger flashed in Xie Zhaodi's eyes. She couldn't help but remember what Xia Weiman had said, that her fate was caused by the Qin family and Widow Yan. Yes, the Qin family. How could she let them have a good life? If she's suffering, no one else will be happy. She knew she had always been the selfish. Otherwise, she wouldn't have argued with her parents over money, wouldn't have traded the ginseng they used to save their lives for cash, and wouldn't have failed to return when her parents died.
Haha.
She's so foolish, really so foolish. Her eyes looked crazed, like a wild animal suddenly released from a cage after being trapped for a long time, filled with reckless madness. She glanced around, and her crazed expression peaked when she saw the kerosene she had hidden behind the kitchen. A sharp sound broke through the darkness in front of her, trying to reach farther and farther. But as she opened her mouth, thick smoke made her cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. The heavy smoke blocked her vision. She groped around, trying to run outside. She pulled the door latch, but it wouldn't move. Her heart sank. She was sure their door would not be stuck like this. Why can't she open it? Why can't she open it? This question kept spinning in Sister Chen's mind, making her more anxious. But no one could answer her now. She stared with angry eyes, as if trying to see through the darkness to find the hidden attacker. Unfortunately, the intense smoke made it impossible to speak. The thin air made it hard to breathe. Her body slowly weakened, and her eyes fixed on the door just inches away. Brother Chen never woke up. During the thick smoke, his already exhausted body was first overwhelmed by the fumes and choked. Sister Chen didn't notice that the man lying beside her was struggling on the edge of life and death. Xia Zhaodi stood in the yard, watching the people inside the houses struggle in the smoke. And she, from the moment she set the fire, had already cut off their way out. If she wanted them to die, she would take their whole family with her. They owed her that. If they hadn't driven her away or taken her money, she wouldn't have done this. Ultimately, the Qin family had been too ruthless, and retribution came too quickly. On the road to the afterlife, she would make sure to settle the score, showing them that even as ghosts, they couldn't escape her grasp. Although Sister Chen's cry for help was faint, it still woke the neighbors. Although the two families didn't get along well, people in this era were simple. After thinking for a moment, the man from the other family got up, opened the door, and looked over. And what he saw made him freeze. The Qin family was on fire. A fierce blaze engulfed the entire Qin household. The man screamed in fear. "It's on fire! It's on fire!" A fire like this was terrible. Looking at the wind's direction, it could spread to other houses. The man shouted loudly, waking his family and the neighbors nearby. Seeing the huge flames, everyone gasped in shock. Oh my, the fire is so big. Will the Qin family be okay? Although they dislike the Qin family, they don't wish for the family to all die. One by one, people brought water from their homes to put out the fire. Then they saw Xia Zhaodi standing in the yard with a fierce look on her face. Seeing her expression, the villagers hesitated about whether to go in and stop her. Should they go or not? Xia Zhaodi's situation had already spread throughout Geta village when Chen Sangwo went to the team office to get a certificate. Now, seeing her standing in the Qin family's yard again, a bad suspicion rose in everyone's mind. Could it be that Xia Zhaodi set the fire? Is she doing it to get revenge on the Qin family? Should they get involved in this matter? But if they don't help and the fire spreads, it could harm nearby families. If they try to help, how can they do so with such a big fire and so many people standing here? Xia Zhaodi's crazy look on her face made even the men tremble. Everyone hesitated. The village's team leader saw so many people outside the yard and spoke first. "Why are you all just standing there? What are you doing? Go put out the fire." His words snapped Xia Zhaodi out of her thoughts. She slowly turned her neck, her dark, deep eyes locking onto the team leader. She smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Team Leader, I think you're the most reasonable person in this village, but you're not handling this well. Big officials always consider the plaintiff and defendant, but why didn't you ask me what I think about this?" Her smile hid a twisted madness, as if an abyss was calling, making people shiver. Her cold eyes swept over everyone, and she smiled broadly. Then she ran toward the fire behind her. At that moment, her voice sounded sharp and fierce. I curse Geta Village. I curse all of you. I curse that you will never rise again, and will always be poor and miserable. Ha ha ha. Her crazy laughter echoed in the dark night. Everyone was so frightened they shivered, staring at the raging fire in front of them. They didn't know what to do. Geta Village's troubles were completely unknown to Jiejio. At this moment, she was just about to fall asleep when she heard a little fairy in the space mumble. Huh. What is that thing moving? Suddenly, Jiejio, who had been drowsy, woke up completely. The thing the little fairy mentioned was actually a tiny seed of mental energy that Jiejio had taken from Zhang Changming after giving him the obedient pill. It was meant to control his every move. Haha, it looks like there's some progress over there. When heaven wants to destroy someone, it first makes them go crazy. Animals, get ready for action. In the space, the skinny tiger and Ribs cow had eaten well and drunk happily that night, and their spirits finally returned a bit. Especially Tiger. He was the king of the mountain. After drinking a sip of spiritual spring water and eating a few rabbits, he was full of energy. He carefully measured every inch of the space with his steps and cleverly avoided some spots where he had urinated, marking his territory. A human-like expression appeared on his face. Hee. The places Tiger urinated on now belonged to him. Jiejio. Truly a clever tiger. Unbeknownst to her, the first to notice Tiger's actions was Brother Leopard, who had entered the space earlier. He saw everything and told the little fairy everything. Once the little fairy knew, it meant Jiejio also knew. Listening to the little fairy report on the animal situation in the space, Jiejio smiled happily. Animals get to work. Get to work. The animals responded with excited roars. A wah. Whimper. Roar. Ribs cow calmly added, moo moo moo. It could also help. It remembered that red battle robe. Once in the battle suit, everything was maximized. I am the brightest star in this world. No objections accepted. Seeing the animals full of fighting spirit, Jiejio nodded with satisfaction. She quickly changed into a black outfit, her dark hair tied into a convenient bun. With a few quick teleports, she arrived at the back mountain. Feeling with her mental power that there were no other dangers, she released a mountain motorcycle from the space. She tiptoed and jumped onto the motorcycle. She pulled the throttle, pressed the foot pedal, and the motorcycle shot out like an arrow. In the dark night, a motorcycle sped through the forest. Chun Shui, who was stationed in the woods to watch the mountain as arranged by Chu Moshing, immediately sensed something was wrong here. Following the principle of better to be cautious than to miss, he quickly sent a message down the mountain. When Chu Moshing received the message, he remembered Jiejio giving them obedient pills earlier. Looking toward Honghe Village, his eyes filled with hope. She should have received the message too, right? Under the starry night sky, only the stars twinkled. Soon, Chu Moshing saw Jiejio walking toward him under the moonlight. His chest trembled with excitement, heartbeat pounding loudly. He knew his heart was beating faster because of the woman in front of him. Comrade Xie, Comrade Chu, when they looked at each other, both understood what the other wanted to say. Talking to smart people often doesn't require many words. Their goal was the small notebooks in the mountain. Let's leave now. As soon as Chu Moshing got the message, he arranged for Lu Bo and Guan Chao to go into the mountain. Now, they just waited for them to arrive. Jiejio was not a fussy person. In an emergency, he handled things quickly. He and Chu Moshing rode a bicycle toward the back of Jiushi village. When they reached the back mountain, Chu Moshing hid the bicycle at the foot of the mountain. The two of them hurried through the night into the deep forest. As soon as they arrived in the mountain, Jiejio released Brother Leopard and Wolf. As for Pork Rib Nyo and Hohu, they could launch a surprise attack. The deep mountain night was as dark as ink, swallowing all light. The unknown and danger lurked in the shadows. About 100 meters ahead of the cave, Jiejio and Chu Moshing crept closer, meeting up with Guan Chao and the others. Only then did they look toward the cave. There were figures moving busily, each busy with their own tasks. Lu Bo saw Chu Moshing and the others arrive and let out a deep sigh of relief. He was really worried they wouldn't make it in time. These idiots didn't know what they were thinking, choosing such a dark night. He thought everything would be normal as usual, but suddenly, a small team coming up the mountain broke the silence. It was clear they came to take something from here. If these things were really used against their own people, the loss would be unimaginable. During the war years, the things created by the little notebook caused great harm to their people. Those painful lessons are still fresh in their memory. Therefore, they absolutely will not allow the little notebook to do such harmful things to the common people again on their land. Sieju looked ahead and quietly asked, "What's going on?" Lu Bo glanced in the direction of Sieju, slowly squatted down, and explained, "It was quiet there at first. Then suddenly a small group of people came down the mountain and things got lively. After monitoring for some time, he figured out the pattern. When it was time, the people inside would go rest. Their biological clock was so precise that he envied it. But tonight was different. It was quiet at first, then suddenly became lively again. They are still investigating exactly what is happening. These people are as skilled as they are, so they dare not get too close, afraid of being discovered and ruining everything." The little sprite, following Sieju's orders, suddenly transformed into a vine and clung to the outside wall of the cave. A tiny branch slowly poked into the dirt of the cave, and a small white flower bloomed on the wall. Inside the cave, it was lively. The little notebooks, happy about successfully developing the reagent, were singing and dancing. One of the little notebooks was drinking sake and dancing to the music when he suddenly saw a small flower on the wall. Although its color was different from cherry blossoms, he seemed to see his hometown's cherry blossoms. Tears welled up suddenly. He ran excitedly to the wall, staring at the flower with wide eyes, making creepy giggling sounds. The little sprite was frightened by the man's lewd behavior and trembled. So disgusting. It was so scared. Although it is an elf, it loves beautiful things. It doesn't like ugly men. What's going on? Why do all these little notebooks look so ugly and lecherous? This person is a perfect combination of short, squat, and fat, 3 traits. His loincloth can't even hide his lecherousness. The flower transformed into a fierce little flower god and launched a heavy punch. The drunken man, dazed, was hit in the eye, spun around twice, and staggered, shouting, "What the heck? Who the heck hit me?" His voice drew the attention of others, and one by one, they ran over, asking worriedly, "Mr. Jingtian, what happened?" Zhang Changming also came from behind. Mr. Jingtian was the main person in charge this time. You can't offend someone like him. Whether they could be rewarded and returned to their homeland depended on Mr. Jingtian. The man called Mr. Jingtian shook his head, looked at the bare wall, and felt he might have drunk too much. He waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Maybe I saw it wrong." After hearing Mr. Jingtian's explanation, Zhang Changming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although he didn't like this guy very much, he had to flatter him to return home and avoid offending him. The lively scene inside the cave continued. The little spirit extended its branch again, and a small pink flower bloomed somewhere else. Before everyone could see where the flower came from, the flower looked like a tiny demon. It released strands of pink fireworks from its bud. A pink mist swirled in the air. Under the effect of the mist, everyone inside the cave immediately fell into a deep sleep. Sieju sensed the little spirit's call and stood up, saying to the people behind her, "Follow me. We're moving now." She had already gathered information from Zhang Changming's mind. The small team that just came up was supporting Zhang Changming and his group. They were helping to transport the reagents down the mountain, and they would be assigned to different places later. The truck supporting them would arrive in half an hour, and a large group of people would come soon after. They didn't have as many people as the other side, so they had to rely on clever tactics. They couldn't fight head-on for now. The most important thing was to get the reagents out of here. As for how to transport them, Chu Masheng had already arranged everything. As soon as he received news from the mountain, he notified Ma Chong, who was on standby. They would directly deliver the items to the military laboratory for unified destruction. Chu Masheng made a hand gesture to the people in the shadows, and a few scattered around slowly moved closer. Sieju and Chu Masheng led the way, while Brother Leopard and Wolf in the shadows kept the wild animals at bay, preventing them from causing trouble. Although the distance was less than 100 meters and there was no real danger anymore, Xiejio still moved cautiously with them. Never fear the worst, only fear the unexpected. What if there is a survivor? Also, on the other side of the mountain, the small bombs were secretly taken away, but the hidden treasure spot still feels like a danger to Xiejio. We can't be careless. In front of the cave, the little spirit instantly transformed back into its true form and wrapped around Xiejio's finger again. In her mind, it chatteringly said, "Boss, you don't know how disgusting that little notebook is." Xiejio's mouth twitched at the comment. She tightened her grip on the mountain-opening knife and slowly approached the cave. Chu Emo-shen was walking beside her, both ready to attack or defend at any moment. Seeing the unconscious little notebook on the ground, Chu Emo-shen paused slightly and instinctively looked at Xiejio. Xiejio understood what he was thinking. She openly admitted that she had used medicine on him, but didn't mention the little spirit. The others looked at Xiejio with admiration. Wow, Sister Xie is so impressive. They didn't have to do much at all. Xiejio said, "Hurry up, move the stuff out, take out everyone, just leave the two main ones." The main ones are naturally Zhang Changming and Jing Tianjun. These two are in charge of the project and know the follow-up plans and goals. Keeping them is to learn more information. In the dark night, a gunshot suddenly woke everyone nearby. Chu Emo-shen was the first to rush out, his sharp eyes fixed on the direction below the mountain, lips pressed tightly. Could it be a conflict between Ma Chong and the others? He quickly ordered Lu Bo, Guan Chao, "You two go down the mountain to support Ma Chong." Xiejio looked toward the mountain, thinking of the dangers in the deep forest, and said quickly, "I'll go with them. I know the forest well. Even if they can't eliminate the little notebook, they can at least escape the encirclement together. The reagents are very important for the little notebook's research, so there will definitely be others coming to support. They might not be able to defeat all of them, but they can win with fewer people." "Okay, thank you, Sister Xie. Be careful. Now is not the time for hesitation. Time is life." Chu Emo-shen remained very calm during the mission. He knew this was the best plan. Xiejio nodded and said, "Okay." She quickly turned and led everyone down the mountain. Lu Bo and Guan Chao followed behind her, exchanging a glance. They saw trust in each other's eyes. Even though Xiejio is a girl, it doesn't stop them from admiring a strong person. Xiejio is truly amazing. These soldiers, who have undergone strict training, almost can't keep up with her. Thinking about how serious the situation is, Xiejio took 2 pills from her pocket, which was actually from her space, and handed them over. "These are life-saving pills. If you get hurt, take one. As long as you are still breathing, I can save you." Lu Bo and Guan Chao looked at the round pills in Xiejio's hand. Their eyes turned slightly red. They knew these pills were rare, and they felt heavy in their hearts. They carefully accepted the pills. "Thank you, Comrade Xie. This is a matter of life. The pills are light but feel as heavy as 1,000 pounds. You are the greatest and most lovable people. Without you carrying the burden ahead, how could the common people live peacefully? You are the most admirable." Xiejio led the way forward. Brother Bao and the wolves immediately gathered around her. Howling, roaring, Brother Bao and the wolves excitedly rushed to Xiejio's side. This startled Lu Bo and Guan Chao, who quickly stepped in front of her, looking alert at the 2 big beasts. Xiejio felt a warm heart. These are the most lovable people in their country. In critical moments, they use their lives to protect the common people. She quickly explained, "It's okay. They are my pets, here to help us." Afraid they wouldn't believe her, Xiejio reached out and petted Brother Bao and the wolves. Only when they saw that the 2 big beasts posed no threat did Lu Bo and Guan Chao breathe a sigh of relief. Wow, Comrade Xie is so impressive. She can make wild animals listen so well. There's no time to lose. Let's go down the mountain quickly. As they were descending, gunfire sounded again from the distance. Xiejio jumped onto Brother Bao's back. Originally, only one wolf was with her, but she released another wolf as well. So, 3 people sat on 3 big beasts' backs, rushing straight toward the sound of gunfire. Ma Chong, who had an injured arm, ran while looking back, a cold look flashing in his eyes. The cowardly fool, no sense of honor. He was shot at just one glance. If he weren't alone, and if there were more of them, he would definitely fight them properly. But he didn't lose out. His arm was hurt, but he had already killed 2 of them, so it was worth it. The dark night was like a huge black velvet cloth, covering all colors and light. In this dark night, only the forest, trees, and late-night birds witnessed the battle where fewer fought more. People still fighting the enemies in this dark night silently cheered and encouraged each other. Xiejiu sat on Brother Bao's back, spreading her mental energy all around. The night wind was like silent tendrils, spreading outward along her mental force. Ma Chong, hiding in the bushes, felt the pain from his wound. His forehead was already soaked with cold sweat. This shot avoided hitting his bones but pierced through the muscles in his arm, making the pain worse. He frowned, looked at the 3 bullets left in his pistol, and his face tightened. He gazed toward the hilltop, silently lowering his eyes. He would save the last bullet for himself and wouldn't leave any trouble for his companions. They knew little notebooks temper very well from years of missions. He was ruthless. If he were captured, they would use him to make the leaders hesitate. He couldn't allow himself to become a weakness that would trap the leaders. The people's and the country's interests come first. In the endless darkness, everything became blurry, as if the whole world had been swallowed by an endless abyss. Xiejiu and her team came from another direction. Her mental energy sent her a message. Less than 50 meters ahead, there were 2 little notebooks holding weapons. They were hiding here, probably waiting to ambush Ma Chong. Maybe they suspected someone was on the mountain and wanted to take the chance to shoot them when they came down. Xiejiu made a stop signal to the others behind her. The 2 wolves suddenly stopped and crouched on the ground. The pipes on Wolf's back and Lu Bo also quickly climbed down and hid behind a big tree. Xiejiu silently communicated with them using hand signals. There are 2 people hiding here, and another 2 are hiding about 100 meters away. To catch all of them at once, both sides need to act together, so as not to scare anyone. Xiejiu watched Lu Bo and Pipe Chow hide well, then quietly moved around from another direction, heading straight to the spot about 100 meters away. There, 2 people were happily eating compressed biscuits and canned food. A smell of meat drifted through the air. Xiejiu couldn't help but roll his eyes. So bold. Is it overconfidence or just plain foolishness? Probably both. Xiejiu jumped down from Brother Leopard's back, his fair little hand touching the nearby big tree. In the dark night, the tree made a rustling sound, excited. Oh, little tree, so comfortable, so comfortable. Seeing the excited tree, Xiejiu patted its trunk. Since you're so happy, time to work.
Good job.
Later, I'll give you some divine water, spiritual spring water. The happy tree immediately transformed into a little fangirl, making a series of rustling sounds. Its branches drooped to the ground, turning into a squeaky creature, and lifted the 2 people hiding in the bushes. Xiejiu's supernatural power acted on the branches, making the 2 people snap and crackle. Just some dried meat to snack on. Only 2 skeletons remained. A gust of wind blew, and the skeletons fluttered in the wind, scaring the 2 little notebooks 50 meters away almost to tears. What is this thing? Their clothes look like those of their allies, but why are they so stupid to climb onto the branches? Before they could figure it out, Xiejiu and Wolf ordered, "Charge."
Charge.
Little wolves. Obeying the orders, Wolf and Lu Bo immediately attacked the 2 hidden people with lightning speed. Before those 2 could react, they were taken down in a coordinated attack by Wolf, Lu Bo, and the others. The wolves looked disdainfully at the 2 small notebooks turned into skeletons, baring their teeth instinctively.
So ugly, so stinky.
The small notebook's body. We are all already dead. Do you still need to insult the corpse? Even in death, you keep criticizing. Don't you have any shame? Xiejiu and the wolves. What shame does the small notebook have? In our people's eyes, you are no different from animals, so stop whining. I can also make sure you die without a proper burial, like..." With a tearing sound, the two bodies on the ground turned into a puddle of water. Siegio looked at the corpse-dissolving liquid in his hand and nodded. It's really a must-have for home use. After dealing with those four, Siegio and the others didn't delay. They quickly moved in another direction. Ma Chong, hiding in the bushes, looked at the two bullets he had just used from his pistol, leaving only one. He sighed bitterly. He looked at the sky. Tonight, he probably wouldn't go back. But he didn't regret wearing this military uniform at all. He was ready to sacrifice himself. "Boss, in my next life, I want to be your soldier again. I also want to be a chatterbox. Woo-woo. I haven't even gotten married yet. I've never even held a girl's hand. Woo-woo. Boss, when I die, you must burn a beautiful paper figure for me." Ma Chong didn't know that tears were streaming down his face as he muttered about his next life. When he looked up, he made eye contact with Siegio in midair. He suddenly hiccuped. Did he see a fairy? Or had he lost too much blood and gone to the underworld? Heaven was kind to him, knowing he was just a young kid, so it sent a fairy to pick him up? Siegio looked at his dazed expression, tilted his head, and stretched out his tender little hand, smiling brightly. Hai Ma Chong, dazed and faint from blood loss, replied foolishly. Hi, even now, he still held his gun tightly. He remembered clearly he wouldn't be a prisoner. The last bullet was reserved for himself. He smiled, happier than ever before. He picked up his gun, ready to end his life. Siegio flicked the vine in his hand, wrapping it around Ma Chong's body and sending him into Guan Chao's hands. That night, led by Siegio, they moved through the forest, gradually defeating the small notebook one by one, successfully protecting the reagents seized from the cave. Most importantly, despite such a tough mission, they achieved 0 losses. Although some were injured, everyone survived, which was their greatest comfort. Guan Chao looked at Siegio and couldn't help but bow deeply. Siegio quickly moved aside to avoid the bow. Her eyes were sincere. "Comrade Guan, our country is not only yours but also the homeland of millions of people. Removing the small notebook is everyone's responsibility. Defeating the invaders is not only the duty of soldiers, but also the obligation of countless civilians. Only when the country is peaceful can the people be safe." Chu Mo Shen took out the pistol that Siegio had given him, intending to return it. Siegio shook his head to stop him. "Comrade Chu, I don't know your rank in the army, but since you are in charge of this mission, your position must be high. This pistol was made by me. I want you to give it to a trusted leader. Another reason is that Chu Mo Shen's grandfather, Chu Qingfeng, is a high-ranking officer in the military district, and he is friends with Siegio's grandfather. They are trustworthy. Since the people behind have already attacked Xie Xuanong and others, they won't give up after just one failure. There might be a next time. She is thinking of a way to guarantee safety. She can't watch them all the time. If she's careless, they could be in danger. Most importantly, the more capable she is, the safer her grandparents will be, and her grandfather's position will be more secure. Her grandmother is a businesswoman from a wealthy family. Although she doesn't have much influence over her grandfather, they still need to show her respect. The more capable she is, the less control her grandmother can exert over her grandfather. Harmonious voices will also become fewer. Chu Mo Shen is very smart. After hearing Siegio's words, he understood what was meant. He also remembered how the leader spoke when they called. It was clear they needed someone like Siegio. Not only is he skilled in medicine, but he can also make weapons. What a talented person. Just mentioning Siegio's skills in medicine already surprised the leaders. Now, with this pistol appearing out of nowhere, they will value talent even more. Chu Mo Shen knows that once he hands over this pistol, it will meet Siegio's needs. But he also knows he can't say too much before everything is settled. "Okay, I will try my best." Siegio took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket, actually from a space pocket, and said, "Thank you. This is a life-saving medicine. As long as you're alive, taking it can save your life. There are 5 doses here. I give them to you." Lu Bo and Guan Chao had just received 1 each and hadn't used them yet. They were planning to return them to Siegio, but he gave them directly. They were very happy. Now that Siejio has given them to their boss, they are all very pleased. The boss often takes on very difficult tasks, with high risks. Now, with this, it's like giving him an extra life. Chu Mosen looked at the porcelain bottle in front of him, understanding its importance. He reached out and took it carefully, thanking sincerely, Thank you, comrade. Take care. Chu Mosen jumped onto the truck, leading Lu Bo and the others into the night. Siejio stood still, watching them leave. Boss, the man in the mountains, the brother-in-law of the committee director, is acting strangely.
Huh?
Siejio moved his neck, feeling a bit confused. Acting strangely? Did he get scared? This kind of person often does bad things, so how could he be so easily scared? Siejio thought maybe he was pretending to be foolish. After all, he was discovered by security personnel. If he didn't want to be accused, pretending to be foolish was a good way to protect himself and keep the committee director safe. But little did he know, the security team actually wanted to learn more about Fan Tan from Zhang Liang. Where is he now?
He's at the hospital now.
Siejio stroked his chin, his eyes brightening. Being at the hospital was good, more opportunities to act. He chuckled to himself, ready to cause some trouble. And Nan and Si Chao came out of Zhang Liang's room, both looking very upset. Based on their experience, it seemed like Zhang Liang was pretending to be foolish. But the doctor said that the brain is a complex and extreme shock can cause confusion. Right now, Zhang Liang was showing signs of confusion. Boss, do you think this kid is really acting or pretending? They thought catching the ugly man was almost the end of the case, but now they realized someone else was involved. Could it be the committee director? Fan Tan was appointed to the committee because someone recommended him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned directly. So, the question is back. Who recommended Fan Tan? Does this person know Fan Tan's true identity? If they do, have they betrayed their country? If they don't, then why did they happen to recommend Fan Tan? All coincidences in the world are actually human-made. People in their line of work think more than ordinary people. Annan looked at the dark night and rubbed his forehead. Whether it's true or not, this person can't move for now, but we can use him to lure the snake out of its hole. It's okay if he can't move, as long as he's useful. Si Chao's eyes brightened. He knew that the boss definitely had a plan. When Siejio arrived through the space, she overheard their conversation. She looked inside through the space and saw Zhang Liang lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed, a faint smile on his lips. Because the lights were dim at night and Annan and Si Chao were standing outside, unless Siejio was watching carefully, she might not have noticed. A cold, sharp smile appeared at the corner of Siejio's mouth. This person seems to be pretending to be stupid. That's good, pretending to be stupid. Since he likes to act dumb, she might as well fully pretend to be a fool. Although Zhang Liang is the brother-in-law of Fan Tan, Fan Tan's wife loves him very much, perhaps even spoils him. Zhang Liang has 3 older sisters. When he was born, his parents were quite old, so he was mainly raised by his sisters. But he has the best relationship with his 3rd sister, who is Fan Tan's wife. It's just that she doesn't know whether Zhang Liang and Zhang Ying know that Fan Tan is involved in shady dealings. If they do know and still help him, they deserve to be punished. Siejio saw Annan and Si Chao leave and quickly slipped into the ward. This ward is a private room. Only Zhang Liang is inside. In the dark night, even the smallest sound is amplified. Zhang Liang lies quietly on the bed, listening to the footsteps fading away, and a faint smile appears on his lips. He feels very proud inside. Humph, fighting against me? They are still too inexperienced. This place belongs to his brother-in-law. Although they just arrived here recently, his brother-in-law is a far-sighted person who had already arranged his people in advance. So, after they arrived, they quickly understood the various forces here. The security department seems powerful, but the local forces are even more influential. In the northeast, especially in Longling, his brother-in-law's power is even greater. After all, they are local forces. Their roots are deeply embedded, and if anyone wants to move against them, they have to think carefully. Siejio stood in the space, coldly watching Zhang Liang, who was proudly lying on the bed. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly ran to the villa and put on a ghost costume for himself. Meanwhile, he rummaged through the warehouse and found a ghost outfit. Perfect, everything was ready. Siegio held a glow stick and created a dark bubble bath in the room. Small black bubbles were blown out by a bubble machine from the space. Zhang Liang, lost in his thoughts, suddenly felt something liquid land on his face. He suddenly opened his eyes, and everything was pitch black. Bubbles popped in the air with tiny pop-pop sounds. Zhang Liang frowned and muttered, "Who the heck turned off the lights?" Just a moment ago, those two people had turned off the lights when they left. The doctor said he was startled and advised keeping the lights on to prevent a second shock. Leading the way with a crowd behind, between Yin and Yang, smooth sailing. Hey yo, Siegio skillfully tied a few small white figures on Zhang Liang. Using the principles of shadow puppetry, he made the figures act out opening a coffin and clearing the way. Zhang Liang was stunned by what he saw. His eyes widened, his lips trembled as he wanted to say something, but the scene was too much for him to handle. Ah! He wanted to scream, but it felt like a big stone was blocking his chest, and he couldn't make a sound, only a hoarse voice. Smelling the smell in the air, Siegio frowned in disgust. He quickly stepped out of the space, still holding a magic wand. The luminous glow flickered in the dark night. Night light, I represent the moon to eliminate you. Yaha. The magic wand pointed toward Zhang Liang. The little fairy cooperated, using her psychic powers to touch Zhang Liang, causing a tingling pain. Yaha. A series of pains struck Zhang Liang. This time, he truly felt like something bad was watching him. His eyes stared straight at Siegio. Siegio blinked, still quite resilient, huh? Even now, he hadn't fainted? Then he would let him taste the mouse wind fist. Jerry wore a big floral headscarf from the northeast and a red battle robe. With a loud shout, he jumped and landed on Zhang Liang's head. He punched again and again.
Ah!
Ghosts. Seeing that splash of red, Zhang Liang couldn't hold on anymore. The red-haired monster came looking for him. His eyes rolled, and he fainted completely. Siegio watched the person lying unconscious on the bed. Thinking of Fan Tan, her eyes flickered. She directly took Zhang Liang into her space. Then, guided by the little spirit, she teleported to the small villa where Fan Tan lived. This small villa was as good as the one where the previous leader of the Revolutionary Committee stayed. But this one seemed to be more secure, with better safety measures. Behind the villa, there was a yard with about a dozen people living there. Siegio's mental power quickly scanned and knew these people were all experts. They were all skilled fighters with crooked legs. Haha, they are also people who are afraid of dying. Knowing they are small players and having done many wrong and harmful things, they are very cautious about their safety. But in front of Siegio, who is skilled in medicine and poison, these people are not enough to worry about. The death flower on her hand seemed to stir, as if sensing the call of blood. Siegio thought, 9 xiang, the smell of blood. She reached out her hand to calm the death flower. Don't worry. Those people behind are yours. Go. As for her, she planned to use Zhang Liang to make Fan Tan lose his composure. She suspected that the treasures behind Jiushi Village's back mountain were only part of what Fan Tan and his people had. Their greed was so big that those treasures couldn't satisfy them all. Also, even though Fan Tan was kind to Zhang Liang, he was only his brother-in-law. Even if Zhang Liang was her own husband, he might not tell him everything. So, that place definitely didn't hold all of Fan Tan's treasures. Maybe it was just a small part. She wanted to use Zhang Liang's experience to push Fan Tan to find his hidden treasures. Boss, we're rich. All 4 directions of this house are buried with treasures. A countless number of chests, aren't they all treasures? Haha, we're rich. Since following Siegio, the little spirit has also become a little treasure hunter. Siegio happily rubbed his hands together. Aren't you going to bring it in? We're waiting for the new year. Hee, I'll bring it in now. Siegio's eyes sparkled as he thought of a good idea. In the backyard, the flower of death was happily feasting under the call of blood. Though reluctant, It still handed over those things when it heard Siejio's words. Now, the little spirit would collect the treasures at the front, while the flower of death would gather the mummies into boxes behind. By then, Fantan's face would definitely look good. Once everything was almost done, Siejio used a silver needle to wake Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang slowly woke up, looking around confused. Why was he sleeping on the ground? Recalling what he saw before fainting, he screamed, "Ah! Ghost!" His scream woke Fantan and Zhongying, who were sleeping nearby. Zhongying opened her eyes and looked at the dark night. Hearing the familiar sound, she nudged Fantan. Tanga, that sounded like Liangzi. Could something have happened? Fantan rubbed his forehead. He also thought the voice sounded like his brother-in-law's. Thinking of something, he got up to check. When he reached downstairs, he saw his little brother-in-law acting strangely. He frowned and walked over. Zhang Liang, how did you get in? Jin Feng woke up as soon as he heard the first knock on the door. Tonight, knowing that Chu Masheng and the others would return, he didn't sleep deeply. Since leaving the battlefield, he had never slept soundly, even at the family quarters, always staying alert. Commander, it's me, Masheng. Jin Feng got up and opened the courtyard door. He looked at Chu Masheng, who appeared a bit tired under the moonlight. His eyes deepened. Was he already here upon returning? Couldn't they wait until tomorrow? Could there be something urgent?
Come in, Chu Masheng saluted.
Commander, sorry to bother you, but the rest of his words were understood by both. If it wasn't urgent, he wouldn't be so anxious. Chu Masheng briefly reported on the mission, then took out a gun from his waist that Siejio had given him. He placed the gun in front of Jin Feng. Commander, take a look. Jin Feng looked at the gun suspiciously. Knowing Chu Masheng was a steady person, he suspected there was something special about this gun. He picked up the gun on the table and gently weighed it in his hand. A doubt arose. Its weight was off. Among their current weapons, they didn't have such a light gun. Chu Masheng nodded in approval. It was indeed a good gun. He had tested it himself and found it very useful. Then he said confidently, its range is 200 meters longer than ours. What? Even Jin Feng, experienced and calm, was surprised by this statement. Then he felt a surge of joy. No one understood better than them the importance of those 200 meters. Chu Masheng nodded. Absolutely. I used this gun to complete tonight's mission. Jin Feng examined the gun repeatedly, listening to Chu Masheng. His brow furrowed tightly. Little notebook. They're eyeing our territory, and now they've developed such a powerful weapon. They must be more restless now. For soldiers like them, the pressure was even greater. But no matter what, they would never back down. Anyone who invades our land, even from afar, will be punished. Chu Masheng was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Jin Feng to think this gun was made by the Little Notebook. The Little Notebook's weapons are more advanced than theirs, but he believed their capabilities hadn't reached that level. It is not his overconfidence in Siejio, but rather the fact that they have fought many times and have even seized their weapons before. So far, no one has seen such advanced equipment. Commander, you are mistaken. This pistol was not made by Xiao Benzi, but by Comrade Siejio. Siejio? The girl you told me about on the phone? After first meeting Siejio, Chu Mo Shen already sent people to investigate her. As a girl from the countryside, her fighting skills are decent, but her medical skills are only okay, which makes people suspicious. He also knows that Siejio saved his life. Investigating her makes him a bit uncomfortable, but as a soldier, he must be responsible not only for himself but also for the country and the people. Jin Feng's impression of Siejio is not only based on what Chu Mo Shen told him, but also from the information he found about her background. She is actually the granddaughter of that person? That makes sense now. Guard, call old Guan over here. With such good equipment, why sleep now? The right thing to do is to study it quickly. Seeing the guard leave, Chu Mo Shen knew that the commander deliberately sent him away to talk to him alone. He straightened up and looked at Jin Feng. Jin Feng cleared his throat and said, "Such talent must not be lost. After old Guan has examined it, your task is to protect Comrade Siejio in Honghe village. Can you do that?" Chu Mo Shen saluted and said, "Yes, Good, you can go back now. Jinfeng's plan was still unknown to Xiejiao. She was busy looking at the treasures in the space and making squeaking sounds like a groundhog. When Fan Tan came out of the house, she immediately got ready. Fan Tan is not like Zhang Liang. He is capable of reaching this position and has many loyal followers in his backyard, so he is definitely not an ordinary person. She not only wants to loot his treasures, but also make him lose his composure. Once Fan Tan moves, Xiejiao wants to see if the person who recommended Fan Tan will help him again or choose to hide and protect himself. If this person is not found, it will be a huge hidden danger for the country. She is now a special advisor to the security department and naturally wants to contribute. Little spirit, could it be that the anti-Japanese factor inside you has awakened? Defeating small notebooks is everyone's responsibility. Xiejiao, he. Zhang Liang, lying in the yard, heard Fan Tan's voice. He shivered and quickly got up from the ground, rushing over to Fan Tan and clinging to him. Brother-in-law, there's a ghost. Xiejiao saw clearly in the space that Zhang Liang seemed to be trembling in fear and kept emphasizing that there was a ghost, but his hands didn't stop moving. His hands rhythmically tapped on Fan Tan's arm. Just as Fan Tan was about to shake off Zhang Liang, he sensed something unusual in his arm. He calmed down and focused, his brow furrowing so deeply it could kill a fly, his expression growing darker and more fierce. Xiejiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Was this a secret signal? It seems Zhang Liang knows Fan Tan's identity. If he knows who Fan Tan really is and still helps him, he's definitely a traitor. While shouting, Zhang Liang used body language to warn Fan Tan, brother-in-law, the treasure on the mountain might have been discovered. The treasure on the mountain was something he and his brother-in-law hid together. Sometimes he went up the mountain to check, but no one knew his real purpose. Because every time he came down, he would bring back some game. Over time, even if people saw him, they thought he was just hunting, so they wouldn't suspect anything. But tonight is different. Truly different. It's his instinct. Under the dark night, Fan Tan's brow was filled with gloom, like a calm before a storm. The treasure on the mountain must not be compromised. This was specially prepared for the Empire. No, absolutely not. In the backyard, a silent battle ended at this moment. The flower of death, personified, licked its lips, eager to let out a satisfied burp. Feeling full and satisfied was really wonderful. The flower of death transformed into a small cannonball and returned directly to Xiejiao's hand. Seeing Fan Tan in the night, the flower of death tilted its small head, its expression turning more bloodthirsty. TSK. This person's blood smells bad, but the blood that can upgrade it even if it stinks, it loves. Jojo. After feeding on the blood of more than 10 people, the flower of death successfully evolved. Now, it could talk freely with Xiejiao. 9. I want to drink his blood for nourishment. The worse someone is, the more they love blood. It's the best choice for leveling up. Xiejiao's mouth twitched slightly. Through the space, she saw Zhang Liang and Fan Tan finish their conversation. She smiled slightly, a cunning glint in her eyes. She was eager to see what would happen once Fan Tan was caught, how the person behind him would choose. Using Fan Tan to lure out his backer was a good plan. Little flower, do this. That. Xiejiao ordered the flower of death. The flower of death listened to her words. Its bright flower buds seemed to come alive, glowing with a vivid red light. Vines slowly extended from the space, their tiny tendrils touching Fan Tan's acupuncture points. A tingling, numbing sensation made Fan Tan shiver. In the dark night, he saw a small vine shoot straight toward his hidden treasure spot with a whooshing sound. He wiped his eyes. At first, he didn't believe these things, but now he thought he hadn't been mistaken. Cautiously, Fan Tan dismissed Zhang Liang and headed alone toward the treasure in the four corners. A cold wind swept through the night, making Fan Tan shiver. He held a small shovel, humming as he dug, until he heard a clink. His face lit up with a smile. Good, the treasure was still there. He nervously opened the box, reached inside, and felt the hard texture, completely different from gold or silver. His heart skipped a beat. Something was definitely wrong. At that moment, Jerry in the space, wearing a big flowered headscarf, suddenly shot out into the night. Its tiny paw tapped lightly on Fantan's forehead. The person seemed drunk, collapsing into the box just as he looked into the eyes of the dead-looking figure. A sharp scream pierced the night. Zhang Liang, who had just sat down to rest, jumped up reflexively with a loud yelp. Something was wrong, something had happened. Zhang Liang ran quickly into the yard. He saw his brother-in-law staring with wide eyes, looking at the box in disbelief. Zhang Liang's eyes narrowed. It seemed this was another hidden treasure of his brother-in-law. Though he felt a bit disappointed, he didn't show it. Instead, he looked worried and asked, "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Zhang Liang's shout pulled Fantan back to his senses. He remembered other hidden treasures and no longer felt afraid. He grabbed his shovel and started digging quickly. In the small garden, he dug and buried a tiny box, opening a small flower that looked like dried meat. In the large garden, he dug and buried a big box, opening a large flower that resembled dried meat. After Ku finished digging, Fantan stared at a dried meat corpse with wide eyes. In the dark night, he let out a sharp scream again. Everything around was silent. This was because, in the eyes of the common people, the Revolutionary Committee director was a dangerous person, someone to be feared. No one dared to come out and interfere. Fantan refused to believe it. His eyes were bloodshot. This was his private property. If everything was gone, his heart would feel cold and empty. When he finished digging up the 4 boxes at the corners, he was met with 4 dried meat corpses. Ghosts? Ghosts? Could there really be ghosts? At this moment, Fantan couldn't help but be haunted by stories of spirits and ghosts. Otherwise, how could he explain what was happening? Meanwhile, Nan, who had just been injured and was about to rest, received a message from Xiejio. He told him to go to Fantan's house immediately, as there was a surprise. Seeing the word, surprise, and Nan, who knew Xiejio's personality, didn't hesitate. His arm was still bandaged, but he quickly gathered his people and headed over. As they approached, they heard several screams one after another, confirming that something was wrong. Fantan's voice was familiar. It was surprising to hear him in the dark night. Should he be excited or worried? The door of the Fan family was quietly damaged by the vines of the death flower. When Anand and his team arrived, they found a gap in the door. Anand looked inside through the... Was that a corpse? Trying to hide the evidence? Anand kicked the door open with one foot. Hearing the noise, Fantan shivered, almost blurted out, "Baga." Seeing Anand, his pupils shrank sharply. He quickly stood up to block the boxes behind him, trying to look calm. "Brother, and what wind blew you here, Xiejio? Could it be a strong typhoon? A northwest wind? But definitely not a wind of love." Anand looked at Fantan, who was pretending to be calm, and smiled with a meaningful expression. He brushed the dust off his good hand. "Wasn't there just a mission? I heard a noise here and came to check, but it turned out to be you. Are they friends? That small notebook isn't even a person, so it's not worth it. They are only enemies, sworn enemies who cannot coexist." "What is this?" Anand's sharp eyes carried a hint of darkness, as if they could see through Fantan's short stature and uncover the truth he was trying to hide. Fantan's expression twisted for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Even so, Anand, who was watching him closely, caught him off guard, which made Anand feel very satisfied. To catch the person on this line, they lost several colleagues. Now that they finally got some news, they definitely wanted to bring this person back. Fantan forced a smile and said, "I ate too much tonight and can't sleep, so I came out to digest. My wife wants to plant some vegetables nearby, so I thought I'd turn the soil." At that moment, Jerry, wearing a big floral headscarf, and the flower of death worked together perfectly, giving Fantan a slap. Vines immediately knocked him down, revealing a corpse behind him. Wow! Perfect! When Anand saw Jerry, he couldn't help but secretly twitch his mouth. He remembered that this news was sent to him by Xiejio. His eyes subtly scanned the surroundings. Knowing that Xiejio was nearby, his mood surprisingly improved a bit. He had dealt with these small notebooks many times. He knew how disgusting they were. Every time he caught them, something strange would happen, and he'd be furious inside. Now, with Xiejio involved, they finally felt proud after completing a few missions. Fan Tan, who was suddenly suspended in midair, was stunned for a moment. A cold wind blew past him, making him shiver. Fan Tan's face looked terrible, like the darkness of night, deep and frightening. He lost his politeness and became grim. If they refused to accept a toast, they would have to taste their own medicine. He reached out and patted, clearly calling for backup. Xiejio was smiling like a cat that had just caught a fish in the space. I told you to shout, I told you to shout. Go ahead and shout. Shout as loud as you can. Suddenly, everything was silent around. Zhang Liang knew what was happening in the backyard and understood what this action meant. His worries eased at that moment, but he was too happy too soon. The backyard was completely quiet, not even an ant was there. And Nan sneered and gave a signal behind him. The people behind rushed forward and held down Zhang Liang and Fan Tan in the darkness. When they learned from the ugly man that Fan Tan was their accomplice, they wanted to catch him. But they hesitated because they were afraid of the power behind him, so they didn't act immediately. Now, the many bodies in the yard were the best proof. They wouldn't alert the people behind Fan Tan, and it gave them a good reason to take him away. Now, it was just a matter of who could stay calm longer. As long as someone spoke to Fan Tan or moved, it would mean they were his accomplices or traitors. And Nan happily the two men and gagged them. He looked into the dark and made a gesture, then led his people away. As for why they didn't touch Fan Tan's wife, it was the same reason, to see if she would help Fan Tan and how she would do it. Xiejio only retracted Fan Tan's hidden treasures after seeing Nan and the others leave. The little spirit in the space was so happy, it was shouting loudly. Xiejio quickly used her mental power to scan the area. Oh my, there were gold bars and a box. Wow, she was really rich now. She carefully used the space to go inside the house, found Zhang Ying hiding nearby, and planted a seed into her body. Haha, now she could know everything Zhang Ying did, like modern surveillance. Finally, Xiejio looked at the small building and disappeared instantly. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight gently lifted the night's curtain, the earth slowly woke up from sleep, bathed in soft, fresh morning light. Dewdrops sparkled on the tender green leaves, like pearls embedded in jade, clear and shining. Because Zhang Changming had fully understood the situation, Zhang Tianhe and Zhang Tianzong, who were held at the police station, no longer needed to be kept there. After all, small notebooks are a waste of air and food when they are alive. Nowadays, food is very precious. If they are kept alive, they must be fed, which is unnecessary boredom. Therefore, 2 bullets sent them to the afterlife. The villagers from Wulio village, who came with Zhang Tianzong and others, usually relied on their power to do many cruel and unjust things for the Zhang family. These people were caught in a net, so there was no need to go out. Those with lighter crimes were sent to the Northwest Farm for re-education, while those with heavier crimes were directly sent to the afterlife with a bullet. As for Qin Tianzhu, who was brought along just to fill the numbers, he was educated and then released. He was accompanied by Lu Ming and a few police comrades, who were there to arrest people from Wulio village. Without the protection of the village head and secretary of Wulio village, the Zhang family wouldn't be so arrogant there. These officials had taken bribes from the Zhang family and turned a blind eye. They will not only be dismissed and investigated but also sent to the Northwest Farm for reform. Back in the village, Qin Tianzhu looked at the desolate scenery with wide eyes.
Who was he?
He wanted to go back. Even if he could only be a zombie that mumbles nonsense, it was better than being here, not knowing anything. What should he do? Blah blah Blackhara. Oh, zombie boss, little brother. What should I do? Auntie, save me. Little brother wants to come to you. Lu Ming and the police comrades went straight back with the village head of Wulio village. When passing by the Qin family, they saw Qin Tianzhu standing at the door, staring in their direction. Out of a desire to serve the people, Lu Ming asked, Qin Tianzhu, what are you doing here? Why not go home? Qin Tianzhu had been detained at the police station for many days. It was obvious that he was not normal. Actually, he had never been normal. He only seemed somewhat better when facing Xiejio. When facing them, he babbled incoherently, not knowing what he was saying. Every day, he was counting ants, just counting ants. The few ants that had appeared in the police station were crushed by this boy, who then happily asked other prisoners from Wulyu village if they wanted to taste ant flavor. Those people were so frightened they almost fainted on the spot. The ants here are not the tiny, harmless kind, but large ants that can bite hard enough to hurt. He actually smiled and asked if someone wanted to eat them. Wouldn't that scare people a lot? At first, the people from the villages of Wu Lu wanted to tell him what to do, but because he kept doing things his own way, they got scared and stopped. Even Zhang Tianzong was taught to behave by Qin Tianzhu. Imagine this. When you're sleeping, a soft, slithering snake moves over your body, trying to find a warm spot. Are you afraid? Once? Maybe. But what about several times? They didn't know whether to think he was simple or brave. According to Comrade Xiejio, fools are lucky. Fools have their own way of thinking, which suits these people perfectly. Haha. After listening to Comrade Xiejio's advice, the villagers from Wu Lu village finally became honest. Because if they weren't honest, Qin Tianzhu would teach them how to behave. It's perfect. Qin Tianzhu lowered his head and drooped his shoulders, like a abandoned big dog. He twirled his fingers and muttered, I have no home, no family. I want to find my aunt. Wow, wow, wow. He cried so loudly it seemed to shake the heavens and terrify the ghosts. Morning light seeped through the curtain, gently waking Xiejio from her sleep. She rubbed her forehead, slowly opened her eyes, and thought, I didn't sleep enough. Xiejio curled and pushed in her bed, like a little dog, shifting a few times before finally giving up and getting up. The bell for work had already rung once. If it rang again, it would be time to start. A scream woke up the gossip part of Xiejio's mind. She quickly jumped out of bed, grabbed mouthwash from her space, rinsed her mouth, washed her face, and grabbed a big bun, stuffing it into her mouth while humming. In just 3 minutes, she finished the bun and drank the milk. The cold milk was a bit chilly, but after passing through her stomach and intestines, it warmed up. Ignoring the temperature, it was practically hot to her. Little spirit, Jiao, why are your strange ideas getting more and more? Xiejio, my reasoning is the truth. Xiejio opened and closed the door in an instant, her steps swift and powerful, running at the same speed she once had during her special forces training. The villagers, hearing the screams, were driven by curiosity and hurried toward the source of the sound in small groups. A gust of wind seemed to sweep past them, and before they could react, Xiejio had already arrived at the scene with confident strides. A crowd had gathered by the riverbank. The people from the educated youth station were the closest, so they arrived first. When Zhang Fengying saw Xiejio, she waved with a bright smile. Xiejio's eyes lit up, and she eagerly squeezed her way to the front, joining Zhang Fengying. Xiejio, you're here. Zhang Fengying greeted warmly. Xiejio grinned and nudged her with her elbow, whispering, You called me Xiejio? Have things progressed with my third brother? Last time at the Xie family home, when Zhang Fengying came to thank her, Xiejio had noticed the curious look in Xie Xiangbei's eyes. Since then, with Chun Hongxia's help, the two had met a few more times. Everyone thought they were a good match. Zhang Fengying was hardworking and down-to-earth, without any sense of superiority over the villagers. Xie Xiangbei, on the other hand, clearly liked her. Both the uncle and aunt were open-minded people who respected Xie Xiangbei's choices and wanted the two to develop their relationship naturally. Now, judging by Zhang Fengying's friendly tone in front of everyone, Xiejio guessed that they must have made their relationship official. To be honest, Xiejio wasn't familiar with the people from the educated youth station. She was usually busy and rarely interacted with them, so this seemed like confirmation. Zhang Fengying didn't deny it. Instead, she admitted openly, yes, we're seeing each other. Xiejio sincerely wished them happiness. Both Zhang Fengying and Xie Xiangbei were good people, and she believed they would have a good future together. Thank you, Zhang Fengying said with a cheerful smile, then nodded toward the river and whispered, "That person has always been proud, but life in the countryside has worn down that pride. I think this time, things might not go as he planned." Since Su Jianjun's incident, Zhang Jiwei sensed that something was not right here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared after being taken away from the hospital and never come back. He was also called in for a talk. The conversation shocked him, and he no longer dared to act superior. He couldn't take it anymore. His family didn't want to help him find a way back to the city, so he had to think of his own plan. After several days and nights of thinking, Zhang Jiwei finally decided to do this. He was determined to find a woman in Honghe village to marry. The family he chose shouldn't be poor. It would be best if they could provide a house. Their family members shouldn't be too many, or it might cause trouble. If there are too many, like families that sell daughters, he would definitely suffer. He might even be cheated out of some money. He chose the Sun family after careful comparison. The Sun family has a simple household. Even if he marries into them, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, the Sun family doesn't favor boys over girls. They treat their daughters equally. Only by marrying into such a family could he avoid losing out. When Captain Xie Weiman heard the noise, he hurried over. Seeing the crowd gathered by the river, his face darkened. "What's going on? Everyone's not working? Giving up their work points? Hee, Captain, we know what's happening. We just want to watch the fun. It doesn't affect our work. Yeah, Captain, don't worry about us. You should see how this gets sorted out." Zhang Jiqing and the others knew about it. They were proud and didn't work much every day. As for the Sun family, curious eyes watched the scene closely. Sun Xiaohong was soaked all over. She couldn't believe it. She was walking nicely when suddenly someone pushed her into the river. Falling into the river was bad enough, but she knew how to dog paddle. Before she could even start paddling, the man who pushed her jumped into the river and caught her in his arms. Coincidentally, the village's most gossip-loving person saw everything. She saw a flash of triumph in the man's eyes. What a good show. She was from the countryside, but she was strong and could earn full work points. What kind of man couldn't be found? And now, her reputation was ruined by a weakling? Sun Xiaohong quickly realized what this person was planning. He wanted the Sun family to support him as a freeloader. Her mouth curved into a slight smile, as if she had painted a gentle grin, but her eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Xie raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Oh, this young woman might have chosen the wrong person. She's not a soft target. She could be a hidden wolf." Zhang the young man's good days might be spent enduring hardships. Who made him scheme against others? He must face the consequences of his plans. Grandmother Sun heard that her eldest granddaughter fell into the river and hurried over with her son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter-in-law. Seeing them all wet, she paused briefly, but Grandmother Sun was clever. In the Sun family, outsiders thought she was the head, but in fact, it was her granddaughter, Sun Xiaohong, who made the decisions. Thinking of her granddaughter's abilities, Grandmother Sun asked Xiaohong what happened. She needed to act like she cared, or others might notice something was wrong. Zhang Jiwei saw the Sun family arrive and looked at Sun Xiaohong, who hung her head. He quickly explained, "I did rescue Comrade Sun, but she's a woman, so she's at a disadvantage. I am willing to take responsibility." He thought, "I've made my stance clear." With everyone watching, Sun Xiaohong's reputation might be ruined. Who else would she marry if not me? Little did he know, this marriage plan he arranged would later teach him a lesson. Trying to gain something without losing anything often results in losing everything. Sun Xiaohong slowly lifted her head. Her wet hair draped on both sides, and her ordinary face was bright with star-like eyes. At this moment, her eyes held a half-smile, full of mockery. "You have to take responsibility." Her long, drawn-out words echoed in Zhang Jiwei's ears. His heart tightened instantly, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. This was a crucial moment. Even if he was foolish, he now saw clearly that the Sun family was not what he had imagined. A cool breeze blew, carrying a faint chuckle. "Take responsibility properly," Sun Xiaohong said to Zhang Jiwei. "Zhang the young man, the path you chose, even if you kneel, you must walk it to the end." We didn't force you to choose. It was your own decision. Regret now is too late. Zhang Jiwei always felt that Sun Xiaohong's words had some problems, but he couldn't quite figure out what they were. He shook his head and tried to convince himself that he was overthinking. Thinking about the current days, he firmly replied, "Comrade Sun, don't worry. I will not regret this." Sun Xiaohong looked at Zhang Jiwei and smiled strangely. She raised her eyes to glance at the villagers around her, then finally looked at the team leader, speaking with a hint of respect. "Uncle Team Leader, please be a witness. This matter was entirely Zhang Jiqing's own choice, not forced by our Sun family. From now on, Zhang Jiqing is part of our Sun family. Whether alive or dead, he is one of us." Xia Weiman frowned and thought for a moment before nodding. "All right, since you've agreed, I have nothing more to say. He was just a team leader. He couldn't interfere in marriage matters." "Thank you, Uncle Team Leader." Sun Xiaohong bowed slightly, then looked at her elder brother. "Big brother, take him back." Okay, I'll take him back right away." The elder brother of the Sun family flinched slightly when called, which was noticed by Xie. She raised her eyebrows, thinking that the Sun family. Her gaze swept over Zhang Jiwei, who was smiling, and she lit a candle for him. "Haha, from now on, it will be chaos. I wonder if you will regret today's decision?" The villagers, having watched the scene, gradually left in small groups. It was time to start work, and if they delayed any longer, they might not finish today's tasks. Work points are money. Xie was about to step into the field when she heard a shout from behind. "Comrade Xie." Wait a moment. Hearing the familiar voice, Xie turned around and saw Lu Ming riding his bike over, panting. She didn't know who was sitting behind him. This person was also mischievous. Lu Ming was riding ahead, and his feet were pushing against the ground little by little. This journey probably required twice the effort compared to usual. Riding was tiring, and pushing against the ground was wearing out shoes. Sure enough, when Lu Ming stopped, Xie saw a faint layer of sweat on his forehead. Qin Tianju jumped down from the bike immediately, happily popping out from behind Lu Ming, with eyes shining brightly. "Grandma, I'm here." Surprised? Unexpected, Xie looked down at his shoes and, as expected, she opened her mouth. The little sprite burst into laughter in the space, rolling around. "Boss, have we forgotten about the little zombie? He came looking for us himself." Xie. She really did forget. "Little zombie, finally I found my group. How did you come here? Aren't you supposed to go back to village 5 or 6? Qin Tianju was stunned when he heard about returning to village 5 or 6. Tears suddenly welled up, silent but full of sadness, as he softly complained. "Grandma, have you abandoned me? Without you, I have no direction to move forward. But the problem is, this place is so strange. I'm so scared." He looked like an abandoned dog, pitifully gazing at Xie, tears falling down like a waterfall, as if he might break apart. Xie rubbed her forehead and called Lu Ming aside. "Is there no one left in the Qin family? Why did he come with you?" Lu Ming also looked helpless. Sure, Xiaotsue was ruthless. When Qin Tianju was taken by the police, she poisoned his mother. On the night Sure Xiaotsue was caught, Qin's mother died from poisoning. The villagers thought she had died from illness and hastily buried her. Today, when Qin Tianju returned, they learned what really happened. For Qin Tianju, whether Qin's mother was alive or not, he didn't want to stay in the Qin family. He was a little zombie from another world, with no memories, not understanding anything here. He just wanted to find the zombie king, Xie, and follow her. Xie didn't expect so many things to happen in between, but following her now seemed unlikely. After all, gender differences matter. Qin Tianju keenly sensed Xie's rejection. Tears streamed down like a flood, uncontrollable. Silent sobs are the most touching. Lu Ming looked at Qin Tianju, who was crying uncontrollably, and understood his situation. He tried to persuade him. "Why not let him stay in your village? See if you can find him a place to stay." The little sprite. "Boss, maybe we should keep him. Otherwise, he really can't adapt to life here. But his fighting strength is still there. Shunzian came over after seeing what was happening here and, after understanding the situation, said, "I'll take him with me. Last time, Grandpa Sia and the others were attacked." He called back to tell Grandpa about it. Grandpa still wanted him to stay closer to the cow sheds so he could take care of things nearby. Most importantly, Little Nine's skills had attracted the attention of others. For safety, he stayed closer to Little Nine so they could help each other if needed. Shunzian quickly explained, "I've already talked to the team leader and planned to build a small house next to your place." This was the fastest solution he could think of. Xiejiu was slightly surprised. A house? He looked at Shunzian with curiosity, and when he saw the worry in his eyes, his guess was confirmed. Maybe he was doing this for Grandpa, Grandma, and her, and probably also considering Grandpa's opinion. "All right, that's settled. You take him first." Lu Ming decided to go west with the others. After talking to Xie Weimin about Qin Tianju's situation and getting his approval, he took Qin Tianju back to Wulu village to transfer the grain supplies to Honghe village. Xiejiu watched their figures leave, then turned and headed toward the fields. What kind of day is this? Why does Qin Tianju's memory of crossing over not include the time before he became a zombie? Oh my god, are you joking with me? Little spirit. Boss. What are you saying? Why are you stammering? Haha.
Haha.
The heavenly path just gave me a message. Qin Tianju came from a space-time portal just to find you. And then the heavenly path thinks you should enjoy a colorful life, so it sent this thing to you, hoping your life will be wonderful. Xiejiu, can I return this? The golden sun, warm like a gentle orange smile, softly spread across the sky. Xiejiu, who had already worked 5 points in the morning, went up the mountain early. Now she was leaning against a big tree, feeling the warmth of the golden sunlight filtering through the leaves. She closed her eyes comfortably. Brother Bao and Big Wolf lay on her sides, like guards on each side, watching over her safety. Suddenly, a loud scream broke the silence. The little fairy immediately sensed the situation through the small trees in the forest. "Boss, it's Dog Egg and their group. Because they are young, Dog Egg and his friends usually stay at the foot of the mountain, gathering pig grass. Their family always warned them not to go deep into the mountains, or they might become prey for wild animals. They have always been obedient and never ventured into the mountain. However, today, influenced by Little Tiger's persuasion, a few children followed the older Little Tiger up the mountain. While foraging, the piglet family saw these small, tender little creatures and drooled happily. They rushed toward them eagerly. Suddenly, the scene frightened the little ones. Dog Egg remained calm and shouted, "Quick, climb the tree." His aunt had once told him that if they encountered danger in a mountain, they should stay calm, climb a tree immediately, and wait for help. He knew that, based on his aunt's routine, she should be in the mountain at this time. All they needed to do was climb up and wait for rescue. They must not panic. Hearing Dog Egg shout, everyone quickly found a nearby tree and climbed up. Only Little Tiger looked around nervously, tears in his eyes.
He
Was too fat to climb.
Boo-hoo.
He never wanted to go into the mountain again. Dog Egg, feeling a bit annoyed, sternly scolded the bigger Little Tiger. "Shut up. If you want to die, no one will stop you. We don't want to die either. Ugh." Burp. Little Tiger was so frightened by Dog Egg's scolding that he burped and dared not complain anymore. Seeing the piglet family getting closer, Little Tiger suddenly exploded with energy, shouting loudly. He struggled against the tree, finally climbing up after his knees scraped and his pants tore. Watching the piglet family hitting the tree and trembling with fear, they dared not move. Xiejiu sat on Brother Leopard's back. With a leap, he and Brother Leopard rushed over. Xiejiu used his toes to push off the tree, grabbed a branch with one hand, and held a chopping knife in the other. He swiftly stabbed horizontally. The sharp chopping knife pierced the piglet's neck, blood splattering everywhere. The piglet hadn't even made a sound before passing away. Pig Little Brother's wife, Pig's second sister, saw her main character gone. She pouted and got angry, then walked towards Xiejiu. Brother Leopard roared loudly, scaring Pig's second sister so much she fainted and went to see Pig Little Brother. Pig little brother's son, Pig Brave, looked at his dead parents and said simply, "Sniff, sniff." Pig Brave slid forward and hugged Siejio's thigh with his front paws, saying, "Big thigh, hug the big thigh." Siejio's mouth twitched. She patted Pig Brave's small head and smiled kindly at the children, saying, "Little Gio will perform a magic trick for you." After some chatter, Siejio waved her small hand and took Pig Brave into her space. But in the children's eyes, little Gio was protecting them by driving away the pig family. The children burst into thunderous applause, shouting, "Little Gio is so amazing." "I like her." Siejio brushed her messy bangs and chuckled, "Just SOSO, the third best in the world. Come on, kids, let's go down the mountain to hunt wild boars." Yip yip yip. Gooden saw Siejio riding on Brother Leopard's back. Now Brother Leopard was following her closely. Gooden reached out his little hand, eager to touch, with big round eyes full of hope. "Auntie, can I touch you?" Siejio looked at Gooden's eager face, patted his small head, and happily lifted him onto Brother Leopard's back. Brother Leopard, wearing a big floral coat, felt the joy of the little human on his back. He also happily howled, "Awoo!" Siejio carried Pig little brother and Pig second sister. The wild boar, weighing hundreds of pounds, felt light to her. Brother Leopard carried Gooden, and the other children followed, all looking at Gooden with envy. Only little Tiger looked scared as he walked at the back. His legs were still weak. If he hadn't wanted to go up the mountain today, they wouldn't have met the wild boars. If it weren't for little Gio, would they have become pig snacks? Ugh, little Tiger's fear grew. He cried and thanked Siejio, apologized to the others, and admitted he shouldn't have encouraged them to go up the mountain. Siejio saw little Tiger's words, and a gentle smile appeared on her face, but her tone was serious. "Little Tiger, I know you're curious about everything at your age, but curiosity must come with safety. We must at least ensure our own safety first. If I hadn't discovered it in time today, what would you have done? There is no medicine for regret in this world. Before we do anything, we should think about our family, think about our parents. If any of you were to get into trouble, how sad and helpless your parents would feel." Little Tiger lowered his head, thinking about the dangerous scene just now, and about his parents and grandparents at home. He realized how wrong he had been today. "I'm sorry, Sister Jo. I was wrong." Siejio looked at the other children, including Go Dan, and said seriously, "In our future lives, we will still face situations like today. First, we need to have our own judgment. We can't rush into danger just because someone says something, mocks us, or tries to provoke us. That's not only irresponsible to ourselves, but also to our family." The children all replied together, "We know we were wrong." The noise from the mountain had already caught the villagers' attention. When they heard Xiaohua say that Go Dan and the others went up the mountain, they were all terrified and ready to go up with tools in hand. They saw Siejio teaching these children, and their parents felt relieved. They hurried over to thank Siejio. Little Tiger's parents knew he had encouraged them to go up the mountain. They came over and scolded him with some bamboo shoots and meat. If anything had happened to him, their whole family would be in trouble. They couldn't help feeling scared.
Mom.
Dad, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare anymore. It hurts. Little Tiger wished he could shout. It really hurts so much.
Grandma.
Go Dan excitedly shouted to Chen Hongxia in the back. Xia Weimin led the others and ran ahead. Suddenly, he saw Siejio covered in blood, with 2 wild boars on her back, and he stumbled in shock. Wow, 2 big wild boars? Without Xiaojio, these children would really be in trouble. Hearing his grandson happily calling his wife, Xia Weimin also stumbled. What did he see? At first, everyone thought it was a big dog from some farm, dressed in a colorful coat. But upon closer look, it was clearly a leopard, not a dog. "Old lady, dog egg, don't come over," Xia Weimin shouted loudly when he saw the leopard. That little troublemaker actually brought a leopard here. Isn't he asking for trouble? Dog egg looked confused and pouted. "Grandpa, why are you so angry?" "I just wanted to show Auntie my little pet." "Your little pet?" "Your aunt's." Xia Weimin felt his old heart almost give out. Siejio looked up from between 2 wild boars, confused, and asked, "Big uncle, what's wrong?" When Shin Ziyun and Qin Tianju arrived, they saw Xiejio carrying 2 boars, all with worried expressions. Mississippi, everyone in the village now knew that Shin Ziyun was Xiejio's cousin, and they called her Little Jio without any problem. As for Qin Tianju's aunt, once people learned he had some mental issues, they quickly accepted that title. Cousin, Tianju. Shin Ziyun and Qin Tianju took the wild boars from Xiejio's shoulders, one on each side, and headed toward the village office. Xiejio patted the leopard and explained, "It doesn't bite. Of course, don't provoke it. If someone intentionally angers it, that's another story. But think about it, if our village has it, wild animals won't dare to come down the mountain. Right? It's a typical case of giving a little punishment or a sweet reward, depending on the situation. There are pros and cons, but it depends on how you see it." The villagers had started to understand this recently. Don't oppose Little Jio. Trust her and you'll benefit. Don't trust her, and you'll be in trouble. In any case, the main point is to listen to her. Of course, everyone understood this, without saying it aloud. Those who gained from it knew how to choose. Old Lady Huang smiled and said, "Oh, Little Jio is right. That's just how it is. She's capable, and her pets can't be bad. There's a saying, pets resemble their owners, so they definitely won't be bad." Xie Weiman's mouth twitched as he looked at Old Lady Huang, who was smiling happily. If she said it, what could he say? Why are you just standing there? Are you not going to the team to get some meat? You should thank Xiaojio. If it weren't for Xiaojio, you wouldn't have any meat to eat. Xie Weiman's lips curled slightly into a smile. As he said this, he felt a deep sense of pride inside. That thin little niece of his had finally grown into a strong, tall person, ready to give back to the place where she grew up. He was proud of her. The team was busy slaughtering pigs and dividing the meat. When Xiaojio turned back home, his clothes were stained with wild boar blood. He needed to wash up properly, or he'd feel uncomfortable all over. Gooden reluctantly got down from Brother Bao's back, waving goodbye to him. "Don't forget me. My name is Gooden. I'm happy to sit on your back." Brother Bao blinked his big eyes. Under Gooden's eager gaze, he finally reached out his paw and waved at the little human. "Let's go, let's go. Brother Bao, I want to go play with Wolf and the others." Gooden happily left with Chen Hongxia. Xiejio took Brother Bao and Deleng back to his space. He enjoyed a nice bath and felt very comfortable afterward. After washing, Xiejio looked at the skinny tiger, in the space. Seeing it eat eagerly and gain some weight, he finally felt at ease. He gently touched the crown on Tiger's head and whispered, Tiger, when you get fat enough, I'll put you back in the mountains. Grow big quickly." These words sounded to Tiger like, "Baby, grow up soon. Mom doesn't need you anymore." Scared, Tiger spat out the rabbit it was holding. It was so frightened that it almost fainted. It returned to a wild rabbit and decided not to eat anymore. After returning to the space, Tiger had changed. It was no longer the same tiger. It was just a little silly to want to leave. Tiger, you're so clever." Xiejio saw Tiger spit out the rabbit. "What's wrong? Don't you like the rabbit?" he said, trying to stuff the rabbit back into Tiger's mouth. "Come on, Tiger. Let's eat. It's good to be chubby and healthy." Tiger, back off. The rabbit stays, and I insist on being a skinny little tiger." Tiger stuck out its tongue and tried to spit out the rabbit again. "Rabbit, what are you guys doing? Are you playing with me? Or what? Am I alive or dead? Woo-woo. No, I'm not leaving. I'm sticking with you." Tiger directly stood upright, placing his 2 large front paws on Xiejio's shoulders as if trying to wake her up. "Woman, wake up. If you save Tiger is your tiger. If you live, he's your living tiger. If you die, he's your dead tiger." The little fairy laughed so hard she leaned forward and backward, while Xiao Yezi playfully tugged at Tiger's head. "Haha. So funny. Boss, you've been claimed by this tiger. Plus me, old Nyo." Ribeye Nyo pushed away Tiger and nodded towards Xiejio with his cow head. Xiejio almost lost her balance from being pushed, but Tiger gritted his teeth and patted Nyo's head with a paw. "Stop pushing. Jiojio is mine." Seeing the animals about to start a noisy discussion, Siegio quickly called a halt. Stop. You're all my good babies. Are you satisfied now? Everyone should be treated fairly. She definitely would treat everyone equally. Tiger gave Siegio a big hug, and Brother Leopard, Wolf, and Luzhin, who was hiding somewhere, also came out to join the fun. Wow, what a big family. After playing with the animals for a while, there was a knock at the door and Shinzian's voice. Xiaojiu, open the door. I brought you some meat. Shinzian knew Siegio liked ribs and lean meat, so he brought extra. The wild boar was originally hunted by Siegio, and she also saved some children from other families. Xia Weiman gave her more, and the villagers had no objections. They all happily asked for more. Without Siegio, they wouldn't be able to eat meat. It must be said that apart from a few bad families, the others in Honghe village were quite good and fairly united. Most importantly, Xia Weiman, as the team leader, could keep these people in check, reducing many troubles. Siegio opened the door and saw Shinzian holding meat and ribs she liked. She happily said, "Thanks, cousin." A warm smile appeared in Shinzian's eyes as he looked at her happy face. He also smiled slightly. "You've had a long day. Hurry inside." He waved the other piece of meat in his hand. "I'll take this to Grandpa Xia and the others. Let's go together." Siegio looked at the meat in her hand, planning to put it away first and then go to the cattle shed with Shinzian. Shinzian reached out to stop her movement and quietly explained, "Don't go for now. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. The person behind the one sent last time hasn't been caught yet, so it's better to be careful." Grandpa had already reminded him that some things happening here had caught the attention of some eyes in the capital. If those people target this place, whether it's Siegio's identity or his abilities, he will soon be noticed. According to Grandpa, before Siegio fully grows up, it's best not to attract too much attention. When Grandpa talks about growth, he doesn't just mean that they can support Xiaojiu from behind, but that she should reach a level where no one can touch her. This is beneficial for both Xie Xuanong and Siegio. Siegio was slightly stunned, then quickly understood what Shenzian meant to imply. "Okay, I understand." At the Military Weapons Research Institute, Old Guan spent a day and night studying the weapons Siegio had given him. His eyes shone like stars. He happily called the battalion commander. "Hello, Commander. This is Old Guan. I've studied the weapon you gave me." Though excited, he couldn't help but admire how clever this person was, given the complexity of the weapon. "This person is truly a genius. Ha." Hearing the accurate answer, the battalion commander felt very pleased. Old Guan knew his own temper. He was naturally proud. When had he ever praised someone like this? Never before. Now that this young girl could make him praise her so much, it was clear she had real talent. Old Guan was anxious to meet the creator of this weapon. Just then, he heard the battalion commander laughing happily. "Commander, can I meet this person? Which research institute are they from?" When he said that, the battalion commander was unusually silent and sighed softly. "Well, it's not really from any research institute. They are self-taught." Old Guan was silent for a moment. "Such a genius shouldn't be one of us? How could they let someone like that be out there without organization?" "Commander, such talent shouldn't be wasted. Our country really needs people like this." Maybe. Old Master Guan wanted to say something, but how could the teacher not understand? "I will think about it. For now, no one should mention this. When I have a plan, I will tell you. If the enemy finds out how capable Siegio is, or if she does something bad, they will regret it too late." "Teacher, what do you think I am?" "I understand the risks involved. It's important to be cautious." Unaware of what is happening, Siegio is sitting happily in her space, petting her fur. She feels very happy. But her joyful mood disappears when the waves of emotion come from her consciousness. In the middle of the night, Zhang Ying is not at home sleeping. She has gone out? Going out is fine, but why does she keep heading into the deep mountains? Could she be meeting her lover? Who would set a date in the deep woods at midnight? A reckless lover, perhaps? Are they afraid of wild boars? Siegio's eyes twinkle. Could she be about to make some money again? Haha, maybe that's possible. Quickly, Siegio stands up, changes into a black outfit, and styles her hair into a high ponytail. The animals see her about to leave and stare at her with their bright green eyes as if saying, "Take me with you, take me." With so many eyes on her, isn't she afraid? Siejio's lips twitch slightly. She gently strokes each of them with her fair fingers while explaining, "Little ones, I won't forget you when I find something fun. Don't worry, I'll let you out to help later. Be good, wait for me." Lu Xian sees how Siejio is acting. Her snake tongue hisses, and she says, "Women's words are tricky. I, Lu Xian, have been in this space for so long. Why haven't I been given any work? Lulu, I haven't worked and I've gained 3 pounds. How am I supposed to find a partner as a young girl?" Siejio, Lu Xian, you're already quite old, and you still want a partner? As for me, I have no partner. How can I stand it? Lu Xian, I don't care, I don't care. I want to come out, I want to come out. Lu Xian rolls around on the ground, finally transforming into a small Lulu, as thick as a noodle, and suddenly she's completely confused. After feeling confused, I quickly climbed onto Siejio's wrist and curled myself into a clear, white bracelet. Siejio, can it be like this? Other little beasts, I want to change, I want to change, I want to change. The little beasts instantly became sad. Why can't they do that too? Siejio looked at their sad, big eyes, then turned and left the space. As he smelled the fresh grass and trees in the air, he couldn't help but pat his chest. Ah, too many little beasts. It's a beautiful burden. In the end, Brother Leopard happily got a mountain bike. He's smart enough to know Siejio would need a motorcycle to travel, so he sat in the passenger seat first. When Siejio took the mountain bike out of the space, he found a big treasure, Brother Leopard. Seeing how happy Brother Leopard was, with his tongue sticking out, Siejio gently patted his big head and said, "You really put your heart into this." Brother Leopard made a purring sound. "Siejio, I mean it. I'm sincere, no tricks." In the dark night, only the distant stars pierced through the darkness, hiding everything in a faint glow. Siejio looked at the night, then stepped onto the motorcycle. He revved the engine, pressed his foot down, and the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. Zhang Ying went to a mountain not behind Jushi village. This mountain surrounds several nearby villages. No matter where you start, you can reach these villages. But according to the message from that seed, Zhang Ying was heading to another mountain, Huta Mountain. Siejio softly whispered, "Huta Mountain, why is it called that? Could there be tigers on that mountain? Male or female tigers? Hee, maybe I can catch a tiger to play with? Maybe the tigers in the space will be happy and leave when they see the tigers on the mountain." Oh, she's so clever. A tiger should look like a tiger and be the king of the mountain. Little spirit, the boss is about to start manipulating again. Hearing Siejio's muttering, the tiger in the space moved its ears. Huta Mountain, is that the mountain? Siejio, are you just eager for me to leave? Tiger, I am counting on you. I won't leave you. But giving Jiujiu another tiger isn't impossible. He misses it too. However, Jiujiu must not find out. It has to be a surprise for her. Siejio, are you sure it's a surprise or just a shock? The mountain motorcycle sped through the night and quickly reached the foot of Huta Mountain. Siejio got off the motorcycle and stored it in the space. Brother Leopard was also taken in by Siejio without mercy. Thinking of Brother Leopard's sad little eyes, Siejio smiled happily. Haha, I can't be defeated by him. In the space, Tiger was lying on the ground enjoying life. The moment Siejio arrived at Huta Mountain, he instantly sat up, his nose twitching slightly, and the crown on his head looked more majestic and fierce.
But
What is that meow-woo sound? Siejio staggered, wishing she could give it a loving smack. You're a tiger, not a cat. Following Zhang Ying's seed inside her body, Siejio moved through the dark forest. Feeling the faint scent in the air, she frowned. Could there really be a large wild animal here? At night, animals usually search for food, but the whole mountain was so quiet that she didn't even see a rabbit. That was strange. But Siejio was brave. No fear, let's go. Boss, Zhang Ying is ahead on your left. She's digging a grave with a small shovel. What's that? Xiejio pricked up her ears. Did she hear it wrong? This woman is really bold. Digging a grave in the middle of the night? Could she have hidden treasure in the grave? Boss, you didn't hear wrong. She's really digging a grave, and she has quite a full set of tools. Whose grave is it? Xiejio was curious. Which unlucky person caught her attention, making her dig a grave in the middle of the night? On the cute little face transformed from a tiny spirit, a human-like expression appeared, confusion. After a long while, she finally said, her father's grave. Could her father be so upset that he can't even rest peacefully because of this unfilial daughter? A normally peaceful person's grave being dug up by his own daughter? Is this really her biological daughter? Xiejio was stunned for a moment, but also had to light a candle for Zhang Ying's father. I've heard of terrible tricks, but this is the first time I've seen someone bury their own father. They even dared to dig up their own father's grave? Little spirit, our ghost business can start again. I should ask Zhang Ying's father about his good daughter. Is he really her father? Maybe there will be a surprise? Little spirit. Hee boss, you talk so casually about causing trouble. Only you can do that. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Xiejio found a big hammer in the storage space and started hitting the iron bucket loudly, making music sounds. Then, a funeral chant floated over the forest. One command to wake the coffin, step by step up the mountain. Work together to lift the spirit, safely send it to the ferry platform. Suddenly, the tone changed. Woo-woo. Ingzi, I'm cold. Am I really your father? In the middle of the night, you're digging up my grave. What are you doing? Woo-woo. Ingzi, my good girl, why don't you come down and keep your father company? While digging the grave, Zhang Ying was startled by the voice. She was scared stiff. Her father was dead. How could he still talk to her? Could it be that her father didn't really die? Pa. She saw her father breathe his last with her own eyes. How could he still be alive? Who's there? Who's pretending to be a ghost? She looked around in fear. She knew this was not a good idea, but she felt she had no choice. Her man was taken away. Her younger brother was taken away. She didn't want to stay here anymore. She wanted to leave. She had a premonition that if she didn't leave in the next couple of days, she might never be able to leave. She tightened her grip on the small iron shovel, a determined look flashing in her eyes. She thought, as a living person, could she really be afraid of a dead person? No, she wasn't afraid. She wanted to live. Ghosts, come on, if you want to fight, let's fight to the death. The small iron shovel in her hand seemed to leave after images as she dug. Despite her fear, she kept working. Xiejio's mental power slowly spread out, and a smile appeared on his face. He was really lucky tonight. A man dressed in black was quickly approaching. His target was so clear, probably arranged with Zhang Ying long ago. What a happy surprise. Xiejio quickly changed out of his ghostly disguise. He thought of a better plan. The man quickly moved through the forest, which looked flat and easy to walk on in his eyes, without even catching his breath. Soon, his figure appeared near the edge of the grave mound. Zhang Ying had already noticed the surrounding movement. When she saw that strange scene just now disappear, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing the man arrive, she subtly glanced behind him to make sure no one was following, then stepped forward to meet him. Brother Jun, you're finally here. A tear just right at the corner of Zhang Ying's eye fell. The man looked at her with a hint of concern, stepped closer, and gently held her arm, softly comforting her. You've been wronged. Now, you don't need to worry anymore. I've had people look into it. He won't be able to come out again. A look of happiness flashed across Zhang Ying's face, her eyes and brows tinged with a blush. When she heard this, she seemed like a delicate flower in the wind, suddenly opening up completely. Really? Boo-hoo. Tears streamed down Zhang Ying's face. From Xiejio's perspective, her surprise or other emotions were impossible to see. Only her deep, calculating eyes revealed her true thoughts. Xiejio thought, so intense. But what they're saying, could it be that Zhang Ying, Fan Tan, and this man are? Of course it's true. Do you think I'd lie to you? The The man's tone also carried a hint of happiness and pride. He's out of power now, which means it's my turn to take that position. Thinking about the task he received, which involved watching over this area and… Great, Brother June, we can finally be together. Yes, we can finally be together. Tomorrow you and I will go to Hongha village just to visit relatives. The man had already thought it through. If he pretended to be a local, it would be hard to find out anything. Using this approach might even help him learn unexpected news from the villagers. Siejio's heart tightened as she saw a flash of murderous intent in the man's eyes. Her heart sank. Could this person be the real culprit behind the attack on her grandparents last time? And behind him, was there someone else? He wanted to become the director of the Revolutionary Committee. Was there some other scheme behind it? Gajun patted Zhonging on the back, smiling proudly. Ingzi, this is a secret, but Brother June won't treat you badly. Don't worry. As long as you do this task well, my future will be limitless. Just follow me and enjoy good food and drinks. I promise to keep you well-fed and healthy. Gajun suddenly felt excited and wanted to share a loving hug in this remote countryside. But instead, he was met with Siejio's heavy hammer. With 2 loud knocks, like hitting a mole, he knocked out the shameless pair of lovers. Siejio looked at the unconscious couple on the ground and quickly stepped out from the space. Huhu was very anxious. Hui 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 hui. Huhu's big head appeared, but its body was still inside. The whole tiger was upset. It smelled a familiar scent. Its brain.
Brain.
I'm here. Aro. Deep in the jungle, the big tiger caught the scent of that ghostly figure and became very agitated. The ghost finally appeared. It wanted to break its tiger legs and make it run. Siejio was about to pick up the big shovel on the ground to see what was buried in the grave, when suddenly he heard a tiger roar.
What are the chances of that?
Even winning the lottery isn't this lucky.
Aru.
Aro. Huhu responded excitedly when it heard its mother tiger's voice. But it was met with 2 big slaps from Siejio. Stop calling. Huhu looked aggrieved. Hui hui, you're breaking up the couple. Seeing his wife, Huhu couldn't help but get excited. A swift figure leapt into the forest, eyes fierce, roaring loudly. Aru, Aru. You ghost, you've been gone so long but you still came back? Aru, Aru. Behind the mother tiger, a few faint tiger roars sounded. Huhu blinked, just about to cuddle with his wife, when suddenly he heard the little tiger's voice. His eyes lit up like stars. He couldn't wait and pushed Siejio aside. Hui hui, quick, quick, quick. My son, my son. Seeing the little tiger, Huhu was overjoyed and couldn't find his bearings. He felt like a father. So happy, ready to fly. Siejio helplessly rolled her eyes and released Huhu from the space. Huhu shook his big head and happily ran to his mother, chattering excitedly and pointing his paws towards Siejio. Siejio, don't point at me. After hearing Huhu's explanation, the mother tiger walked steadily towards Siejio with graceful steps. Several little tigers also ran over, tumbling and circling around her. Xiang xiang, xiang xiang. One of the little tigers desperately tugged at Siejio's pants, trying to climb onto her. Siejio carefully and subtly tried to guide the little tiger back to its mother, but the little tiger seemed to sense her intentions. Every time she tried to send it back, it would roll over and crawl back toward her. After a few tries, Siejio gave up and let it climb and crawl on her feet. The mother tiger approached Siejio suddenly, sticking out her big head proudly and lifting her head as if to say, come on, pet me." Siejio staggered. "Are you still that proud mother tiger?" But she still reached out her hand to gently pet the mother tiger's big head, then returned Huhu to her. "All right, I've returned Huhu to you. Your family is finally together. Congratulations." Finally sent Huhu back. Feeling too happy too soon. The mother tiger directly bit Huhu and placed him in Siejio's arms, then pulled Huhu close to her side. What do you mean? What do you mean?" Siejio was stunned. The little spirit chuckled, trembling with laughter. "Boss, does this mean Huhu's family has become attached to you? No way. This mother tiger is so proud. Why would she follow me? Maybe she just wants me to hold her cub. Even mothers, like tigers, are full of maternal love. Just like humans, they love to show off their little ones. The little spirit, I don't think so. Gejun, lying on the ground, seemed to be waking up. The mother tiger indicated that waking up was impossible. She already knew from her dead tiger Huhu that Xiang is a powerful person. Staying close to her is very beneficial. Of course, she's not just sitting around. She works too. She can take care of the young and hunt for food. Very useful indeed. The tigress let out a loud roar right above Gejun's face. As he slowly woke up and saw a tiger's head in front of him, he was so frightened that he fainted again. The tigress curled her lip.
So timid.
Sieju looked at the whole tiger family and felt a bit helpless. But when she dug up the small and large gold bars buried under the mound, her mood instantly brightened. Fortunately, she hadn't brought all the boxes here, or else even Zhang Ying's father's remains would have been moved along. What kind of daughter does that? Truly a pit-your-own-father kind of person. She actually buried the treasure together with her father's remains. What a brilliant idea. Sieju looked at the two people on the ground, a cold smile appearing on her lips. They wanted to go to Honghe village, right? Then she would send them there, an experience they would never forget. Tigers, let's go. Roar, roar. The big tiger, the tigress, and the cubs lined up neatly, ready to head to their new paradise. With a wave of her hand, Sieju took the tiger family and the unconscious Zhang Ying and Gejun away. The big tiger, with his mate and cubs, began patrolling their new territory. When the tigress saw other animals of her kind in the space, her eyes narrowed and her body tensed. The competition was fierce. She had to work harder. After a good rest, Sieju managed to get the information she wanted from Gejun using a truth-telling pill. Morning sunlight sparkled on the path as Sieju released Gejun and Zhang Ying. Having lost all memory of the previous night, Gejun saw that he and Zhang Ying were already in Honghe village and didn't suspect anything. His memory still stayed at the point when they had agreed to come here. Now that they were here, he simply thought they had arrived early. The two walked along the village road, observing their surroundings. Some early rising women were already sitting under the big tree at the village entrance, chatting about neighborhood gossip. When they suddenly saw two strangers, they immediately became alert. Could these two be human traffickers again? Ever since Aunt Huang discovered her love for gossip, she had turned into a detective with sharp eyes that scanned the two newcomers like searchlights. You two look unfamiliar. What are you doing in our Honghe village? While walking and looking around, Gejun and Zhang Hongying heard someone talking behind them. They stopped and turned to see a few older women under a big tree, a look of dislike flashing in their eyes. A bunch of country folks. What do they have to talk to him? Thinking this, Gejun, who was good at pretending, showed a faint, polite smile. Hello, ladies. I'm here visiting relatives. My aunt lives in this village, but I haven't been here in a long time. I only remember the general area. I brought my wife along to look around. When Zhang Ying looked up, she also showed a gentle smile. Sieju, walking with Brother Bao along the country road, saw what was happening in the village, and a sly look appeared in his eyes. The show is about to start. Gejun, Zhang Ying, are you ready to perform? Mrs. Huang didn't relax just because Gejun said they were here visiting relatives. Recently, many strange things had happened in their village, and even bad people wanted to infiltrate Honghe village. Now, two outsiders had arrived. They looked decent, but who knew if their hearts were good or bad under their clothes? Mrs. Huang pulled a few other women nearby and confirmed with a look. They were all thinking the same thing. If you're here to visit relatives but can't say which family, then listen. We've lived in this village for decades and know it well. Let's go with you and help find what you're looking for. No way are they going to let anyone do bad things right under their noses. Gejun's lips twitched slightly and a flash of anger crossed his eyes, but it disappeared quickly into darkness. He was worried but didn't show it. When he opened his mouth, he was terrified. This wasn't what he wanted to say. You country folks, what right do you have to follow me? You smell like dirt, so dirty. Why am I here in your village? Do you think you can stop me if I commit crimes? Look at you all. Your faces are as black as coal. Even the charcoal used for fire is cleaner than you. Zhang Ying looked at Gejun with disbelief. Was he seriously sick in the head? Even if he really had some secret he wanted to hide here, he shouldn't say it so openly. This isn't just simple foolishness, it's really brainless behavior.
Zhang Ying tugged at Gejun's sleeve.
Brother Jun, she said quickly. Stop talking. Can't you see these women's faces are all dark with anger? And Huang stepped forward quickly, furious. You little fool. Looking down on us farmers? If you think you're so great, then don't eat the food we grow. Exactly. Looking down on us? Why are you even in our village? The older women and aunts agreed. Gejun covered his mouth with his hand, but his voice still kept coming out loudly from behind his hand. You country bumpkins, dirt farmers, stay away from me. Ugh ugh ugh. Gejun was completely terrified. He grabbed Zhang Ying's hand and ran quickly toward the village. Xiejio watched the two run away in a panic, a small smile on his face. He patted Brother Bao beside him. Go now. Brother Bao grinned and let out a howl. He ran forward at full speed. Meanwhile, Gejun and Zhang Ying, already running, heard the sounds behind them. They shivered in fear, looked back, and their eyes widened in shock. They sped up even more. They shouted, oh no. At first, Aunt Huang and the others were scared when they saw Brother Bao, but after noticing he wasn't doing anything dangerous, they greeted him. Little brother, are you just watching the fun too? Brother Bao showed his teeth and growled. Little brother. On the morning path, dew sparkled in the sunlight. The screams and Brother Bao's howls drew everyone's attention. People came out of their houses, looking at the two running away and the women chasing after them. Curious, they asked, from the Huang family, what are you doing? Yeah, who are those two up front? Aunt Huang turned around while running and explained, I don't know. They said they're visiting relatives, but I can't tell which family. They don't look like good people. Should we go see? If a bad person comes to the village and hurts the elders or children, what should we do? That makes sense. Let's go check it out. Everyone responded eagerly. When Xie Wei-min heard the news, many villagers had already gathered on the small path to watch the excitement. Originally, Gejun only wanted to investigate secretly, but he was frightened by Brother Bao behind him. Instinctively, he ran toward the back mountain at the east end of the village. The villagers only realized something was wrong at this point. The man said he was visiting relatives, but why was he running up the mountain? Everyone knew the mountain was unsafe. There were all kinds of wild animals, tigers, bears, wild boars. Were they going to deliver food? But then they thought, maybe there was a secret hidden on the mountain that belonged to their village. Xiejio was happily following behind the main group. Last night, she had already learned the full story from Gejun. Haha. She planned to expose these two people in front of everyone. Once that happened, the police would take over, and Shuigang would find out. Thanks to Shuigang's relationship with Chu Emotion and the old master of the Chu family, everyone who needed to know would find out. Anyway, she had to eliminate any small dangers early on. Although Xiejio was not truly from the Xie family, she had lived here for a long time. Whether it was the Xie family or the villagers, they had shown her great kindness. So, she naturally wanted to remove hidden threats and help everyone live better lives. It was her way of repaying the place where the original owner had lived. By doing this, the original owner's karma in this world would be completely settled, and she could happily be her little flower fairy in the heavens. Seeing this, Xie Wei-min frowned and quickly told Xie Xiangbei to go to the town and report the case. Something was definitely wrong here. Gejun pulled Zhang Ying along, ignoring the burning pain from the vines scraping against his exposed skin. He was determined to reach the mountain quickly and find the person he was looking for. The villagers behind them grew more and more frightened. Where were they headed? Even Xiejio's face showed a thoughtful expression. Although this was on the mountain, it was clear someone had carefully designed this place. The vegetation looked like a natural barrier, protecting a secret and making it hard to explore. If Gejun hadn't known the way, they really wouldn't have found this place. Even Xiejio, who often went up the mountain, hadn't noticed anything unusual. She frowned, realizing she had been careless. The forest was quiet, with dappled shadows from the trees and occasional bird songs. Gejun and Zhongying ran quickly and finally reached the designated spot. After Siejio sensed something was wrong, he stopped the villagers who wanted to go up the mountain to see what was happening. He quietly explained the risks and the possibility of alerting the enemy. The villagers understood and stopped, except for a few skilled men and Xie who followed Siejio into the woods. Shin Ziyun and Qin Tianju were also in the group. When your cousin and aunt went up the mountain to face the enemies, how could they just watch? Qin Tianju gently tugged Shin Ziyun and whispered, "You're so mean." His eyes blinked brightly, as clear as always. But Shin Ziyun knew that Qin Tianju's words were simple and straightforward because they had been working together recently. He could understand him. The word mean here didn't mean someone was dirty or smelly, but that their spirit or aura was not good. They weren't good people. Shin Ziyun kept walking, slightly tilting his head toward Qin Tianju, and whispered, "Are you sure?" Qin Tianju tilted his head, thought about the meaning of the words, then suddenly said, "They smell just like Shi Xiaocui." Shin Ziyun staggered, swallowed hard, and had to admire him. He was really bold with his words. Could their world be that simple? But Shin Ziyun still decided to tell Siejio this news. Siejio kept walking, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. If there was a small notebook hidden here, it might make sense. Otherwise, why make this place so mysterious? Ahead, Gejun and Zhongying stood in front of a cave. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it was a cave. The entrance was surrounded by vines, like a natural barrier, separating the forest from the cave, making it hard for outsiders to see inside. This person was very cautious. Siejio waved his hand behind him. One by one, the figures crouched down. Brother Leopard crawled on the ground, rubbing his big head against Siejio's arm. Siejio didn't lift his head, just patted Brother Leopard and listened carefully to the conversation ahead. Clatter. "Oh my goodness. It's just you washing." The anti-Japanese spirit within Siejio blazed fiercely again. The little notebook is really hidden here. Everyone behind Siejio also heard the chatter ahead, and their faces turned very grim. They never expected that in their mountains, a little notebook would be hidden. Back in the anti-Japanese days, they experienced many battles, big and small. Even their village had fought several fights. How hateful is that little notebook? Burning, killing, looting, and robbing, nothing was off limits for it. When they heard the language of the island country, everyone was furious. They wished they could go and kill the little notebook right now. Their eyes all looked at Siejio. Siejio signaled everyone to stay calm with his eyes. Gejun had run here from far away, so he wasn't just looking for someone. He probably had a plan. They should listen first. Although Zhongying's memory of last night was erased by Siejio, she was still very surprised when she saw the old man in the cave. What surprised her even more was that Gejun could speak the little notebook's language and called the old man in front of her a general. Is the military brother from the island country?
Then.
Her eyes flickered with struggle. She knew that being involved with these people could have serious consequences. She thought Fan Tan was captured. At that time, she wasn't caught because her identity wasn't exposed. So she thought she would be safe. But now, what has she heard? Could the military brother also be a little notebook? She's now deeply involved with the little notebook, isn't she? She hurried to find Gejun to avoid the possible negative impact from Fan Tan.
Now.
Has she fallen into another trap? Zhongying's breathing changed quickly, catching the old man's attention inside the cave. His sharp gaze swept over her bowed head. Junzi, who is she? Gejun subtly pulled Zhongying aside, trying to please the old man with a look. General, she's my wife. Zhongying immediately regained her composure, exhaling softly. She looked at the old man with a sharp, slightly meaningful gaze and respectfully said, "Hello." Humph. The old man snorted lightly, seemingly letting Zhongying go. Siejio watched the scene, raising an eyebrow. He couldn't help but admire Zhongying. She was truly a woman with deep plans. However, when facing a strong enemy, all schemes and tricks are useless against absolute power. Siejio patted Brother Leopard and released the big wolf and second wolf from the space, letting them surround from the outside to prevent any of the three from escaping. "Hey, busy now." Xiejio and his people suddenly appeared, catching the others off guard. Gujun turned around at the sound and saw them standing in a circle behind him, surprised, and asked, "How did you appear here?" Xiejio looked at him calmly, his gaze falling on the old man in the cave, whom they called the general. The old man had neatly combed silver hair. This hairstyle was typical of people from the island country. Just as Xiejio was about to speak, a shout came from beside him. "Lu Jiamin? Weren't you supposed to be dead?" The old man called Lu Jiamin saw the captain, and his eyes narrowed. He didn't expect to see Xia Weimin here, but he quickly calmed down. At worst, the fleeting sharpness in Lu Jiamin's eyes didn't escape Xiejio's notice. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Has she asked him if he wanted to hurt her uncle? Playing with a big knife in a grave. Asking for death. Xiejio quickly pulled Xia Weimin back. Seeing the murderous look in Xiejio's eyes, Xia Weimin immediately remembered the strange bird language he had heard just now. Could Lu Weimin really be a spy? That would explain why Lu Guanjuan was with the bad guys. And that Lu Dama probably wasn't a good person either. No wonder she hadn't been released yet. Gujun was so excited that he started cursing in bird language. The hateful Chinese person, the country bumpkin, actually called the general a dead man? He wanted to kill them. As soon as Gujun finished speaking, Xiejio moved. With her action, Shunziyun also moved. Xiejio kicked Gujun into the grass, cursing, "Baka, you ghost, take this kick." Gujun was kicked into the bushes. Brother Leopard immediately stepped on his chest with his paw, baring his teeth and growling, "Don't move, or I'll kill you if you move again." Qin Tianju also moved. He had no rule against hitting women, so he directly slapped Zhang Ying in the face, knocking her over. She was still shouting and crying out, "I hit." Chu Emotion was told early in the morning that his superior wanted to see him. After training with the soldiers, he returned to his dormitory to wash up, changed into clean military clothes, and hurried to the commander's office. Knock, knock, knock. The commander's voice came from inside. Chu Emotion opened the door, stepped in, then closed it behind him. He then said, reporting to the commander, "You wanted to see me?" The commander looked at Chu Emotion and waved his hand. "Sit." Regarding the issue of the pistol, Old Guan had already talked to him. It was really a good thing. If they could produce it in large quantities, their soldiers' safety would be better protected. Wait, things are stable over there now. Find an excuse to send Old Guan to Honghe village, or maybe bring the young girl over. Originally, he planned to send this young man to Longling, but early in the morning, he received a call from the First People's Hospital in the capital. The hemostatic medicine given by Comrade Xiejio had successfully passed safety checks and was confirmed to be more advanced and effective than what they currently used. The First People's Hospital in Kyoto was now interested in obtaining the formula from Xiejio. He immediately refused. Those people had such good ideas. Why should they give the formula to Kyoto's hospital for free? Honestly, how much did the hospital's profits have to do with them? Once those people got the formula, they would sell it to the military district. Was he a fool, or was Comrade Xiejio a fool? Their beads on the abacus were about to hit them in the face. He didn't lose his temper on the spot. He was already showing restraint. Their military hospital hadn't said such things. How could Kyoto's hospital be so shameless as to make such a request? Did they want to threaten him with his position?
Dream on.
He was loyal to the motherland and the people and would never do anything harmful to their interests. Comrade Xiejio being able to produce this hemostatic medicine benefited them soldiers greatly, but it wasn't something they could get for free. Trying to get it for nothing was impossible. The hospital director from the military district hospital was more reliable. He knew this item was valuable, but didn't want to take it for free. Instead, he decided to buy it from Comrade Xiejio. Now that sounds like a reasonable statement. They firmly refused to take advantage of ordinary people. That's the quality of soldiers. These thoughts only lasted a moment. When he saw Chu Emotion, he remembered another phone call from this morning, from Chu Emotion's grandfather, who was also his former superior. He recalled what the senior officer said on the phone. His eyes looked like searchlights, watching Chu Emotion closely. Was this kid trying to steal a good opportunity? Or was he so eager for something rare? If everyone knew about Siejio's abilities, he could imagine how many people would want to get close to him. Was this an attempt to act first? Could this young man beat the girl in a fight? True emotion. I can't beat her. I don't fight my wife. I only love my wife, the commanding officer. You're thinking too far ahead. Is she your wife? True emotion. Let's go.
You know the mission now.
Be sure to keep comrade Siejio safe. It would be even better if they could bring him back. Yes. True emotion saluted and turned to leave the officer's office. The officer watched True emotion's back and stroked his chin. He wondered when they could persuade comrade Siejio to join their unit. Such talent must not be missed. Siejio, how eager are you to take me away? Xie Xiangbei rode his bike all the way to the town police station, found the familiar Lu Ming, and explained the situation. Then, he hurriedly took people toward Honghe village. When they arrived in town, they just saw Chu Emotion carrying a bag. Lu Ming asked, Comrade Chu, what's going on? Chu Emotion's gaze flicked from Lu Ming and Xie Xiangbei. What are you guys doing? Lu Ming saw Chu Emotion's expression and didn't hide anything. Something happened in Honghe village. This comrade Xie asked me to take people to check it out. Chu Emotion quickly decided. I'll go with you. Then, you. Lu Ming pointed at his luggage. Are you bringing your bags? Yes. I'm on leave and planning to spend a few days with my childhood friend. That wasn't a lie. He couldn't just say he was going to protect Siejio in Honghe village, so he chose a reason everyone wouldn't doubt. He and Shunzian both grew up in the same big courtyard, so they are childhood friends. Although Shunzian was already over 10 years old when she returned, they still grew up together, so their bond is strong. Even if someone doubted them, there would be no real reason to suspect. All right, let's go quickly. The group rode fast all the way. When they arrived at the mountain guided by villagers, they saw Qin Tianju slap Zhanging away. Lu Ming immediately felt a bit of pain in his teeth. He had also experienced Qin Tianju's strength. It almost dislocated his elbow. He was angry at this woman. Why does she refuse to behave? Does she want to be a ghost? Chu Emotion threw his bag and rushed over to join the fight. Siejio was fighting fiercely with an old man. The old man looked old, but was very fierce in his moves. When he was young, he had trained in ninja skills. Siejio was getting more excited as he fought. The old man was becoming more nervous. Not many young fighters could hold their own against him for so many rounds. Thinking of this, his eyes grew sharper. Such a girl was too dangerous for the Empire. Chu Emotion kicked sharply at the old man's knee. The old man staggered, then suddenly became aggressive and charged at Chu Emotion. Siejio was a little surprised to see Chu Emotion, then teamed up with others to fight the old man. The sounds of fists hitting flesh echoed through the forest. Gejuan saw the police officers and Chu Emotion appear and immediately felt everything was over. Why did they call the police? He was met with cold handcuffs. While Gejuan was cuffed, the old man was also subdued by Siejio and Chu Emotion. The old man shouted loudly, mumbling angrily. Siejio rolled his eyes, then struck him with a knife, knocking him out instantly. The place became peaceful again. After they subdued the old man, Lu Ming, Chu Emotion, and Siejio moved to the other side. Siejio briefly explained the situation there. Hearing what Siejio said, both of them looked serious. Chu Emotion thought about his mission. He looked at Siejio and stepped forward slightly to explain. Siejio was stunned and asked softly, "Are you joking? Your instructor asked you to protect me? She was just an ordinary person. Why would she need protection? She probably doesn't need protection either. If they encounter enemies or spies, she definitely won't be the one hurt or killed." Chu Mozhen noticed Siejio's hesitation and cleverly changed the subject. Do you think it's a bit too coincidental that this person appeared? Do you think the person who caused trouble at the cattle shed last time might be the same? Siejio nodded seriously. It was just a gut feeling. His intuition told him that there must be someone behind this person. Even if he is just a small spy hiding among the people, no one would recommend him to be here or take over Fantan's position. But the strange thing is, even though both are small spies, the people behind them are different. So, what are their true intentions? Chu Mo's Hen and Xiejio exchanged a quick look, and suddenly, they both thought of a plan. Their eyes turned at the same time to Lu Ming, startling him. Anyone would feel a little scared being stared at by those two big, bright eyes. Hee, especially when those eyes belong to two powerful figures. Lu Ming thought, if they are enemies or spies, and if they're just small spies, he wouldn't be afraid. But these two looks made him feel a bit nervous. Here, nervous is a good thing. He admires Chu Mo's Hen and also supports Xiejio. Comrade Lu, Xiejio took out a medal from her pocket, actually from her space, symbolizing her role as a special advisor from the security department. She asked, since I have this, can I participate in the questioning? She really wanted to find out who was behind the trouble at the cattle shed. If they don't catch the real culprit, it will be a problem for her grandparents and herself. Problems should be dealt with early. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect Xiejio to already be part of the security department. Thinking of this, he quickly said, of course. Although the security department isn't part of their police system, they are still allied forces. More importantly, the security department has oversight responsibilities over people like them. So, Xiejio's request was reasonable. All right, let's not delay any longer. Xiejio had a strong feeling that this person was a key figure. As long as he spoke, she might be able to uncover the entire network behind him. Chu Mo Shen also saw Xiejio's urgency. He looked at her with doubt, and after she silently said a few words with her gaze, his expression suddenly became serious, and his actions grew more urgent. A few people, along with others, quickly headed toward the town. Xia Weimin watched their backs as they left, calling on the villagers to hurry down the mountain. Before descending, he paused, looked back at the cave behind him, and thought about how long this person had lived here. He felt a wave of fear. After thinking, he called the young men in the village to quickly fill in the small cave. Although it was a cave, it was man-made and not very deep, just enough for someone to live simply inside. Filling it in was easy, just some dirt would do. He wanted to eliminate any future trouble. When he returned home, he also planned to hold a village meeting to explain the benefits and risks clearly. Their village had also experienced the hardships of war, and many young men had died back then. The hatred from those days still lingered, even after so many years, and could never be forgotten. The villagers needed to watch over each other and ensure no troublemakers emerged. They had to stay united to live well in this era. He also saw that Xiejio was capable. He was pleased, as he could tell his niece was destined for great things. Maybe this was a good opportunity for their village. But first, he needed to unite the villagers and improve the community spirit. Without that, no good opportunities would come their way. It must be said, Xia Weimin was a clear thinker. Meanwhile, Xiejio, Chu Mo Shen, Lu Ming, and several police officers quickly arrived at the town's police station. This incident also caught the attention of Shui Gang, who had just returned from outside. After hearing Lu Ming's report, he took it seriously right away. The situation was now very different. Repeated problems caused by the people sent from above indicated something serious. It suggested that someone in the capital was betraying the country, someone with a high position. Good June became important evidence. They had to get this person to speak, or more people might be harmed. Good June was seated, with handcuffs on his wrists and ankles. Only his head and eyes could still move, rolling around. Xiejio pressed a pressure point on his body, making him stiff and unable to move. As for the old man, they simply injected him with a small amount of gene medicine, and he started drooling as he slept. Do you think he's really sleeping? Dark, twisted, crawling.
Ha.
Do you guys even fear that? What are you trying to do? You can't punish me without permission. Gajuan watched Xiejio sitting there, pulling out 2 porcelain bottles from his pocket. His heart suddenly tightened. Honestly, he was scared. If you ask if he's capable, he really is. He managed to deceive everyone with tricks and even, under the recommendation of our people, climbed to this position as a foreigner. If you say he's not capable, just seeing Xiejio holding those things made him panic, mumbling nervously. But could Xiejio care about him? If he didn't tell them what they wanted to hear, they wouldn't give him a break. Xiejio sat calmly by the table, quickly fiddling with the powder in his hand, a slight smile on his face. Gejun, still struggling and whimpering, looked up and saw that smile, and suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. It was as if he saw the Grim Reaper's sickle beckoning him.
He didn't want to die.
He really didn't want to. He just loved money a little too much. He was a bit lecherous, and he just wanted a good life. He wasn't just a small-time criminal. He had half Chinese blood, and he just wanted to live well, to see the cherry blossoms in his father's eyes. He just wanted to walk the same path his father once did. He didn't really want to do. No, his identity meant he didn't want this. He really didn't. He didn't want to be called some kind of product. He just wanted to prove to those who looked down on him that he was capable too. The others in the interrogation room were stunned. Had it not even started yet? Why did this person suddenly become so scared and spill everything? He was a product of that kind, and they weren't really curious. There was no need to explain everything. Just revealing the others was enough. Only Siejio remained calm as she continued her actions. As her movements grew faster, Gejun's eyes became more blank and confused.
Mom.
He really saw the cherry blossoms, saw his father, saw Grandma Tai. What is this? Sun Fong, Xiaofeng, wait for me. Don't be angry. I will complete the task my grandfather asked me to do. Believe me, I can do it. Wait for me to come back and be with you. I know your man isn't good enough. I will make you happy. The police officers were stunned. Was this the kind of thing they could hear for free? Originally, Chu's emotion was calm, but when he heard this, the chair beneath him made a sharp screech. Siejio paused her actions, looked up at Chu's emotion's ugly face, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed she knew this person? Is he from Beijing? Does being from Beijing mean he doesn't want Grandpa and Grandma to be alive? Siejio's powder mixture was now complete. She took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped her delicate fingers, leaning lazily against the chair back.
Her Schaubeißbriefli glänzt Zeke Jr.
Sun family. How much do you know about the Sun family? Tell me, and I'll give you a clear answer. Otherwise, she was curious about what kind of grudge could make someone refuse to let go, even when Grandpa and Grandma were here. The moment a small puff of powder lightly lifted her lips, it directly fell onto Gejun's face. At first, he only felt a slight itch, but within 3 seconds, a burning pain shot from his face. He could hear tearing sounds, along with a faint smell of burnt flesh. It was a corrosive smell. The young police officers saw Siejio's methods and couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking to themselves, no wonder she's a special advisor in the security department. With this kind of interrogation method, who could withstand it? It hurts so much. Gejun cared a lot about his face. His ability to enjoy life in Beijing depended on it. In fact, he was able to win over Sun Fong partly because of his face. He couldn't imagine what he would do if his face was ruined. What did you do to my face? Although it was very painful, Gejun, under the stimulation of the pain, gradually regained some consciousness. However, as the pain worsened, his brief clarity quickly faded away. His eyes became dull, and he opened his mouth to speak about the past of the Sun, Chu, and Xie families in the capital. It turned out that years ago, a girl from the Sun family wanted to marry a boy from the Xie family, who was also the biological father of Siejio. But at that time, the Xie and Chu families had already arranged a marriage, so they naturally wouldn't break their promise and change the match with the Sun family. Another reason was that the old master of the Sun family was too greedy and had big disagreements with the Chu and Xie family elders, who were dedicated to the country. They didn't want much contact with the Sun family. The marriage didn't happen, and although the Sun family didn't say much outwardly, they held a grudge against the two families. The exile of Xie Xuanong and his people was carried out by his students, but behind the scenes, the Sun family was involved. The student who reported Xie Xuanong was related to a branch of the Sun family.
Ha.
The Xie family is so ungrateful, daring to refuse the young lady. The old master naturally wouldn't let the two families get along well. Look, the Xie family is falling apart, dying and being exiled. Even the daughter-in-law of the Xie family, who was in the countryside, was killed by someone the old master sent. Xie Zhou's eyes sharpened. Was Shen Shi's death also influenced by the Sun family? Could it be that Xie Aimin was being beaten and abused by his family because of outside influence? The Sun family was really calculating from the start. So, if they killed Shen Shi, why didn't they kill the original owner? Xie Zhou thought about this and asked aloud. Why? Gejun said proudly, it's naturally to make the Chu and Xie families taste the bitterness of family separation. Gejun's expression was fierce, and he looked extremely proud. And what are you? At the moment of his greatest pride, he suddenly asked the question that he most disliked, which was like breaking down his mental defenses. Look, just now he was proud, but now his face turned fierce. I am of noble blood from the Empire. I am a nail driven into your hearts by the Empire, making you die without a proper burial. Haraha. The Sun family seems prosperous, but they are also benefiting from our Empire. They are just dogs of our Empire. Without our backing, could they climb so high? As long as they help the Empire control your development, your economy, and your talents, your country will never grow, never move forward, and will always be in a weak position. You're the sick man of East Asia. Shut up, Xie Zhou said. This really couldn't be tolerated. The sick man of East Asia? Nonsense, you all are the sick men of East Asia. She tiptoed and suddenly shot forward like a kite, delivering a sharp kick directly to Gejun's chest. With that kick, he spat blood.
Ah.
You are so unchivalrous. I don't need to be, Xie Zhou said, punching two black eyes, then feeding him a truth pill. A big pill was pinched between her fingers and pushed into his mouth, making Gejun choke and roll his eyes. He swallowed it with difficulty, but it got stuck in his throat. Just as he was about to faint, Xie Zhou kindly poked his throat, causing the pill to roll down. Only then did Gejun feel alive again. Cough, cough. You all. Just wait for death. Old Master Sun has arranged killers around your important people in China, following the Empire's orders. They all must die. All must die. Gejun looked proudly at everyone present, then his gaze focused on Xie Zhou's face. He tilted his head and chuckled. You also have to die. Who told you to block others from making money? Xie Zhou was slightly stunned, but didn't care much. Blocking others from making money? Trying to kill her? Then she thought, if someone wants to make her disappear, there are many ways. If she has so many beasts, she's not afraid of a body with no place to go. Chu Mo Shun remembered what his teacher mentioned before he left. Was it because Kyoto couldn't get her medicine formula for free, so they sent people to it? Are they just lackeys of small gangs too? He must strengthen his defenses and report this to his teacher. Really? I definitely won't die, but you. As she spoke, Xie Zhou grabbed the person's arm and snapped it with a loud. Then she did the same to both legs, breaking them as well. The intense pain made Gejun scream in agony. It was really too painful. He didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless. There were many things he didn't expect. Let's talk about the list. If you don't tell. Xie Zhou suddenly took out a small hammer from somewhere and waved it above Gejun's little finger. The small hammer struck directly on Gejun's pinky finger, smashing it completely. You're a devil, you're a devil. Gejun was truly scared. This woman was too crazy. He was sure that if he didn't speak, she would break all his fingers. Woo-woo. It hurts so much. Have you thought it over? Xie Zhou shook the small hammer in his hand, a bright smile on his face. Shuigeng's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He really admired this girl's methods. She was ruthless. Gejun was still holding on. He knew how important the list was and understood he couldn't speak. If he did, he would lose his last hope of safety. But at this point, life and death were no longer in his control. Moreover, Xie Zhou was not a patient person. Seeing Gejun's attitude, she didn't hesitate and took the small hammer again, quickly smashing another finger. The pain from 10 fingers being hurt at once was something only those who experienced it could understand. The intense pain caused cold sweat to drip down Gejun's forehead. His face was as pale as paper. It hurt, it really hurt so much. Isn't anyone going to stop this crazy woman? Gujun looked anxiously at the few men nearby. Why aren't they stopping her?
Why?
He was about to die from the pain. Who can take this crazy woman away? Shuegang looked at the scene, understanding the importance of the list. He found an excuse to send everyone out and made it clear that nothing should be leaked from here. Only Xieju, Chu Masheng, and Shuegang remained in the interrogation room. Even Lu Ming was asked to leave. The fewer people who knew about this, the safer it was. It's not that he didn't trust them, but everything was for safety, for the country's interests, and also to protect these police officers. If enemy agents find out they know the list, their safety will be at risk. Xieju shook the small hammer in his hand, smiling harmlessly, but his movements were quick. With a forceful strike, Gujun's finger was broken again. Listen to that sound, so clear. I love hearing it.
Do you?
Want me to? Xieju waved the small hammer near Gujun's finger, implying that if he said he didn't like it, she would hit harder. I'll tell you. Gujun frowned tightly, his face turning pale from the pain. Sweat beads appeared on his forehead, slowly sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto his clothes, leaving marks. His lips were clenched tightly, as if trying to hold back the intense pain from deep inside. Still, occasional low, suppressed moans escaped from between his teeth. He took a deep breath, trying to steady the trembling caused by the pain, and in a hoarse, trembling voice, he said, "Guang." From the moment Gujun spoke, Shuegang and Chu Emo-shun looked serious. They knew the next names on the list were the most important. Xieju glanced at the two beside him after hearing the name. Chu Emo-shun opened his mouth to explain, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is an important place. Both exports and imports require their approval. Xieju nodded. Continue, Li Hua. Seeing Xieju's gaze, Chu Emo-shun added, commander of a battalion in the Kyoto military district, also a top soldier in Kyoto with no failures on missions. That explained why this person was on the list. Someone like this shouldn't be left unchecked. The little notebook probably worries about not sleeping well tonight?
Bah.
Our country has trained talented people, and if they want to cause trouble, they're dreaming. At this point, Gujun showed a look of struggle. He slowly closed his mouth, wanting to stop revealing information. He knew that the previous names on the list had been stopped, but the real targets were the ones coming next. This was a rare opportunity for the Empire. Xieju shook his head. This person seems to enjoy being mistreated. Good, very good. She was happy to satisfy him. After Xieju forcefully broke two of Gujun's fingers, he grimaced in pain but finally agreed to speak. The next group of people is the most important. If they succeed, it would be a huge loss for the country. Gujun's face turned pale from the pain as he struggled to speak. Zhang, Shui, Chu Qingfeng, Shen Ming. As these names were mentioned, the whole room fell silent. Shuegang frowned, his eyes cold and sharp, showing a hint of killing intent. If they hadn't caught Gujun and the others' plan succeeded, the capital city would be in chaos. Chu Emo-shun's face was also very grim, his eyes dark like storm clouds, heavy with anger. Uncle Shui, I need to make a call. Xieju understood Chu Emo-shun's anger. Whether it was Chu Qingfeng or others, they were all vital to the country, and their loss was unacceptable. Comrade Chu. Xieju stopped Chu Emo-shun from leaving, then organized his words and said, "Have you thought about it? Since they can arrange assassins around them, are their surroundings really safe? Aren't their phones being monitored? This call isn't just about warning them to stay safe. It's about telling the people behind the scenes that their plans have been discovered.
What will they do then?
Will they act recklessly and fight to the end, or give up the plan?" Xieju thought those people would choose the first option. The Sun family, since they did this, must have prepared thoroughly. In other words, they already thought of a way out. Once they have an escape route, they can choose to fight to the death at critical moments. But they can't abandon the people on their list. If they do, they will be at a disadvantage. So, they want to keep the initiative in their hands. And also, if a small notebook can be used to set traps for them, can't they fight back? Haha, she's never been a good person. Chu Emo-shun paused, angrily ruffling his hair as he thought of those shameless people, flames of fury burning in his chest. He took a deep breath, calming his anger, and looked at Xiejio with deep eyes. Do you have a good plan? How about we go straight to the capital and catch them off guard? Shui Gang and Chu Emo Shun exchanged a quick look. Given the current situation, this seemed to be the best and most practical plan. The enemy was in the dark, while they were in the light. So, they needed to keep the enemy confused about their true intentions. Even if the enemy went to the capital now, there were ways to do so without raising suspicion. Xiejio's identity was the best cover. They could pretend to go to the capital to visit relatives. Xiejio was actually Shun's granddaughter, brought back to the capital by Shinziyun.
There was no problem with that.
Even if they didn't tell anyone, they could say it was a surprise for the old master. As for Chu Emo Shun following them back, it was fine. His good brother found his beloved sister, and he was just accompanying his brother to send her home. Publicly, he was on leave, so it wouldn't raise any suspicion. The gloom that had been weighing on Chu Emo Shun's heart slightly eased after hearing this plan. It's feasible. Xiejio tilted her head and smiled mischievously. Before we leave, we need to let Xiao Benzi know that in our country, the land of etiquette, we value politeness and reciprocity, and we like to return favors in kind. When Gujun heard this, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He had a bad feeling about these words, even though he had been in this country for a while and knew some of its culture. But he only understood it partially. He was pretending to be something he wasn't. What Xiejio said sounded reasonable, but he felt like it was aimed at him. This crazy person, this devil, he had already been told what to do, so why wouldn't he let him go? Couldn't he just give him a clean break? He knew he couldn't go back. His lover, his little demon, his. What answered him was the small hammer in Xiejio's hand, striking his fingers with force. A sinister voice rang in his ear. Hee, that was a mistake. That voice instantly snapped Gujun out of his scattered thoughts. His pupils shrank suddenly. Was there more to come? The small hammer on the table made a bang-bang sound. Which one should I hit first? This one, or that one, or maybe this one? With each word, the hammer struck the table, just a centimeter away from his fingers. Xiejio was playing psychological warfare. Anyone with weak mental strength would surely lose in this silent battle.
Thud, thud, thud.
As the small hammer was raised again, Gujun's begging voice rang out. I said, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please, don't scare me anymore. A sharp pain spread through his lower abdomen. He was about to wet himself from fear. Give him some dignity. Xiejio stopped hitting and looked at him with a half-smile, as if mocking. Dignity? Do you have any? Give me the list quickly. Gujun was completely frightened by Xiejio's interrogation methods. He swallowed hard, looked cautiously at Xiejio, and said, Geneva. Xiejio twitched his lips. What kind of name is that? The names are really hard to understand. It's clear they lack education. They stole so many things from our country. Thieves are just thieves. No matter what they say, they can't be considered cultured. Okamoto Mame. What are these two's positions? Their names sound unpleasant. When they give them a minor position to deal with, I want to hit someone. Gujun's lips twitched. This woman is really sharp. Luckily, he didn't plan to deal with her when he spoke, or he might get beaten again. The first is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The second, in your words, is a soldier king, Xiejio. Hey, little notebook, you've learned to imitate others now. Why didn't you just say the names of your empire's generals directly? Chu Emo Shun looked at Gujun, a cold smile curling his lips. Tell me the list of people hiding among us at the same level. Gujun's face showed resistance, but before he could refuse, Xiejio decisively struck him with the hammer, causing him to fly up in pain. Okamoto Maru. Then came another critical hit. Xiejio raised his small hammer. They're Chinese names. Who cares about your bird language? Xiejio covered his mouth. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. That name is really creative. The tense atmosphere just now was completely broken by Xiejio's laugh. Chu Emo Shun and Shuigang both couldn't help but smile at the strange names. They had encountered many notebooks before, so they knew these people hiding in their country often used funny or strange names, various kinds, all sorts. pretending to understand their culture, but actually being clueless and mistaken. After learning these names from Gujun, Shuegang and Chu Emotion immediately called their superiors to report. Xie first returned to Honghe village. In their plan, Shun Ziyun was an important part. They wanted to pretend to go back to the capital to visit relatives, so they had to bring Shun Ziyun along. This way, others would believe they were truly returning to the capital for family visits. Shun Ziyun is Shun Ming's grandson, and Xie is Shun Ming's long-lost granddaughter, who had been searching for her over the years. Now that they found her, they naturally wanted to bring her back quickly. This reason makes sense. Late at night, everything was silent, as if the world was gently covered by a soft, mysterious black veil. The moonlight was faint, shining softly on the winding path, giving the sleeping land a silver-white glow. Xie quickly left the small town and, upon reaching the path, took out a bicycle from his space and sped toward Honghe village. The village was already in darkness, with only the night breeze bringing a little coolness and faint, almost inaudible sounds of insects. Xie headed straight to the youth camp. When the door was knocked, Shun Ziyun opened his dark eyes. He sat up, looked at the dark night sky outside and, thinking of something, got up and went to open the door. Xie's voice came from outside. "Cousin, it's me. Come out, I need to talk to you." After some discussion, they decided to leave tonight. First, to catch their enemies off guard, and second, to prevent any hidden watchers from understanding their plans. Even if someone was watching, they wouldn't be able to guess their true purpose. By the time they reported to the person behind the scenes, they would already be far away, and their real goal would remain unknown. Hearing Xie's voice, Shun Ziyun was a little surprised. He quickly ran to open the door. "Xiaojiu, why are you here so late? Is something wrong?" Xie looked around, then had the little spirit block the surroundings. Only then did he explain their plan to return to the capital, though he didn't reveal Gujun's involvement. He only said they needed Shun Ziyun to come with them tonight. Shun Ziyun thought quietly, recalling the deep impression she had of Chu Moshing during the day. After a moment of reflection, she understood that returning to the capital might be just a cover story. In fact, there was another mission. "Okay, wait for me a moment." After entering, Shun Ziyun quickly packed her things, then led Xie towards Xie Weimin's house. They needed an introduction letter to leave, or they wouldn't be able to go anywhere. When Xie Weimin heard the knocking, he was startled, thinking something had happened in the village. He immediately got out of bed. When he opened the door and saw Xie and Shun Ziyun, he looked surprised. "Xiaojiu, what's the matter?" "Big uncle, could you please give us an introduction letter? My cousin and I want to go back to the capital to visit family." "Visit family?" Xie Weimin looked at the dark night outside. "Do they need to travel at midnight for that?" But thinking about what happened during the day, he didn't ask any questions. He quickly wrote the letter and reminded them, "Xiaojiu, be sure to stay safe outside. We're all waiting for you to come back." Xiejiu put the letter away, looked up at Xie Weimin with a gentle smile, and said, "Don't worry, big uncle. When I return, I'll give you a surprise." In the quiet of the deep night, only the distant chirping of crickets and the rustling of nearby leaves could be heard, like nature's secret whispers. Xiejiu already had a rough idea in her mind. Chu Mosheng had briefly mentioned that the military wanted to buy a hemostatic powder from her, which meant they needed a lot of medicinal ingredients. Thinking about the land at the foot of the mountain, Xiejiu felt she could try growing medicinal herbs there. This could bring extra income to the village and improve the villagers' lives. Only when it involved everyone's interests could everyone work together. If someone wanted to cause trouble and harm everyone's benefits, there was no need for Xiejiu to intervene. Villagers would be able to deal with the troublemakers themselves. Xie Weimin was pleased when he heard Xiejiu's words. He trusted his niece's judgment. Over time, he had realized that her abilities were far beyond what they seemed on the surface. "Good. Big uncle will wait for your safe return." Xiejiu and Shun Ziyun turned and stepped into the night, heading toward the outskirts of the village. The entire village was shrouded in darkness. Only the countless stars twinkled affectionately, adding a touch of brightness to the night. When Shun Ziyun was riding his bike, with Xiejiu heading to the town police station, Chu Mosheng had already reported tonight's interrogation of Gujun to their superior. It wasn't a direct report, but a secret message. The superior was very surprised upon receiving the news. Looking at the list in his hand, he broke out in a cold sweat. If Xiejio had noticed Gujun's unusual behavior, and if such a person had come to Longling and joined the Revolutionary Committee, and if they had managed to infiltrate here, that would have been a real big problem. The superior immediately made a call to the encrypted line. At the moment Chu Masheng and Xiejio set out, the number 1 in Kyoto also received a call from far away in Black Province. That night was destined to be a restless one, and many people would find it hard to sleep. Xiejio led Chu Masheng and Shinziyun through winding paths into Huta Mountain. Seeing the unfamiliar mountains, Chu Masheng asked with curiosity, "Comrade Xies?" Xiejio stopped and, with a faint smile in her eyes, pointed in a direction. "Look over there." This was the vehicle she had prepared for their trip. If they took the train, given the slow speed of the green trains of that era, it would take 3 days to reach Kyoto. But if they drove themselves, it would take less than a day. Given the current situation, the sooner they arrived, the better. Chu Masheng followed Xiejio's finger and looked over. When he saw the different vehicle in front of them, his surprise was fleeting. He knew that Xiejio, including her as a person, had secrets. As long as it didn't threaten the country or the people, he wouldn't pry into her secrets. On the contrary, he was pleased. This showed her strength. The stronger she was, the more influence she would have. At least their country might develop secretly because of her secrets. So, why investigate? Didn't the superior understand this? He should have sensed it, or perhaps a Nan from the security department also noticed, but they didn't pursue it.
Why?
Because Xiejio was a righteous person, doing everything for the country. Why would they investigate her? As long as her heart was loyal to the cause, she was their best comrade. He will also protect her special qualities and keep her safe without doubt. Maybe she doesn't need protection, but this is his attitude. Compared to Chu Masheng's calmness, Shin Ziyun is more surprised. His eyes widen as he looks at the car in front of him, his mouth slightly open, wanting to say something but ultimately calming down. He trusts Xiao Jiao and his sister. Both of their expressions are seen by Xiejio, whose eyes sparkle like stars. She looks at the 2 men in front of her with a gentle smile, her lips slightly curved in satisfaction. "Comrade Chu, cousin, get in the car." Shun Ziyun is the first to get in. Chu Masheng pulls on Xiejio's sleeve and looks at her with a bit of grievance. "Can you not call me Comrade Chu?" It makes them seem very distant. Clearly, she has already seen through him. Luckily, Xiejio doesn't know what he's thinking. If she did, she might say, listen to this. What kind of fierce words are those?" Xiejio's lips curl into a gentle smile. She slightly bows and, with sparkling eyes that seem to smile but not quite, glances at his slightly blushing face. She softly whispers in his ear, "Then what should I call you? We don't seem to be that close yet, right?" "Masheng, comrade." When she says Masheng, Chu Masheng's heart pounds like a drum inside his chest, making a loud bang 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 sound. But then, hearing the word comrade, it was like being doused with a cold bucket of water, chilling and uplifting his spirits. He raises his gaze in a complaint, but when he sees a flash of mischief in Xiejio's eyes, his disappointment and grievance instantly vanish. His lips lift into a smile, a blush spreads across his face, and he happily sits in the front passenger seat. "Shinziyun, this dog food? Did you notice he's still single? Please, be a real person." His sharp, searching gaze sweeps over the 2 of them. Xiejio waves her hand dismissively. "Don't ask. I really don't know." Shinziyun twitches his mouth and lights a candle for his good brother. His cousin looks so heartless. His good brother's long road to winning her over is still ahead. As soon as Xiejio finishes speaking, the car speeds off like an arrow shot from a bow. The moonlight lit up the road, and cars moved through the night. Xiejio held the steering wheel, eyes fixed ahead. Only the darkness accompanied them, along with countless reverse night scenes, like beautiful pictures reflected in the endless black night. The little spirit transformed early into a small clip, happily staying beside Xiejio. Lu Xian also turned into a white jade bracelet, wrapping around Siejio's fair wrist. Suddenly, the little spirit's green leaf shook, dispersing along with Siejio's mental energy into the surrounding darkness. "Boss, there is a car following us, neither too close nor too far." Siejio nodded. "I know." This car had been following them since they left the town. She didn't think it was someone traveling at night like them. It was more likely someone hiding in the dark, watching them. She believed these people were after her.
And why?
Maybe just her intuition. Siejio quickly shifted gears. The car moved like a swimming dragon through the night, making it hard to track. The car behind saw the front car suddenly speed up and curse quietly, "Crazy." Staying up late at night, disturbing others from sleeping. Going so fast. Are you trying to die? Siejio didn't know when she would die, but she was sure these two could go on their journey. Siejio looked at the car behind in the rearview mirror, a faint smile on her lips, her eyes mischievous, like a fox in the dark, captivating and deadly. That smile was like a flower by the river of the underworld, beautiful, bold, yet lethal. She curled her lips and silently whispered, "I am not a kind person. Don't expect mercy from me. Anyone blocking my way will have blood splattered 3 feet high." A confident smile appeared on Siejio's face. "Hold on tight." The fight officially began. Siejio suddenly turned the steering wheel into a drift, and the car traced a beautiful arc in the dark night.
Woohoo!
She whistled loudly. Chu Emo-shun watched the excited Siejio, a faint smile curling on his lips. He shook his head helplessly, a look of affection flashing in his eyes. Shun Ziyun twitched his mouth but silently supported Siejio with his actions. The car made a sharp turn in the dark night, and the accelerator emitted a humming sound. The car behind was driving well until it suddenly turned, now heading straight toward them, causing everyone to freeze in fear. They shouted loudly, "Crazy person! Crazy person!" They weren't new to this kind of situation, but had they ever seen someone so wild? Is she really a woman? Wasn't she supposed to be just an ordinary rural woman? How could she be so brave? Could they still escape in time? Siejio licked her small, sharp teeth excitedly and shouted, "Claws!" Chu Ma-sheng and Shun Ziyan looked confused. Who had claws? While they were stunned, the car suddenly made a cracking sound, as if something was extending from all sides. After a series of cracking noises, Chu Ma-sheng felt the car's body grow taller, or rather, the entire car lifted off the ground. Was that what he understood? Could the car actually extend claws? Claws like chicken claws, duck claws, or hooks? No, what was he thinking? His thoughts only lasted a moment. In his view, the car looked like a giant beast, and with a hum, it sped toward the car behind.
Ah!
Crazy person. Did she have no life? Why was the car coming straight at them? The people in the car behind froze in shock. "Quick, jump out!" The driver shouted immediately. Can they really jump out? Siejio's gaze was icy, sharp as a blade, full of determination. She pressed the gas pedal hard, and their car, like a giant beast, pressed down on the car behind. Where could they run? The car slowly lowered, pressing directly onto the car below.
Ah!
Help! Spare us! The people underneath were trapped and couldn't move. They felt the roof above shrinking closer and closer to them. In no time, they would be crushed into pulp. Such a death would be extremely painful. Spare us. We only took money to do our job. We don't deserve to die. They have been in the underworld for so long, but they have never seen such a scene before. This. They want to go home. They want to go home. Siejio's hands moved quickly. Under the surprised gazes of Chu Mo-hen and Shin Ziyun, he directly opened a metal plate under the car, bringing it very close to the roof of the car below. A saw extended from beneath the car, and in just a few cuts, he sawed open the roof of the vehicle underneath. The people inside showed a look of surprise and relief. They were saved. Before they could celebrate, when they looked up, a dark gun was pointed directly at them, and there was a pair of bright eyes filled with killing intent. "Hello? Are you trying to kill me?" The group instinctively swallowed hard. They say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more fierce she can be. They truly experience this now. This woman's appearance was definitely attractive, but her methods were equally sharp. Who says women are weak? That's only because they haven't met someone formidable. No, 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 we're not. The group instinctively tried to deny it. But when they saw Siegio tilt his head and a cold, murderous smile appear on his face, they admitted reluctantly, "Yes, we came to kill you. We took money from others." Good, they are honest. Siegio waved his gun. The real mastermind. I don't know exactly who he is, but I know he's from Kyoto Hospital. He offered 1,000 to make us do this. The man quickly glanced at Siegio and continued, "It would be best to kill you. But before that, you need to hand over some formula." The moment the man spoke, Chu Mashin's face turned cold as water. Well done, those people's reach is really too long. Chu Mashin's cold gaze toward Siegio carried a hint of warmth. This time, the leader would definitely report to higher-ups. That means Xiaojio is now known at the first base. If they can successfully dismantle the Sun family's conspiracy in Kyoto, Xiaojio's backing will grow stronger. Those claws reaching out won't need Siegio to act. They will be taken down by others. Are you done talking? Siegio's voice carried a cold tone. His gaze on the people below was filled with killing intent. The gun in his hand was already cocked, and with a cold shot, he directly shot through the man's head in the driver's seat. In the dark night, the sounds of muffled groans and frightened swallowing were especially clear. Before they could fight back, Siegio's gun had already fired repeatedly. The 4 confident people turned into 4 cold, lifeless bodies. Siegio smiled slightly as the claws on the car retracted little by little, crushing the vehicle below into a pile of scrap metal. The metal plate under the car was pulled back, blocking the smell of blood and decay. Siegio glanced at the 2 people beside him. "Do you think I am very cruel?" A girl, who had killed 4 people without blinking, might seem ruthless to normal people. But for Chu Masheng, a soldier used to missions, and Shun Ziyun, who had a thick filter of 800 meters, this was nothing. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I will not give up easily. Chu Masheng said seriously, "No, you're fine like this. Having warmth and strength, not losing out and sticking to your principles." Shun Ziyun also said seriously, "No, as a member of the Shin family, we don't start trouble, but if someone provokes us, we will respond with thunderous force." For him, this was just self-defense. If they are about to be killed, can't they fight back? Siegio nodded with satisfaction. Her smile was like a gentle breeze brushing over a lake, causing ripples on her calm face. Her eyes sparkled like 2 freshly polished glass beads. Their answers were probably expected by Siegio. Now hearing it in person, her feelings were different. She turned the steering wheel, pressed the accelerator, and the car repeatedly crushed the ground beneath it until the surrounding dirt completely buried the flattened car under dust. Through the glass window, Siegio looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, a slight smile on her lips. She stepped on the gas again, and the car shot forward like an arrow in the dark night. Chu Masheng looked ahead, raising his eyebrows. Are they going up the mountain? His gaze briefly swept over Siegio's cold face, recalling what just happened. Could there be their accomplices on the mountain? A cold light flashed in his dark eyes. At midnight, cold wind carrying strange sounds came from behind. Chu Emotion and Shun Ziyan looked back at the same time. Only Siegio saw the movement behind through the rear-view mirror, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Everyone knows not to put all their eggs in one basket. She will make sure they disappear completely. A killer is always killed by others. This is the fate they agreed to face on this trip. She needs to quickly deal with these people and then rush to the capital as fast as possible. It's best to arrive during the day, as they don't have much time left. Siegio remained very calm, but her mind was racing. How could she get there as fast as possible? The car could only go so fast, and the roads now are much worse than in the future, full of potholes, which slows down the speed. The little elf shook the leaves on its head. "Boss, don't worry. I thought of this already. Later, I'll give you something good. Just stick it on the car, and it will boost the speed like crazy." Siegio paused slightly. "What? Don't try to fool me. Do you have some hidden trick?" What kind of tricks could the elf have? Xiejio wondered. If only there was a search engine like in the future, she could just look it up. Hee, that's a secret for now. I'll surprise you. Your top priority is to get rid of that thing behind us. That thing is a bit mutated, the elf added. It's more like it's a bit abnormal. Do you mean this might be something from a special department? Not exactly. Special departments are part of the government, and they're usually reliable. Getting into a special department is even harder than joining the army. They have to check your entire family tree, even 18 generations back. If a traitor appears there, it's game over. From what you said, that makes sense. It's not that Xiejio doesn't trust people, but she believes in being cautious. So, this thing was made by someone? Good. Instead of helping build the country, they just caused trouble. How shameless. Maybe yes, maybe no. Humans are complicated. Boss, just kill it. Anyway, this thing isn't good, the elf said. Of course, if it can be used for her own benefit, that's even better. Xiejio agreed. She wouldn't leave any hidden dangers for herself. Xiejio pretended to be under the car but actually took out a wooden sword and a machete from his space, then handed them directly to Chu Masheng and Shinziun. This thing is a bit special. You can deal as much damage as you can. I need to send this thing into the mountains. When Chu Masheng saw that thing, he had a bad feeling. It gave him a sense of pressure. He and Xiejio had the same idea.
Okay.
You just drive. This is for me and Ziyun. Although Shinziun wasn't in the army as a child from a big family, he was skilled with weapons. Also, Shinziun didn't join the army, but he trained a lot in his daily life. The Shin family arranged it this way just to avoid attracting too much attention. Xiejio nodded. The car suddenly braked hard. The long claw of that thing reached out, trying to scratch the car. Xiejio performed a drift and shouted, "Now's the time." Chu Masheng in the front passenger seat and Shinziun in the back window both opened their windows at the same time, swinging their wooden sword and machete toward the shadow. Whoosh! Sizzle! The wooden sword and machete cut through the shadow's arms and back, leaving only shallow, white marks. The shadow, in pain, made a sizzle sound and spun quickly, trying to claw the people inside the car. But Xiejio acted faster. With a tail whip, he directly hit the shadow, knocking it away with a loud bang. The knocked-back shadow looked confused. Who is this? Wawawu, 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 pain. Pain. After being hit, the creature regained some awareness. Its big round eyes stared straight at Xiejio in the driver's seat. Its nose twitched, and its dark eyes brightened. It slowly stretched out its big paw, looked around, and suddenly said, "Mom, Xiejio, wow, little one, we've crossed species." Seeing that Xiejio didn't respond and was looking at it with a fierce gaze, the little beast immediately looked upset, sobbing, "Mom." The little spirit burst into laughter, leaning forward and backward. Wow, does this big boss have a big kid now? It's still just a. What is this? Let it take a good look. Is it a brown bear, a black bear, or? Anyway, it's a bear. As for what kind, I can't tell. I can only say this thing is a bit dirty. Chu Moshen and Shinziun's mouths twitched sharply. What's going on here? Are animals able to talk now? Then who are they? Future dad and uncle?
Uft.
What are you thinking? Xiejio didn't expect this either. He suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped the car. You could say the enemy, and one shot would solve it. But this thing is full of treasures, meat, skin, and even bear paws. TSK. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Xiejio glanced at the two of them and said seriously, "You two stay in the car. I'll go down and take a look. Comrade Xie. It's not right for two grown men to stay in the car while a woman faces danger alone. Don't worry, I have a way." He didn't even look at her mental strength, but that was exactly what the beast loved most. And also, she wanted to see what was going on with this beast, whether someone was using it for experiments. If that was the case, she definitely had to eliminate these hidden uncertainties. A shadow stood in front of the car, its big, dark eyes staring intently at Xiejio. When Xiejio opened the car door, it seemed to know and stepped back a little, never taking its eyes off Xiejio's fair face. It opened and closed its mouth, calling out, "Mom." Hearing this again, Xiejio could only roll his eyes. Does it have an obsession? constantly calling her Mom. He opened and closed the car door, and in a flash, he locked the car with the keys he was holding. Chu Moshin's mouth twitched. This lock probably wasn't meant for them, right? Since the outside was locked, he could still open it from inside, so it must be aimed at that thing. Siejio took a step forward, his sharp gaze sweeping over the standing bear, and his cold voice sounded softly. Paws out. Upon hearing this, the bear immediately stepped forward. Then. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps. It quietly shortened the distance to Siejio. Seeing that Siejio did not object, its eyes rolled around, and it directly moved closer, tentatively placing one large paw on her shoulder. Seeing that Siejio still did not object, a smile suddenly appeared on its face, which was all black fur. Its white teeth gleamed faintly under the moonlight. Carefully, it extended its paw, tilting its head slightly, showing happiness, fear, and a little hope. The smell on Mama's body is so nice. It smells so good. It likes it very much. Siejio looked at the bare paw held out in front of her, slowly raised her hand, and grasped it. It looked like she was holding it, but in fact, she was using her mental power to check it. Sure enough, as she guessed, this bear had been injected with some kind of potion. It was controlled and lost its reason, but after she bumped into it with her vehicle, it regained some clarity. And her mental power helped it wake up. So, it can be guessed that this mountain bear was injected with a drug that could cause agitation, probably through remote shooting, with the same goal as those people just now. What a grand scheme. To get what she had, they really put a lot of effort into it. She would repay them well. They say children who cry get sweets. She also has a guardian. Yes, she is so delicate and helpless. Little spirit. Boss, do you think you're speaking human language? Helpless and delicate? You? Siejio. Go away, mind your own business. She used her mental power to carefully examine the bear's meridians, making sure the medicine inside its body completely lost its effect. The bear happily let out a snore-like sound. After finishing the check, Siejio patted the bear's big head. All right, you're fine now. Go back. Bear. Was I abandoned? It was born a real bear by its mother, and if it dies, it will be her ghostly bear. The bear, feeling nervous, immediately gave Siejio a bear hug. Siejio helplessly rolled her eyes. Bear, look at yourself. How big are you? You're going to send me to Grandma Tai. She patted the bear's big belly. Let go. The little bear could only say those 2 words. It didn't know anything else. Anyway, it just didn't want to leave. Siejio gave in. All right, get in the car. We need to get going. If they delayed any longer, it would be very late. Siejio opened the car door and put the bear in the back seat. Its round eyes met Shun Ziyun's directly. The bear reached out a paw, patted Shun Ziyun's shoulder, grinned, pointed at Siejio, and said, Mama. Then it pointed at Shun Ziyun and made a lulu sound. Shun Ziyun's mouth twitched. How could he possibly understand what a bear meant? Was it trying to ask how it should address him? Shun Ziyun looked at Siejio and said, I'm her older brother. The bear thought, what's a brother? Then what should I call him? Oh, it's Tiny Bear Brain. It paused for a long time. By the time the car had gone far down the road, the bear finally said, chirp, chirp, cough, cough, cough. Shun Ziyun choked on his own saliva. The bear wanted to show that it was a very polite bear. It patted Shun Ziyun's back with its big paw, almost too hard. Stop, I'm fine, he said quickly. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be fine. The bear's gaze then moved to Chu Moshing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Chu Moshing noticed the look and pressed his lips together. How should he introduce himself? Should he say, I like your mom and want to be with her? Then what would that make him? Before he could figure it out, the bear suddenly said something that completely stunned him.
Dada. Chu Mosheng further.
When he realized what the bear had called him, his face turned bright red. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Siejio. The bear was stubborn. If you didn't answer, it would keep calling until you did.
Dada.
Chu Moshing didn't know whether to respond or not. In the end, he just closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. The bear tilted its head, looked at Xiejio, then at Shinziyun, confused. How could someone fall asleep that fast? Even a bear couldn't sleep that quickly. Xiejio and Shinziyun couldn't help laughing at the scene between the bear and Chu Moshing. Chu Moshing, still pretending to sleep, blushed even more. He had just been teased by a bear and couldn't even argue back. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was like a flowing silk ribbon, quietly revealing endless depth. The car sped through the night, and only when the little elf mysteriously took out a talisman paper did Xiejio realize she had been too shallow. The little elf is the only remaining elf in the world, and it is full of treasures. It even has its own special space, created by the Elf King using his life's blood before he died. Inside are treasures from the elf race. This speed charm is from the little elf's special space. The little elf drooped 2 leaves and nervously asked, "Big boss, are you angry with me?" Xiejio shook her head. She thought about it from another angle. She wouldn't easily give away her secrets either. This is her backup plan, and she understands why the little elf did it. Having suddenly arrived in this world after the apocalypse, the little elf is uneasy and cannot leave her side. Honestly, only with her can the little elf be truly free. If it had met someone else, someone with bad intentions, it might have been exploited so much that nothing was left, not even its most precious 2 leaves. "Thank you, big boss," the little elf said. Xiejio's feelings were heard by the little elf, which made it even more grateful. It was glad to have met her, and the Elf King had chosen the best for it. It always trusted the Elf King, and also trusted her. The little elf floated in the space above Xiejio, and white, glowing light radiated from around it. Stars flickered throughout the space. Suddenly, Xiejio felt a wave of comfort. This was the complete merging of her space and the little elf space. Xiejio didn't expect the little elf to merge their spaces at this moment. The little elf knew what Xiejio wanted to say and spoke first. "Big boss, I agree. Spending this time with you has made me realize that you are truly very kind. Just like the big boss said, if it had been with someone else, its value would have been completely exploited. But with the big boss, it is free and happy." It was originally chosen by the Elf King to be the special little grass of the big boss. Now, after merging completely, it has become the spirit of this space and will have a physical form. She was truly very happy. Next, a fluffy little animal appeared in the space, looking like a mix between a cat and a dog. Xiejio saw this adorable little creature with her mind and was stunned for a moment. "What is this thing?" "Boss, I'm not a thing. I am your space spirit, your treasure." Okay, you're my treasure." "Hee, that's more like it." The little spirit had now become the space spirit and gained a physical form. It was a happy time, running around excitedly in the space, playing with leopard, wolf, and tiger who also ran around with it. Just a reminder, when you play, you need to keep the space clean. "Got it, boss. I'll plant fields and herbs and let them work too. Otherwise, they'll just eat and get fat." Xiejio glanced at Tiger and the ribeye cow, who had clearly gained a lot of weight, and nodded in agreement with the little spirit. "Little spirit, from now on I'll call you baby. You are my treasure." Sure. I like the name baby. I am the boss's cutest little one." "Boss, I am useful now. I have a physical form so I can leave the space later. When that happens, I'll bring you a little one." "Xiejio, you're thinking too far ahead. The father of the little one doesn't even know where he is, so where would the little one come from?" Xiejio casually said, All right, you guys play first." She needed to hurry to Kyoto during the day. Dawn quietly arrived. The stars faded, and the moonlight dimmed. The first shy rays of sunlight peeked out, piercing through the thin fog, gently waking the earth from sleep. Xiejio yawned, saw the distant outline, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Kyoto, we're coming. Dogs, get ready for a possible counterattack." Chu Emotion and Shinziyun, at Xiejio's request, took a short nap in the car. When they opened their eyes and saw this familiar place, they looked confused. It takes 3 days and 3 nights by train, or at least a day and a night by car, to reach Kyoto. Yet, they arrived after just 1 night? Their gazes involuntarily fell on Siejio. Siejio shrugged and smiled brightly. The mountain folk have their ways. Ask me, but I don't know. Chu Emo Shin knew more than Shinziyun. He hid his curiosity, rubbed his aching head, and looked outside with a complicated gaze. He hadn't been back in a long time. Looking at the city, which hadn't changed much, he knew that behind the scenes, there were turbulent waves. Xiong pulled Shinziyun and opened his mouth, making a whimpering sound. Shinziyun scratched his head. What does that mean? He didn't understand animal language. However, Siejio understood what Xiong meant. Animals are very sharp. It must have sensed the little elf's presence and changes. All right, don't pull on your cousin. From now on, call me Dodo, Shinziyun. So, even animals want names now? Now, what do you plan to do? Chu Emo Shun was more concerned about their next steps. And about the plans of those people in the dark. How could they stop them? Siejio stopped the car. They were in the suburbs. The city was just ahead. Do you trust me? Of course, we trust you, Chu Emo Shun and Shinziyun said together. Siejio nodded.
Good.
Listen to me. Cousin, draw me a rough map of your home. Shinziyun didn't ask how Siejio would do it. He immediately drew the location for him. Siejio looked at the rough sketch and quickly planned a route in his mind. Although the courtyard was safe, who knew if someone was watching outside? Also, the courtyard wasn't impenetrable. Inside, there were caretakers hired by each family and guards who might also be infiltrated. So, they had to be absolutely sure. Shin's family. Grandfather Shinming was home more often now, only going to the military zone when necessary. Chu's family, Chu Qingfeng, and Shenming's situation were similar. That meant these two were sometimes at home during the day. Siejio thought of a question and asked Chu Emo Shen, "Is my grandfather's house far from yours?" "Not far. Our two houses are very close, just next door." Siejio looked at the map in his hand, thinking about how he would carry out a plan if he were the one plotting. Since the two houses were so close and Chu Qingfeng and Shinming were on the list, then if it was a big move, setting off an explosion between the two houses would be the simplest way. If these people truly want to carry out their plan, they don't care about being discovered or about the size of their target. They just want to cause chaos in the city. The assassins either don't plan to leave alive or are determined to complete their mission at all costs. In other words, these people are like ancient warriors who only care about finishing their task. If that's the case, then Siejio knows what to do. Comrade Chu, we should do this. Or that. Big brother, you should do it this way. Or that way. Siejio explained her plan to both of them. Since their grandfathers are on the target list, she thought it was best for both to understand the current situation at the same time. All right, let's do it your way. It's not the time to hesitate now. Siejio took a bag from the car, pulled out a few items, and then gave Shinziyun a big change in appearance. After finishing, Siejio, Chu Mashing, and Duo drove away, while Shinziyun took a bus. Before leaving, Siejio painted the car a military green, making it look like a military vehicle. With Chu Mashing's identity, it was easy to get into the compound. They split up to act separately. Siejio looked at Xiong and warned, Duo, you must listen carefully, okay? Listen carefully and obey Mom's words. When Chu Mashing reached the gate, he was stopped by a soldier on duty. Seeing the car window roll down and recognizing Chu Mashing, after checking his ID, the soldier let him in. Thanks to the invisibility charm in the little spirit space, Siejio and Duo were invisible the whole time. They sat in the car and followed Chu Mashing to the Chu family estate. The old man in the living room, Chu Qingfeng, heard his grandson's voice and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He knew well what was happening with his grandson in the army. Why would he take leave during such a quiet time, with no festivals or holidays? Something must have happened, and his eldest grandson came back on purpose. Kid, you're at the door. Why don't you come in quickly? Chu Mashing showed a helpless smile. Siejio and Dodo had gotten out of the car when the guards weren't paying attention. Dodo walked upright, tiptoeing like an old man, full of mischief. Siejio almost laughed at how he looked, but she knew what was going on, so she pulled Dodo's big paw, and they went into the living room together. The old man was a veteran and very sensitive to changes in the atmosphere. He discreetly looked around, and when he saw nothing unusual, he furrowed his brows slightly. Impossible. His instincts couldn't be wrong. Chu Moshing knew his grandfather well. He stepped forward, took his hand, and started chatting. Meanwhile, he secretly patted his grandfather's elbow when no one was paying attention. Xiejio and Dodo stood nearby, observing everything. After the old man and his grandson finished their chat, old Chu found an excuse to take Chu Moshing to the study. Xiejio followed them upstairs with Dodo. The old man looked back once more. Even though Dodo was walking very carefully, he couldn't hide his sharp eyes, which had seen much in his lifetime. Xiejio smiled. The old man was really perceptive. Chu Qingfeng sat in a chair, and Chu Moshing stood at the desk. At that moment, Xiejio tore off the invisibility charms from herself and Dodo. Just as the old man's eyes widened, wanting to say something, Xiejio made a silent gesture to keep quiet. Chu Qingfeng looked at Xiejio, who suddenly appeared, and then glanced at the brown bear standing nearby. His mind was full of thoughts, but his face remained calm. Xiejio patted Chu Moshing's shoulder and silently said, "Speak." The message was for the two of them to talk and sort things out. Chu Moshing immediately understood Xiejio's intention. "Grandpa, how have you been recently? I happened to be on leave, so I came back to see you." While Chu Moshing was talking to old Master Chu, Xiejio was wandering in the study. She looked at the room's layout and imagined where she would hide things if she were a bad person, things that shouldn't be there. She slowly closed her eyes and used her mental power to scan everything. Suddenly, a bright red spot appeared in her mind. She quickly opened her eyes, shining with determination. If someone looked carefully, they could see a flash of killing intent in her eyes. Xiejio tiptoed over carefully and gently picked up a small inkstone on the desk. Chu Moshing and old Master Chu both looked at Xiejio. Through her series of actions, they clearly saw that the usually precious inkstone had been hollowed out in the middle, and inside was a flashing listening device. Chu Qingfeng's hands unconsciously raised, and his fingers trembled slightly. His eyes widened with disbelief and surprise. He never expected that these people were so sneaky, hiding things so deeply. This inkstone had been with him for a long time. It wasn't valuable because of its price, but because his father had left it to him.
So, he kept it carefully.
His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and anger flickered in his eyes. Xiejio slowly took out a tiny screwdriver from her pocket, actually from her space, and carefully adjusted the wiring inside. It looked like she didn't damage the monitor, but the person on the other end of the device would no longer hear anything from him. Xiejio raised her hand and explained, "It's safe now." Chu Qingfeng watched her calmly handle everything in front of him. A look of admiration crossed his face, and he cheerfully teased, "Little Shen, why don't you introduce yourself to Grandpa?" Seeing the teasing look in old master's eyes, Chu Moshing blushed and confidently introduced himself. "Grandpa, this is Grandpa Shen's granddaughter." Xiejio introduced herself politely. "Hello, Grandpa Chu. I'm Xiejio." As a junior, she naturally knew how to be polite. Chu Qingfeng was very happy. He finally met the talented girl his grandson often talked about. He laughed heartily. "Haha, I finally see the girl my grandson mentioned. Not bad, very good." His three not bads showed his liking and admiration for Xiejio. Calm and composed in the face of danger. Very impressive. Xiejio looked up at Chu Moshing and joked, "Comrade Chu, how do you describe me?" Chu Moshing's eyes flickered, and he looked everywhere but at Xiejio, appearing embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and said, "No, you're very capable. You saved me 3 times." Seeing his grandson's shy look, Chu Qingfeng couldn't help but want to help. "Xiaojiu, why do you still call him Comrade Chu? You're old Shen's granddaughter, and that brat is older than you. You should call him brother. Even if not brother, you should at least call him by his name. Calling him Comrade Chu feels too distant. Besides, you're this kid's lifesaver. Everyone says a life-saving grace." Afraid that Grandpa might say something to embarrass Xiejio, Chu Moshing quickly interrupted. "Grandpa, we came back quietly because we have something important to tell you." Hearing this, Chu Qingfeng also put away his smile, his expression turning serious. As Xiejio and the others spoke more details, his face grew even more solemn, as if a storm was brewing. He slammed the table hard. This is outrageous. These years, the people from that country never gave up on trying to seize their land. The most disgusting thing is, their own countrymen have become like dogs for those foreigners. They went through so many hardships back then. How did their country gradually push out the invaders? Did everyone forget? How many soldiers sacrificed for the life they have now? Did they forget? The phrase, "never forget national humiliation," is not just words. People's hearts are unpredictable, and greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant.
Chu Chengfen sai sốc tì.
When the sky is about to rain, and a woman is about to marry, no one can stop it. But they will never let these people go. Never. They are still unsure how many places have been infiltrated, or how many people's lives are at risk from an invisible threat. This is a test for them. If those people succeed, chaos will break out in the city, and it would be a huge loss for them. I already know what you reported. Number One's voice crackled through the receiver. Did Comrade Xiejio come back with your sister Emotion? He knew about it because Gejun was the one who discovered Xiejio, and she uncovered such important information from Gejun's words. She is truly a remarkable woman. Having such a good young comrade is a blessing for our country and for the military. Chu Qingfeng was slightly surprised. He was still thinking about whether to mention old Shin's granddaughter, but he didn't expect Number One already knew. Yes, she came back with Emotion. It was the young girl who found the bug in my study. After giving a few instructions, Number One hung up. Chu Qingfeng looked at Xiejio with admiration. This young girl is truly extraordinary. Old Shun is really lucky to have such a granddaughter. Having her name associated with Number One is no small feat. There must be other things happening that he doesn't know about. But he is happy for Xiejio. This means her future will be broader and brighter, and she will definitely carve out her own unique path. Xiejio paced to the window and quietly peeked through to look at the backyard. The study window faces the backyard, so she can see everything clearly from here. Both the front and backyards are guarded by dedicated guards, 4 in the front and 4 in the back, covering every corner to ensure safety. Xiejio, with her mental strength, is very sensitive to smells and sounds. She raised her hand to stop their conversation. Chu Emotion immediately came over and looked down from Xiejio's perspective. He could see the entire yard clearly. Xiejio pointed to a person in the corner. Who is he? Chu Emotion opened his mouth silently, asking, "What do you mean?" Xiejio went to the desk, took a piece of paper, and drew a layout of the house, including the guards in the front and backyards. She pointed toward the direction where the man had just been standing and said, "That is a dead corner of the building, but from here, you can clearly see his movements." This person was eavesdropping earlier. The aluminum foil in his hand is one of the best materials for transmitting sound. He shaped it into a horn. Xiejio mimicked the man's actions. Just sticking it on the wall makes spying safer than standing openly at the door listening, so this person might not be working with the person who installed the bugging device. Since the bugging device has already been installed, there should be no more eavesdropping. If caught, it would be hard to explain and could expose them. Both Xiejio and Chu Mashing could think of this. Thinking about what Gejun said about the Sun family's plan, Chu Qingfeng frowned. If he had known that old Sun was like this, he would have dealt with him earlier to prevent him from causing trouble now. This person can't stay. Yes, definitely. Xiejio's eyes lit up with an idea. Do you want to know who is behind this person? Whether there are others in the family who are secretly working against us? Seeing Xiejio's bright eyes, Chu Mashing knew she had another clever plan. He slightly smiled with a hint of affection. What do you want to do? Hee, I have my own good plan. Seeing her lively expression, Chu Qingfeng's anger eased a little. They came from that era and had seen many untrustworthy people. He knew he needed to be more open-minded. Do you need my help? Xiejio thought for a moment and shook her head. Not for now, but I need you and Grandpa to argue. The louder, the better. What kind of strategy is this? Although Chu Mashing didn't understand, he trusted Xiejio. He had seen her methods before. The next moment, Chu Moshing started arguing with Grandpa, and the others in the house heard their quarrel. Meanwhile, Xiejio began her plan. Chu Moshing, still arguing, followed her instructions and directly opened the window, then threw the inkstone onto the ground. As he threw it, he said, "This is so frustrating. What's so good about this inkstone? It's like a treasure. I want it, but they won't give it to me. If they don't give it to me, I'll just throw it away." The inkstone was thrown directly onto the ground. Inkstone. What did I do wrong? Why are you throwing me? As the inkstone was thrown, Xiejio used her mental power to directly smash it onto the head of the person eavesdropping. Xiejio had cheated. This inkstone, in both angle and force, could easily cause serious injury. There was a loud thud. The man's mouth just started to smile, but then he was hit on the head and fell to the ground dead. The main culprit, the inkstone, was immediately taken into Xiejio's space. Xiejio, who had an invisibility charm, was openly watching a few guards running over. When they weren't paying attention, she secretly stuck a transparent film on their necks. This looks like a film, but it's actually similar to a surveillance chip. Every move they make is under her watch. More importantly, this isn't just a chip. It also has medicinal properties that can make people obedient. Weren't the enemies planting people around Chu Qingfeng and the others? Were they trying to control these people? Now that they are under control, she wanted to see how they would try to harm others. Xiejio, with Xiong Duo, directly stuck a transparent film on everyone in the Chu family. Only after everyone was covered did she confidently walk into the backyard. Xiong Duo had already been put into her space. Chu Qingfeng sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at Xiejio with a loving gaze. This time, it was really thanks to this girl. Without her, his life, and the lives of the older folks, wouldn't be safe. He made a call to number 1, who would surely act immediately. Although the target was a bit big, and the Sun family might go desperate, saving one was better than nothing. Otherwise, everything could fall apart. Old Master Shin didn't go for a walk today. Suddenly, the front door was knocked. He was confused. Who could it be? Could it be the neighbor? The neighbor had said they would stay home today and not play chess. Could they have changed their mind? Haha. The older he got, the less shame he knew. When old Master Shin opened the door, he saw a completely unfamiliar face. The person was led in by the guards. He squinted and asked, "What's the matter?" The guard stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Commander, this young man says he's a relative from your hometown. He's here to visit family." Shinzian adjusted the bag in his hand and quickly said, "Uncle, I'm Sun Zhen's grandson." Grandpa Shin used to have a nickname, Sun General back then. Families often didn't have enough to eat. Grandpa Shin was dark and thin, so he got that nickname. Not many people knew about it, only family members. When Shen Ming heard the name Sun Zhen, he looked at the young man again. Seeing Shun Ziyun winking at him, he chuckled. "Oh, it's you, kid. Come in quickly. It's okay, you go to your work. I'm here to see you. Goodbye, Commander." After the guard saluted, he left. Shin Ziyun was led inside by Shin Ming. Seeing his grandmother sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, his eyes turned red. He softly called out, "Grandpa, Grandma." Shin Ming frowned. "Why do you look like that? Why are you back now? What about Xiaojio?" Shin Ziyun had only recently gone to the countryside, so he shouldn't have come back just to visit. Besides, visiting family usually requires a certificate from the village leader. This shows he didn't come back randomly, but through official channels. Shun Ziyun thought, "Are you saying that the official way is just my cousin driving all night? Since he's back, why didn't he bring Xiaojio with him? No, even though it's not harvest season, it's not winter either. Something must be wrong." Shin Ziyun looked around and saw only his grandfather and grandmother in the living room. He pulled them upstairs to the study. When they reached the study, Shun Ziyun finally relaxed a little, but he didn't let his guard down immediately. He remembered his cousin saying that if anyone really wanted to harm them, they would set up listening devices in the study. Otherwise, how would they know everything? Suddenly, there was a knock on the window. Shin Ziyun hurried over. Seeing no shadow outside, he thought of Xiejio's tricks. When he opened the window, he felt something zip past him. Right after, another figure jumped down. Shun Ziyun guessed what was happening. Carefully, he looked outside through the window, then quickly closed it. Looking at his grandparents' surprised expressions, Shun Ziyun nervously warned, "Whatever you see later, don't panic or scream." Shunming rolled his eyes at his grandson. He had seen many strange things before. When he was young, they didn't even know where he was. But when he saw Xieju suddenly appear, he just widened his eyes slightly. When he saw the bear duo suddenly show up, he gasped in shock. When did this bear arrive? The bear duo looked at Xieju and Shun Ziyun. Mom chirp, one paw pointed at Shunming, then at itself. The other paw pointed at Grandma Shun, then at herself. It seemed to be asking, "What should I call you?" When the bear duo spoke, even Shunming, who was experienced, couldn't believe a bear could talk. But the real question was, what kind of name was that? How did his grandson become chirp to the bear? Should it be uncle? And that girl beside him. Her beautiful features were exactly like Shun Ziyun's late daughter. Her similar face made the old couple tear up. Grandma Shun looked at Xieju, her eyes filling with tears. She wanted to call out, but remembering they were told not to speak earlier, she could only rush forward and hug Xieju tightly. Only after Grandma Shun calmed down did Xieju use her mental power to scan the study. Luckily, Grandpa Shun's study had no listening devices, so it was safe to talk here. Xieju had mental power and special abilities. She could sense anyone approaching. "Grandpa, Grandma, I am Xieju. You're back. That's good. That's good." The two elders were overwhelmed with joy upon seeing their granddaughter. Worried they might be upset, Xieju quickly used her mental power to comfort them. The bear duo also pushed forward, waving its big paws between Shun Grandpa and Grandma Shun, clearly determined to find out the answer. What a persistent bear. Xieju helplessly rolled her eyes. "This is my grandpa and grandma, and they're Chirp's grandparents too." The bear duo's CPU was about to overheat.
It.
The big paw kept scratching its ear, and finally, it had to ask Xieju for help, looking pitiful. Mom, Grandpa Shun and Grandma Shun also went from being surprised to liking this big fellow. He was just too silly. All right, this is great Grandpa, and this is great Grandma." Xieju felt helpless too. Her husband's shadow hadn't even appeared yet, and she had already gained a big son. This also meant Shun Ziyun and the grandparents had upgraded.
Great.
"Yeah, great Grandma." Xiong Duodwa's mouth moved repeatedly, trying many times, finally saying these two titles. This made everyone laugh happily. Grandma Shun loved drinking honey water. Seeing Xiong Duodwa's silly look, she went down to get a jar of honey and brought it back. "Good boy. Eat up." Seeing the big jar of honey, Xiong Duodwa's saliva almost dripped out, but he first looked at Xieju. Only after she nodded did he take the bottle, not forgetting to snuggle close to Grandma Shun. This made Grandma Shun smile happily. After chatting for a while, Xieju told them about the Chu family and the situation with her grandfather. She thought the Chu family was in a worse state than theirs, probably because of Chu emotion. The Chu family, without Chu Qingfeng, was in trouble. Although Chu Mingde was not as good a father as Chu Qingfeng, Chu emotion, the third generation, had grown up and was even more formidable. Compared to the Chu family, the Shun family was a bit weaker.
Why?
Because Shunming had sacrificed himself, and Shun's grandson was not in the army, but had gone to the countryside. If Shunming were gone, the Shun family would definitely decline. When dealing with the Chu family, they also took care of the Shun family, just a matter of convenience. Seeing that the Shun family was not under surveillance confirmed Xieju's suspicion. They were listening in on the Chu family because they feared Chu emotion's connection to the Chu family, wanting to stir up trouble in the capital. They aimed to create conflicts between these two families. A few bombs could handle this, so the Chu family was the main target and the Shun family was just incidental. The two families were too close. If the Chu family succeeded, the Shun family wouldn't escape. They definitely had plenty of explosives. Old Master Sun sat at the dining table, holding a glass of milk in one hand and a shiny soy milk in the other. Even though he was old, he still ate quickly, maintaining the fast pace of his youth. The young boy quickly finished his snack of fried dough sticks. Just as he was about to reach for a second one, A woman nearby, who was responsible for caring for Grandpa Sun's health, reminded him, "Grandpa, these fried snacks are tasty, but they are fried foods. It's better to eat less." Grandpa Sun paused, looked at the snack, and reluctantly put it down. He didn't have many hobbies, but he loved eating, especially these fragrant fried foods. "If Xiaohe says not to eat it, then I won't," he said. He picked up his glass of milk and sipped slowly. Actually, he didn't really like milk. He thought it was a drink for women with a strange taste and didn't see what was so good about it. Sun Fong, dressed in pink fuzzy slippers, came downstairs step by step. She looked at everyone already eating breakfast at the table and pouted unhappily. "Grandpa, why didn't you wait for me?" Her voice was a little sweet, but if you listened carefully, there was a hint of sadness. Sun's younger sister rolled her eyes sharply, ignoring her silly niece, and snapped back, "Why should we wait for you? You're the younger one. Is it reasonable for elders to wait for you? Can't you get up earlier if you want to eat?" Sun Fong was not someone to be easily bullied. She immediately retorted, "Elder? What kind of elder are you? Relying on us to eat for free makes you an elder." The conflicts between the Sun, Xia, and Shin families all stemmed from Sun's younger sister. Years ago, the Xia and Shin families had a marriage agreement, but it was Sun's sister who wanted to interfere. She didn't get her way and then directed her anger at the Xia and Chu families. Grandpa Sun was very fond of his daughter. When his sister caused trouble, crying, making a fuss, even threatening to hang herself, Grandpa Sun also grew to dislike the Xia and Chu families. Although they had found a man for Sun's sister who was not worse than the Xia family, she was not someone who knew how to live peacefully. She had high standards but little patience. After suffering mistreatment in her husband's family, she angrily divorced him and stayed at her parents' home. Grandpa Sun and the eldest son of the family lived together. His sister's divorce was a problem for the eldest son, who also had opinions about her staying in their house. But he still relied on his father and his father's connections. To do that, he and his wife tolerated having his sister, the younger sister-in-law, living with them. They could endure it, but could Sun Fong, who had been spoiled since childhood, tolerate it? She has disliked her younger aunt since she was a child. She has heard about the conflicts at home and between the Shun and Xia families from her parents. However, her parents couldn't go against the old master who favored the younger aunt, so they had to compromise. There is also the idea that if one suffers, everyone suffers. The Sun family is like a boat. They are all in the same boat. Although this is the truth, it doesn't mean Sun Fong is willing to tolerate her younger aunt's temper. The most annoying thing about her younger aunt is when people say she is living off others. She is just taking care of her own father. What does it have to do with anyone else? Moreover, the Sun family is not short of money. They can support 10 or 8 children easily. Her father hasn't said anything, so why do they keep bothering her? Sun Fong is too lazy to care about her younger aunt. She rolled her eyes and went to the dining table. She glanced at her grandfather, who was indifferent, took a sip of milk, and then said, "Grandpa, I can't find Good June." Hearing this, the old man finally showed a hint of emotion on his face. Good June was personally chosen by him, meant to win over him through his granddaughter. He was a very important person, and he personally sent him there. That place was very crucial. Now that he can't find him, what does it mean? Can't find him? How is that possible? The old man's tone carried a hint of urgency. At such a critical moment, there could be no mistake. Once a bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Since he has already boarded the ship, he wants to leave it. Others wouldn't agree. Moreover, that position is very attractive. As long as he handles it well, that position will belong to the Sun family. For the future of the Sun family. The phone is not working and the telegram hasn't been answered. Sun Fong didn't know exactly where the problem was. Someone so close to her wouldn't change just because they went out once. Even if they weren't sincere, as long as her grandfather was here, Good June might not be sincere either, but he would still pretend to be. She, who grew up in the courtyard since childhood, understood this logic well. Driven by interests, even if the other person isn't sincere, they would still pretend to care for her. Because everyone has their own needs. Old Master Sun put down his cup with a loud thud and the table and cup made a dull sound. His younger aunt's eyes flicked between her father and niece, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. She asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" Old Master Sun looked at his daughter, and the kindness in his eyes was replaced by a complex expression. If it weren't for this daughter, he wouldn't have opposed the Xie and Chu families, nor would he have repeatedly taken action and been caught by others, leading him down this dark path. He understood everything, but he couldn't accept it. That's why he wanted to find someone to vent his anger on after a failure. When his daughter asked that question, the kindness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by deep dislike. He knew he was a selfish person, willing to do anything for his own ends, but he wanted to keep his dignity. Humph. Old Master Sun glared at his daughter and turned to go upstairs to his study. This matter was unusual, and he had to find out where Gujun was. The young lady of the Sun family, who was suddenly stared at, looked at her proud niece, and a thoughtful expression crossed her face. "I've had enough to eat." She put down her cup and also headed upstairs. Maybe. She glanced toward the study and quietly moved in that direction. Something was strange at home, but everyone was hiding it from her. A wave of panic swept through her heart. Could something bad be happening? She knew a bit about the situation in the capital. Although she hadn't done much and stayed at her mother's house, she was no longer the same person she used to be. Over the years, she had seen how selfish her family could be. Honestly, her personality was a perfect copy of her father's, selfish and self-centered. The faint sounds coming from the study made her heart race. When she heard footsteps on the stairs, she silently left, her heart pounding wildly. No, something was wrong. She had to leave quickly. If something really was happening, it would be a disaster. She never expected that her father and brother had such big plans. After discussing the current situation with her grandfather and grandmother, Xiejio and Duo climbed out of the window and headed straight to the Chu family. The problem at her grandfather's house wasn't serious. It was because those people believed that as long as Xinming was gone, her grandfather's family would fall apart completely. That was just a side effect. However, the Chu family is different. Not only does Chu Qingfeng belong to the family, but Chu Mingde as well. More importantly, there is Chu Emoshen, who became a team leader at a young age. The Chu family is truly formidable. This time, they will spare no effort in their actions. As long as the Chu family falls, relying on Chu Emoshen to support the family again will be a very long way off. I must say, these people think very far ahead. If Xiejio and the others hadn't returned, the Chu and Xie families might have truly been taken over. Night falls, the stars hide away, and the dark sky seems mysterious, as if swallowing all sounds and light. The Chu family study is still brightly lit. When Chu Mingde returned from work, he received instructions from the old master and eagerly followed him to the study. Seeing Xiejio and Dodo inside, Chu Mingde looked around the study, then at the corridor outside. He pinched his thigh until he felt pain and hissed. Is this real? No, a living person and a living bear?
No, no, no.
What am I thinking? All these thoughts flashed in an instant. He quickly entered the room, closed the door, and it all happened in a split second. Xiejio saw Chu Mingde's curious look and stood up, saying, "Uncle Chu, hello. I am Xiejio." Dodo, hearing Xiejio and Chu Mingde greeting, also crawled up from the ground, stood straight and pointed at himself. Grr, grr. Chu Mingde's mouth twitched. Is this world too magical? A bear can speak now.
Why?
The real question is, why does his family have a bear? Old Master Chu looked at Dodo, who was trying to show off and couldn't help but tease. Xiaoshen is your dad, and he is your grandpa, Xiejio. Old Master, are you serious? Aren't you afraid of scaring Uncle Chu? Chu Mingde's mouth twitched again and again.
Grandpa?
He is a bear's grandpa? This bear is his son's son? Can his son even have a bear cub?
Pa.
Chu Mingde quickly pushed the nonsense out of his mind. Hearing Xiejio introduce himself, Chu Mingde showed a smile. Finally, he met his future daughter-in-law. This is Xie family's little girl. She is really pretty. Xiaojio, Come to uncle's house and treat it as your own home. My son's stern face doesn't attract girls' affection. As his future father-in-law, I want the young girl to feel the warmth of home and our genuine care. We really like such a capable and beautiful young lady. Big brother, there's no rush to catch up. Let's first talk about the current situation. Chu Chingfeng waited until the older brother returned before calling him to avoid alarming others. Seeing the serious expression on the old man's face, Chu Mingde looked at his son and Xiejio, and his smile disappeared, replaced by a serious look. Dad, what's going on? Actually, from the moment he saw his son, he sensed something was wrong. When he saw Xiejio in the study, that feeling reached its peak. If it wasn't important, they wouldn't be so secretive. Old Mr. Chu told Chu Mingde everything. As he learned more, Chu Mingde's expression grew colder. Thinking about what Xiejio and others experienced in Black Province, and how his son narrowly escaped danger several times, this middle-aged man couldn't help but gasp in shock. If it weren't for Xiejio, his son would definitely have been in serious trouble. Jio, thank you, really thank you. Chu Mingde felt a wave of fear, and admiration for Xiejio grew even stronger. Uncle, you're too polite. It's just a small favor. Chu Chingfeng remembered what number one had said. Xiejio's skills were far beyond what was visible now. She could make medicine and weapons. Her interrogation methods didn't seem ordinary. Jio, what are your plans now? Number one told him to cooperate with her. Xiejio pointed to her chin with her fair finger and shared her thoughts with Chu Chingfeng and Chu Mingde. Listening to her analysis, they admired her even more. Although she didn't grow up in Kyoto, she understood the complex family ties and the balance of power very well, even able to infer more from what she observed. If she had grown up in Kyoto, her achievements would be even greater. Jio is right. Right now, our Chu family is just a hurdle for them. As long as they can trip me, the old man, even if Mingdo is safe, it's impossible for us to regain our former glory in a short time. Military families rely on military merits to advance. There are no shortcuts. It's all a matter of risking lives. They want to break the Chu family's power and weaken the military and political families in the capital. Only then can ambitious people rise up and fully control the influence in the city.
How dare they?
Xiejio thought of the Sun family and asked, does the Sun family have any unusual or eccentric members? Everyone looked at each other in silence. Xiejio explained, I mean people who are independent and different from the usual. For example, that woman who tried to ruin my parents' marriage. Where is she now? Big families are never completely united. Everyone has their own ways, and even if they work together before marriage, once they marry and are influenced by outsiders, conflicts are common. Chu Chingfeng is very clever. Once Xiejio explained, he understood. Are you planning to target the Sun family's young lady? Xiejio nodded without hiding it. Selfish people usually think of themselves first when trouble happens. Their family and loved ones are rarely considered. Looking at what happened back then, the Sun family's young lady was not a person with proper values. When the family faced a crisis or a split, who would be the first to jump ship? Ha ha ha, well done. No wonder old Shun's granddaughter is as scheming as your grandfather. Scheming means liking to play with people's minds. Xiejio said she is good at calculating others, but she actually prefers being straightforward. Because in front of real strength, all schemes are useless. She smiled slyly. Then I'll take Grandpa Chu's praise as a compliment. Haha, you little girl, you have a thick skin, but I like that. Chu Chingfeng liked girls who are natural and genuine. The kind who can't be easily fooled, who speak with tears in their eyes. Those are the ones that scare people. Hee hee. I like Grandpa Chu too. Xiejio casually flattered him, then changed the subject. The news of Grandpa Chu's return has probably spread. If anyone makes a move, they will hear about it too. If they want to act, tonight is the best chance. The dark night was like a giant claw, swallowing all light into its shadow. The wind howled strangely in the darkness, as if trying to reveal hidden secrets deep inside. Sun's young aunt heard sounds from the study during the day, and later she hid at her door, listening to her two older brothers talking upstairs. She felt she could no longer stay here. If she stayed any longer, her situation might turn out badly. Her father and brothers had done things that could get them into serious trouble, even face punishment. No, she had to run away. Yes, as long as the mountains remain, there will be firewood. She had enough money to live comfortably for the rest of her life. That's right, now is the time to leave. At midnight, Sun's young aunt quietly carried her bag, tiptoed out of the Sun family's house. Under the moonlight, she looked back at her home, feeling a mix of emotions, then turned and left without looking back. Xiejio and Chu Masheng, both wearing invisibility charms, watched her from the shadows. They guessed right, this woman is selfish. Hee, but that made things easier for them. After leaving the main gate, Xiejio gave a quick look to Xiong Duo. This kid was good at everything, but a bit clingy. He didn't want to sleep late at night and insisted on following, making the other small animals in the space envy him. Xiejio saw the look from Xiejio and suddenly slapped Sun's young aunt on the back of her neck. She immediately fainted. Before losing consciousness, she was still thinking about her money. Xiejio felt the weight of the bundle, weighing it in his hand. Wow, this is full of gold, silver, and treasures. He used his supernatural power to check inside. Oh no, a yellow fish, a big yellow fish, 2 passbooks, each with 100,000 yuan, and countless jewelry and gold. In today's world, even a small amount of money is powerful, let alone 2 passbooks with 100,000 each. That's a huge sum. I'm rich now. Xiejio smiled like a cat that had just caught a fish, patting Chu Masheng's shoulder. Money is ours, split evenly. It's a common saying, everyone gets a share. He also patted Xiong Duo.
Good job.
I'll buy you some honey to eat. Xiong Duo was happy. Mom is the best. She bought honey for me. Money is for Mom. Dad doesn't need money. Dad needs to earn it. Xiong Duo hid the package in Xiejio's arms and looked at Chu Masheng with wide eyes, as if saying, we can't fight Mom for it.
We all want to treasure Mom.
Xiejio felt warm inside because of Xiong Duo's actions. It showed that rescuing this bear was worth it, as he now knew how to care for others. Chu Masheng also reached out to pat Xiong Duo's head and said seriously, don't fight Mom for it. Everything belongs to Mom. Dad's future money will all go to Mom. Xiejio widened her eyes. Oh my big brother, are you confessing? But look at the situation now. It's a dark night, windy and cold, a night for danger. Not a romantic night under the moon for confessions. Lulu, Xiong Duo held on to 2 people saying, Dad. Mom. Under Chu Masheng's serious and firm gaze, Xiejio's face slowly turned red. The man under the starlight had short hair and handsome features like carved from stone. His dark, deep eyes were like an eagle in the night. His gaze on Xiejio was gentle, as if only she existed in his eyes. Xiejio felt her heart beat faster, a strange feeling she wasn't used to. Chu Masheng looked at her with deep and focused eyes and said, I'm serious. Seeing the change in her mood, Xiejio responded confidently, I'll think about it carefully. She pointed to the woman on the ground and said, First, let's deal with what's in front of us. Chu Masheng understood that feelings can't be rushed, especially since, as Xiejio said, they had more important things to do. He knew how to prioritize. As a soldier, he put the country and people first. Xiejio took out an invisibility talisman from her space and slapped it on the woman from the Sun family. Xiong Duo grabbed her with a paw, carried her easily, and swaggered into the courtyard, heading straight to the Chu family. The woman from the Sun family was awakened by Xiejio's needle, but her eyes were covered, so she couldn't see her surroundings. Her heart pounded loudly. She never expected that a simple escape from home would end with her being kidnapped just outside her door. An uneasy feeling filled her chest. She trembled and said, Don't kill me. I have money. My family is very rich. If my father finds out you hurt me, he won't let you go. Ha ha ha. I'm so scared. Xiejio's voice changed to that of a man. We've come this far, and you're still trying to rely on your family? Are you crazy? Do you think we brothers are fools? You think we wouldn't check your background before attacking? We targeted you because your older brothers offended us. Do you want to live or die? A sharp knife repeatedly cut across the neck of the young lady from the Sun family. The cold sensation made her shiver all over. This kind of fear is deeper than just seeing danger. Because unseen fear is the real fear. This is a psychological tactic. On the other hand, if her eyes hadn't been covered, even if she would still feel confident.
Why?
Because facing visible fear and unseen fear affects the mind differently, and the results are different. Please, I want to live. Don't kill me, the young lady from the Sun family said, trembling with fear from the cold touch on her neck. Thinking about her brother's enemies, she hated the head of the Sun family so much she forgot what she could or couldn't say. She shouted loudly, I will tell you my brother's secret. Please let me go. The cold dagger lightly tapped her face through the cloth. Tell me. If I like what I hear, I might spare your life. After all, your brother caused this trouble for you. I may not have a record of hitting or killing women, but if you upset me, I don't care if you're a woman or not. I will hit you. I'll tell you everything. The young lady from the Sun family was completely terrified. This afternoon, when my brothers and father returned, they discussed the plan and said they had to act early. It seems they were discovered or they might have been killed. At this moment, Xiong Duo and the baby came in. The little spirit, transformed into a big dog, happily sat on Xiong Duoduo's shoulder. Boss, they're starting their plan. Someone brave is digging a pit and planting explosives between the Chu and Xie families. Suddenly, she was struck from a knife again, knocking her out. Xieju put away his smile. His fair fingers tapped the table as he shared the news with Chu Qingfeng and the others. Grandpa Chu, I just received word. They've started their move. Since where the information came from, Chu Qingfeng knew from the first time he saw Xieju that she was not an ordinary person. The higher their position, the easier it is to see what makes someone different. Xieju's demeanor, eyes, and way of speaking and acting all made him realize that she was different from normal people. As for how she was different, he didn't bother to ask. He had met people from special departments before. They are very capable, but proud. Unlike Xieju, who is easy to talk to. Their own family's children are better. Chu Qingfeng's eyes shone with wisdom. What do you want to do? Xieju smiled slightly, showing a mischievous look. If a dog doesn't listen and tries to jump over the wall, then it will be cooked. Ha ha ha, I think the same way. Since they are animals, there's no need to act like humans anymore. Xieju patted Dodo's big head. Dodo, I'll leave the two people below to you. Dodo promised to complete the task. Old master, give them a call and let them get ready. They all knew the importance of not putting eggs in one basket, and those people understood it too. Xieju and Chu Emotion turned and left the study. Chu Mingde watched their backs leave and couldn't help but praise, Father. The new waves push the old waves, and the old waves get washed away on the beach. The Xie family and the Shin family should rise because of this little girl. Chu Qingfeng looked at his son, thinking of his son's sharpness, and nodded with a smile. This girl is impressive. Your son is now her bodyguard, arranged by her military department. Chu Mingde heard the old master's words, and his mouth twitched slightly, feeling sorry for his eldest son for a second. If the two ever had a conflict, could the eldest son beat his daughter-in-law?
Oft.
Whether he could beat her or not, if his son dared to hurt his daughter-in-law, he would break his son's leg first. A wife is meant to be loved, not hit. Chu's mother was sitting on the sofa downstairs, knitting a sweater when she suddenly saw a young girl coming down from upstairs. She was so scared she let out a scream. Seeing her son following behind, she patted her chest and looked at Xieju coming downstairs with bright, sparkling eyes, full of admiration. Is this her daughter-in-law? The question is, how did she get in? Mother Chu looked embarrassed as she glanced at her window. Everything seemed fine. But she hadn't figured it out yet when she heard Xieju say, Auntie, hello, sorry to bother you. Oh, no bother, dear girl. Chu Emotion watched his mother's enthusiastic attitude, worried she might scare Xieju, so he quickly said, Mom. Dear Mom, Xiaoju is busy right now. We'll talk later when she's free. He knew his mother well. She had been thinking about a daughter-in-law for a long time. As she often said, as long as she was a mother, it was fine. Oh, okay. Mother Chu realized she was too eager and didn't want to scare the girl. Considering her son's job, she didn't ask many questions. She just watched them leave with a smile on her face. Under the dark night sky, countless stars seemed covered by a black curtain. Dodo and Jio arrived at the middle area between the Chu and Shin families. There was a corridor there. It's called a corridor, but in the family courtyard, all the houses are built the same. Each house is separated by a corridor in the middle, not sharing a wall. Under the moonlight, two dark figures were wildly digging with small shovels. Soon, a small hole appeared. Sieju leaned lazily against the wall, holding a big hammer. She excitedly licked her teeth and gently tore off her invisibility charm. Busy? Want some help? Hearing the noise, the two people were startled. When they looked up, they saw each holding a big hammer. Sieju sighed. Wow, it's been a while since I played mole whacking. So fun. The two being hit stared helplessly as they fell down, blood staining the ground. Sieju's cold eyes looked at the two bodies on the ground. She took out a porcelain bottle from her space and dropped 2 drops on each. With a tearing sound, the two bodies disappeared completely. In the dark night, a figure watched the scene in horror. This was too brutal, wasn't it? Sieju turned to look at that spot, smiling sinisterly. Destroying the evidence. Do you like it? The man's eyes widened in fear, and he dared not make a sound. Under the moonlight, Sieju was surrounded by a faint silver glow. His fair face shone brightly, and his eyes sparkled. To those in the dark, it looked like he was shining with a dangerous light. He dared not move. Not brave enough to come out? Then stay hidden. Duo, kill him. As soon as the words were spoken, Sun Duo suddenly appeared right in front of the person, opening his big mouth and letting out a loud howl. Seeing Duo up close, the man was so scared that his heart seemed to. Blood seeped from the and flowed into his chest. The man was so frightened he fainted. Duo looked at the man, who was frozen in place, and gently reached out a paw. He poked the person with one finger. In the next moment, the man collapsed to the ground, dead as can be. Duo was confused.
How could he be dead?
He hadn't even played with him yet. Was he that fragile? Wah, this wasn't fun at all. If only he had gone with Dad to the other side. Thinking of Chu moshing, Duo immediately grabbed Sieju's paw and said, Dad. Sieju held his paw and also collected the bombs on the ground into his space. It's okay, he's fine. After all, Sieju had already moved Hu and Brother Bao away. Duo could help too. Yes, I know. Duo is the strongest. When the Sun family young lady opened the door, her brothers already knew. They understood that their conversation had been overheard by their little sister, which was why she ran away that night. The 3 grown men felt uneasy, knowing that their beloved daughter and little sister had abandoned them in a crisis. Finally, the eldest son said, Everyone has their own path. Each person makes their own choice. If my little sister chooses to leave, then she is no longer part of the Sun family. The old man opened his mouth to say something but knew he was old now. From now on, he would rely on the eldest family. He couldn't interfere anymore, so he stayed silent. Human nature is like that. When faced with benefits, people often choose what's best for themselves. The night was as dark as ink, deep and quiet. Everything was wrapped in the gentle cover of night, making it hard to see even a hand in front of you. The air was filled with the quiet scent of night. Old Master Sun looked outside and thought that the weather was perfect for leaving. They had already made all the necessary preparations. Now that his younger sister was leaving, he worried that someone might notice. Also, Chu emotion from the Chu family had returned. They decided to act early, not only to hurt the Chu family's 3 generations, but also to involve the Shin family. Why not? Old Master Sun and his father said, Dad, let's leave tonight. Everything outside was already arranged. Even if someone found out, they could escape safely. At worst, they could go to that place. With their skills, it wasn't impossible to establish themselves there. Money could do anything. They had plenty of money, just a little effort and they could manage. Sieju, sister, is your only surprise. Let's go and see what a trip to is like. Alright, let's go now, before things get complicated overnight. Old Master Sun felt relieved. Luckily, before going to bed, he had already discussed with his wife. His wife, son, daughters, and the second brother's wife and children would first leave for their relative's house. He, his father, and the second brother would leave under cover of night. When the Sun family's door opened, Hu and Bao brothers sat steadily in front of the door. Hearing the door open, they looked up, then bared their teeth at the visitors. They looked fierce. Back off, stay away. Old Master Sun, walking ahead, was shocked when he saw what was outside. Oh my! What is that? Hearing the noise, Old Man Sun and second brother, Sun also looked over. When they saw Hu and Bao brother, they wondered if they were seeing things. After all, where in the capital would there be tigers and leopards? This wasn't the countryside or the mountains. Xiejio, with her bear and Chu emotion, met at the Sun family's gate. She waved her little hand and said, "Hi, busy now." Her cold gaze swept over their backpacks, silently curling her lips with a mocking smile. What's the matter? Trying to escape? Second brother Sun's eyes flickered, a cold light flashing in them. Who are you? What are you saying at such a young age? Where are your elders? Where we're going is none of your business. You'd better behave or you'll regret it. Old Master Sun nodded in agreement. The Sun family was not an ordinary family. A young girl like her, trying to mess with her, wasn't easy. Chu Mo Shun took a step forward. His figure, hidden in the darkness before, now appeared clearly in front of a few people. He looked up and glanced at them, asking, "What about me?" Old Sun's eyes showed a flash of surprise, which quickly disappeared. He then smiled faintly and said, "Oh, it's emotion. When did you come back?" Xiejio saw the fake smile on his face and rolled his eyes sharply. The hammer he was holding finally came into use. In a sudden move, he smashed the big hammer directly at the door. "Stop nagging." Just as everyone was facing off, a scream suddenly broke the quiet of the night. Seeing Old Sun's proud smile, Xiejio knew their plan had started. These people took the chance to leave in chaos. But she had to ask if they agreed first. Xiong Duo, Hu and Brother Bao watched them. The three excitedly responded to Xiejio. Roar.
Howl.
Whimper. They had been cooped up in the space for a long time and were finally able to go out. Naturally, they were very happy. Xiejio and Chu Mo Shun exchanged a glance and headed toward the family that was screaming. Before leaving, she threw some powder that instantly knocked out the three people from the Sun family. Watching the three collapse in a heap, a sneer crossed her eyes. Even if they kept a backup plan and someone came to rescue them, they wouldn't wake up anymore. Baby also collected the money and silver hidden on these people into the space. Another good harvest day. The sound came from another house in the courtyard, just a few buildings away from the Chu family. After a scream, that family became quiet again, as if nothing had happened. But Xiejio had already used her mental power to scan that house. That family was indeed in trouble. Xiejio specifically asked Chu Mo Shun about the layout of the houses here. The answer was that every household had the same layout. Xiejio smiled slightly. This made it easier. As long as the layouts were the same, she could enter that family's house. She carefully circled around to the backyard of that family, tiptoed over the wall, and slipped inside. Xiejio jumped into the yard, rolled on the ground to make no noise, then climbed up the drain pipe little by little to reach the window of the study on the second floor. She gently nudged the window in the study, which was closed. Next to the study was a small room, usually used for children to stay in. Chu Mo Shun's house has such a room, currently unoccupied, meant for future children. Xiejio thought that since every house has a similar design, this one probably does too. However, the window in this room is different from the others. It's a window that can be pushed open. It was likely designed this way to prevent children from falling out if they leaned too far. Xiejio admired the thoughtful design of the creator, which also made things easier for her. As long as she could open it, she could enter with the help of the baby. Xiejio used her mental power to scan the surroundings, ensuring it was safe. Then, she pretended to go to the window, but in reality, she used her space ability to slip inside. From outside, it looked like Xiejio was squeezing herself in bit by bit. Once inside, she saw that the room was clearly for a child, Pink walls, a bed with a pink princess dress on it, definitely a girl's room. She quietly opened the door and carefully stepped out. This spot was right in the middle of the second floor, giving her a full view of what was below. The scene downstairs was clear. In the hall, men, women, and children in pajamas were in the living room. A tall man looked tense, holding a shiny dagger, pointing it at everyone. Xie roughly understood the situation. When Xin Ping looked up, he saw a figure upstairs, a beautiful young woman. Xie also noticed the boy's gaze and gently shook her head at him with a smile. The boy was the family's treasure, usually cared for by his grandparents. His small actions never escaped their watchful eyes. Seeing the boy's tightly pressed lips, old Shen immediately noticed and subtly looked around, including upstairs, and caught sight of Xie. Xie smiled at the old man, knowing they had fought in battles before. She quickly exchanged a secret signal with him. The old man was surprised but knew this was their only chance. Using his grandson as cover, he also made a hand gesture. On a dark night, the stars shine brightly in the black sky, like a shining silver sand sprinkled on a dark silk cloth. Tonight, the big courtyard is not peaceful. Chu Mo's hen stands in the shadows, only moving when a group of people passes by, feeling a bit sore. Seeing Li Hua, Chu Mo's hen raises his eyebrows. He didn't expect number one to send him here, since Li Hua is also on the list. But since they are in the capital city, and Li Hua always completes missions without fail, it makes sense for him to lead the team. There might be another reason behind this? Li Hua is the team leader. The people around him are brothers who have fought together through life and death. Even if they are not in the same team, they are brothers you can trust with your back. In front of a mission or enemies, any soldier from China is a brother you can rely on. However, the intelligence says Li Hua is on the list. So, how can those people succeed? They can only strike from his side.
Now.
Perhaps that person is hiding right next to Li Hua? The most dangerous place is often the safest. Is this mission meant to reveal someone? No wonder Xie just left and gave him a porcelain bottle, saying only, just give it to someone when the time comes. That someone should be Li Hua. Because everyone knows Li Hua is in danger. Chu Mo's hen and Li Hua also know each other. They served together before, and their hands once touched. With just a glance, Chu Mo's hen understood what Li Hua meant. Feeling the extra item in his hand, Li Hua's smile grew wider. When he realized he was a target, Li Hua felt a moment of worry, then quickly calmed down. Since joining the army, he was prepared. But no one wants to die. Feeling the cold in his hand, he genuinely smiled. The country hasn't abandoned him, the leaders haven't given up on him, and his brothers haven't either. It's a good feeling. Li Hua immediately began to plan. All actions were silent. Meanwhile, Xie coldly stared at the person below. Seeing him become more agitated, her large hammer was already eager to drink blood. She tiptoed and leapt down from the building, swinging her hammer fiercely. The man downstairs sensed danger and quickly turned around. He saw the large hammer approaching him rapidly. Before he could dodge, he was struck to the ground like a mole being hit. Xie looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She slowly straightened up, and the large hammer in her hand made a cold metallic sound on the ground. Blood splattered out, and a drop of blood stained Xie's fair cheek, making her look even more cold and emotionless. Everyone in the Shun family gasped in shock. This girl was too fierce. At the moment the man fell, a cold dagger hit the ground with a loud noise. Li Guang, upon learning that Xie had succeeded, led his people through the front door. Seeing the tragic scene on the ground, his eyes shrank sharply. He was used to life and death, but seeing Xie calm and composed made him feel admiration. Xie nodded to Li Hua. Just as she was about to leave, Shun's young granddaughter called out to her, "Sister, thank you for saving us." The little girl had curly hair, big sparkling eyes, and fair skin, looking like a porcelain doll. When Xie turned back, her expression was as gentle as a spring breeze, causing ripples in her heart. She smiled softly and said, "You're welcome." They still had many things to do. The baby had already explained the current situation in the space. Several families in this large courtyard had been taken hostage. Fortunately, old Chu made a timely phone call and reinforcements arrived quickly, preventing major damage. But other places were not so lucky. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from a distant place. Although it was far away, the ground trembled slightly. Xiejio looked toward the mushroom cloud rising in that direction, her lips pressed into a thin line. Chu Machin hurried over from another direction with his team. Seeing Xiejio's expression, he whispered, "That's the residential area where Guang's family lives." When the soldiers arrived, Guang chose to sacrifice himself and his family to prevent others from being harmed. It wasn't that they didn't want to save them or weren't trying hard enough. The enemy was too cunning, with targets covering almost the entire city. Even though they acted quickly, they couldn't prevent the enemy from turning desperate. Standing in the night, Xiejio looked at the twinkling stars in the sky. He thought about what happened tonight. When he saw the packages in the hands of the 3 members of the Sun family, his brow furrowed. From how they held the packages, it seemed they were planning to leave. They didn't manage to leave because Xiejio and the Beast and others arrived. But the others weren't at the Sun house, which meant they had already gone to the designated place earlier. That place was where they all planned to leave together. Normally, if they were acting, the whole city would be involved at the same time. It would be a coordinated effort from all sides, leaving no time for rescue. Here's the problem. Their plan needed a leader, someone trusted and highly valued by the Sun family. This person must be not only respected by the Sun family, but also trusted by them. Otherwise, they couldn't handle such a secret task, and the family wouldn't feel safe entrusting it to him. Does such a person exist? Where is this person now? Xiejio shared his thoughts and guesses with Chu Emotion. Chu Emotion lowered his head in deep thought, his eyes as dark as the night. Suddenly, he remembered something his grandfather once told him. "Come with me." Chu Emotion quickly took Xiejio back to the Chu family. In the hall, Chu Qingfeng, Chu Mingde, Shen Ming, and Shen Ziyun were sitting. When they saw the two rushing in, Chu Qingfeng immediately stood up from the sofa, his tense expression showing he was also worried. "What's wrong?" Chu Emotion explained his guess and told everyone what he thought. Chu Emotion and Shen Ming looked at each other. Both of them seemed to have the same answer. They said together, "Su Liang." Su Liang was a child adopted by Old Man Sun. He was found on the battlefield. Seeing him in trouble, Old Man Sun took him in. When the boy grew up, Old Man Sun let him go to find his own path. Su Liang was talented. He started as a soldier and worked his way up to become a regiment leader, working in Kyoto. Since Su Liang left, he hadn't come back to the main estate.
They all forgot about him.
They hadn't heard anything from the Sun family about him either. It seemed they had already planned this, deliberately distancing themselves from him so that no one could guess their true intentions at a critical moment. It was a very clever plan. Ding ding ding, the phone in the Chu family living room rang at this moment. Chu Qingfeng stood up and answered. "Hello, Qingfeng." Hearing the voice of number 1, Chu Qingfeng quickly said, "Commander, I have important information to report." He immediately shared Xiejio's guess, combined with their thoughts, and told number 1 everything. Number 1's cheerful voice came through the phone. "Haha, as expected of Comrade Xie. I just received reliable intelligence and you already guessed it. Exactly, it's Su Liang. We still don't know her whereabouts. Qingfeng, tell Comrade Xie, Emotion, and Li Hua to quickly meet with other team members and arrest Su Liang immediately." After hanging up, Chu Qingfeng explained number 1's request to Xiejio and Chu Emotion. "All right, we're leaving now." Xiejio thought of something, found her luggage, which she had used as a cover from the start, and left it in Chu Emotion's living room. She took out a pistol from inside and handed it over. "This is something I made myself. It has a longer range than usual, and most importantly, it's silenced." Seeing Xiejio pull out the gun, Chu Qingfeng's eyes lit up instantly. He had heard number 1 say that Xiao Jiu had a talent for making weapons. A longer range and silencing, those old guys probably wouldn't even dare to think about it. No wonder number 1 values Xiao Jiu so much. Who wouldn't like such a genius? Chu Mo Shun looked at the gun in front of him, didn't ask much, and took it. Thank you. After greeting the elders at home, the two of them, along with Li Hua who was in the courtyard, headed outside. Considering the danger around Li Hua, Xie decided to stay with him. Chu Mo Shun and the latest team members went together, checking from both land and water routes. These people wanted to leave, mainly by land or water. But given how cautious they were, the water route seemed more likely. After all, the land route was heavily guarded by soldiers. With so many people, their target was too big. But if they left by water, it would be safer. Because there wasn't just one exit for water routes. As long as they had money and could get a boat, leaving was easy. This was also the tricky part of the task. Li Hua and Xie led the way at the front, followed by soldiers brought by Li Hua. One man looked at the two figures ahead with a cold glint in his eyes. His dark eyes glanced at the people rushing forward. The dagger in his sleeve slipped out instantly, and his rough hand clenched tightly around it. The sharp dagger shimmered with a cold light. Although Xie was running ahead, her mental energy stayed alert around her, especially with the baby, who was like a secret weapon. The moment someone tried to attack, Xie and the baby sensed it first. Boss, this person is about to attack. In a way, the route that Xie and Li Hua were following was correct. Otherwise, this person wouldn't be in such a hurry to act. Think about it. If you were an enemy spy planted in the team, the timing and place of the attack would be carefully planned. Otherwise, they could have attacked earlier when they were in the courtyard. From another perspective, this person was smart, not just doing the task blindly. Whether for money, power, or something else, as long as they wanted to stay alive, they weren't a reckless soldier. People like that would think carefully before acting. They would only attack at a good moment, unless they believed it was against their interests. At that moment, the cold dagger shone with a sinister glow. When the man moved, Xie turned quickly, tiptoed, and shot forward like a kite. He was attacking the person next to him. That person was too close. Even if he reacted immediately, he would likely get hurt because of the distance. Xie's move surprised everyone. Because of her quick action, the soldier she grabbed just in time avoided the dagger's strike. At that moment, Li Hua also moved instantly. He opened a porcelain bottle with a sharp command. Get down. Li Hua's team, trained together regularly, trusted him completely. When he spoke, everyone dropped to the ground without hesitation, exposing the attacker. The powder inside the bottle was blown directly into the air, creating a big cloud of smoke. The wind. I am so awesome. The man just opened his mouth to say something, but with a cold, sinister look in his eyes, he couldn't move at all. At this moment, others quickly realized what was happening, especially the little soldier, who shivered when he saw the cold dagger. Oh no! If this comrade hadn't pulled him back, he might have been killed or seriously injured. The dagger was clearly aimed at his back. After the little soldier stood up, he thanked Xie. Thank you, comrade. Xie shook his head and looked at the man who was frozen in place. If you looked carefully at his face, you could see subtle differences from their group, but no one would think about that. This was because Xie, having experienced the modern world, knew how to spot small differences between countries. He guessed this man was probably a descendant of the Xiaobenzi family. Xie took a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, actually from his space, and shook it. Is it finished? Li Hua was still amazed at how effective the powder was when he suddenly heard the word finished. His mouth twitched. But he roughly knew Xie's personality from Chu emotion, so he nodded. All right, since they were all enemies, why care how they die? As long as they die. He even hoped they would die a terrible death. Xie's lips curled up slightly. In front of everyone, he tilted the bottle and dropped one drop. With a sharp sound, the person who had been standing there just moments ago turned into a puddle of unknown liquid. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply, looking at Xie, who was as white as a porcelain doll, and then at the puddle on the ground. They couldn't connect Xie with such cruelty. Li Hua swallowed hard, looked at his useless subordinates, and then looked up at the sky with an awkward smile. Haha. Shall we set off now, his subordinates? Boss, don't talk nonsense. We trust you. even if you're scared. Xiejio shrugged indifferently, but still said, our route should be correct. Otherwise, this man wouldn't have acted now, and his target was others. His real goal was clearly to delay time. This meant that this route was more important than killing Li Hua, confirming that this man was probably a key figure in this operation. Otherwise, he wouldn't know their retreat route. Li Hua looked at the road ahead. It was a small path leading to the outskirts of Kyoto. The bushes were thick, and the road looked freshly made, as if someone had just stepped on it recently. Most importantly, the path was not very obvious. If they weren't careful, they might not notice it at all. It was hidden and had signs of being swept clean, which made it easy to miss if not looked at carefully. Next to it was a mountain near the outskirts of a city. It wasn't very tall, but it was the best route for escape. If they were discovered, they could hide in the mountain, making it hard for pursuers to find them. Xiejio looked around twice, then at the mountain beside him. He put his finger to his lips and whistled, calling out, "Duo, duo, brother leopard." Soon, they heard the sound of animals running through the forest. Duong, duong. Li Hua and his men prepared themselves carefully, startled by the loud noise, until they saw a bear and a leopard appear in their view. Everyone was shocked. What the heck? How did those animals come out? Before they could figure it out, they tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to fight. But then, what did they hear? They heard a bear call out, "Mom." The strange thing was, the pretty little girl responded. She actually answered back. Li Hua and the soldiers thought, let's give them a moment. Is this world full of fantasy? Are bears turning into spirits? Is this bear a mother? Xiejio. Come on, destroy it. What do you mean she's a mother bear? Have you ever seen such a beautiful mother bear? She's human, not a bear. Woo woo. Brother Leopard, hearing Xiejio only call duo duo, got jealous. He mumbled something, sounding upset. Woman, have you forgotten about me? Leopard is a creature with principles. Once he enters your home, he's part of your group.
How could you forget about me?
Xiejio's mouth twitched. She raised her hand and casually called out, Brother Leopard. Actually, she wanted to call him Hua Hua. Leopard's short neck made Xiejio think of Hua Hua. So cute, like a little kitten. That's more like it. Li Hua watched the interaction between Xiejio and the two animals, scratching his head. What's going on here?
Haha.
Probably here to help. Let's go. Quickly find their escape route. Li Hua glanced at the two animals. Led by them, he followed directly in their footsteps, running in one direction. This place is quite hidden. As they moved forward, they saw more traces, clearly left by those who didn't have time to clean up. It's also possible that the others thought their route was remote, so they didn't bother to hide the traces. Another possibility is that they were discovered, and they fled in a hurry, leaving behind some signs. No matter which, it made things easier for them. Following Duo Duo and Brother Leopard, they zigzagged a long way ahead. They saw a woman unconscious, probably exhausted or abandoned by them. Running with an unconscious person is impossible. It slows them down and makes them easier to find. So, they left her behind. Li Hua quickly decided, tie her up. With the enemy close, caution is key. The last soldier hurried forward, took out a rope, quickly tied her up, and stuffed her into the bushes of thorns, planning to take her when they descend the mountain. As they moved further, the ground became wetter, and they felt more humidity in the air. Xiejio stood still, listening carefully. She heard the sound of rushing water. It was the sound of a stream, very fast. There's water ahead. Everyone be careful. Water usually means a river. A river could mean they might encounter the fleeing people. These people just want to escape now. If they realize they're being chased, they might panic and do something reckless. Li Hua immediately started planning. Two young soldiers went ahead to check, while the others followed closely, ready to support. Duo Duo cautiously ran from another side, pointing in one direction and gesturing with its paw. It seemed to be saying, Mom, there's a big creature and many people over there. Xiejio was very grateful for the spiritual spring water in her space. After drinking the spring water, Duo Duo, though unable to speak, had an intelligence comparable to a young child. From its gestures, Xiejio could roughly understand what it meant. Li Hua looked at Xiong Duoduo's expression and then at Xie. He opened his mouth to ask a question, but Xie said, "There are big people over there and many others." Li Hua's eyes lit up instantly. The two young soldiers who had gone ahead to scout just returned with the same news as Xiong Duoduo. It was likely that the others from the Sun family were there. They had already reached the support ship and were climbing onto it one by one. Li Hua narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his gaze, and his expression became firm. "Comrade Xie, we must not let these people escape. They might be hiding things that are harmful to their country. For example, important documents, plans of the city defenses, or their military personnel arrangements. Any of these would be bad for them." Xie agreed with Li Hua. These people could only stay here and face justice. They can't expect to leave safely after doing such things. Xie and Li Hua quickly ran toward the scene. When they reached the small path and saw the open mudflat ahead, they saw people heading toward the big ship. Some had already boarded the ship. Xie looked around at the environment. These people really have good judgment. This was a sheltered spot with reefs ahead and a natural cave. The cave was actually a small opening formed between the reefs. It was enough for these people to hide there for a night and wait for the ship in front of them. To plan so carefully and ensure everything was foolproof, these people had been planning today's action for a long time. They wanted to escape, right? Then let's make sure they can't. Xie tiptoed forward quickly and shouted, "Duo, pull the ship up. Li Hua, coordinate with your team." What to coordinate? Xie didn't need to say more. With a single gesture, Li Hua understood. The two quickly worked together. Xie held a pistol and fired a shot at the ship's mast. "I told you to set sail and dream big." The mast was broken in one shot. Hearing the gunfire, others screamed and tried to run. But as the mast fell, it blocked those trying to escape onto the shore, trapping them on the ship. Moreover, with Xiong Duoduo's help, they pulled and dragged, causing the boat to run aground on the mudflat. Brother Leopard was even more helpful, jumping onto the boat and glaring at the people on board. Chu Mo Shun led his people in the opposite direction from Xie. That was the only way out of the capital. Anyone wanting to leave the capital had to pass through there. Otherwise, how could they go? Did Su Liang not know? Since agreeing to do that thing, he had known the outcome. Even now, he had no intention of giving up. He saw things clearly, and his eyes were full of determination. If he could escape, he would find a place to live, no matter where in the world. If he couldn't, then losing his life was fine. He would be a brave man again in 18 years. He loved his country. His parents had sacrificed themselves on the battlefield fighting enemies. He admired his parents and the soldiers who had died. But he also understood that gratitude should be repaid with all one's heart. Maybe he was blinded, or maybe from the start, he was justo in someone's game. Perhaps he cared before, but over time, he cared less. He was still alive, so he had to repay his kindness. That was the vow he made the moment he was saved. He cared about promises and about cause and effect. Since his life was saved by others, in the end, risking his life for them was also settling this debt. He never thought much about it because he couldn't afford to. One wrong step led to more mistakes. The paths he took and the things he did left marks. Even if he regretted, those marks couldn't be erased. It was better to move forward calmly and face death calmly. He was conflicted. He wanted to repay his kindness, but he also didn't want to shame his family or be called a traitor. But he had no other choice. Actually, he did have a choice. At most, people would call him ungrateful. In front of himself, he was ungrateful. In front of his country, he chose the country. During the choice, he still chose this path of repayment. Now he was at peace. At least, the cause and effect were settled. He was ready to face death calmly. He looked at the explosives tied to his chest and at Chu Moshing, who had stopped him. His eyes showed complex emotions. When he was young and living in the courtyard, he secretly compared himself to Chu Moshing. He compared their families and found himself lacking. He compared their knowledge, and he was not as learned. He also compared their ages, which was a clear disadvantage. Chu Mashing was a young leader, while he only became a leader at the age of 31. As he grew older, he realized that he was jealous and also envious. But the jealousy in his heart grew wild like weeds. He wanted to surpass Chu Mashing, but he was always the second best. As long as Chu Mashing was around, he could never be number one. Until Chu Mashing left the city for the Black Province, and the feeling that had been weighing on him for years finally disappeared. Now, facing the person he couldn't get over in his heart again, he smiled bitterly. If he died at his hands, it might be another kind of fulfillment. You're here. Chu Mashing looked at Su Liang and said coldly, Su Liang, come back with us. Su Liang looked at Chu Mashing, a faint smile appearing on his face. I remember when I first came to the courtyard. You just learned to walk. I quietly compared myself to you all the time, but I could never beat you. He didn't understand why he kept comparing himself to him. A little baby, and he was already mature, yet because of one compliment about Chu Mashing, he had been competing for over 20 years. Dying at your hands, I should be happy about that. Chu Mashing's eyes were dark and deep, with a hint of sarcasm. If you have the guts, why don't you admit it? Was he pretending? Would he fall for it? Of course not.
Ha ha ha.
Su Liang burst into loud laughter, his face suddenly twisted and terrifying. You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Thanks to you guys covering for me, I can die without regrets. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. He spoke so grandly, but it couldn't hide the fact that he was a loser. He didn't want to lose, he wanted to live. But he knew it was impossible. Do you know? From the very beginning, I knew I wouldn't survive. I knew I wouldn't survive. The plan is just a plan. As the saying goes, plans often can't keep up with changes. But it depends on who you're comparing yourself to. If you want to escape or leave, only a desperate act like breaking all ties will do. If he dies, he wants to take these people with him. He really wants to see what happens. Since he's already a traitor to the country, he wonders if the country will regress without these people.
Haha.
He's having a hard time, and no one else will have it easy. Anyway, after he's gone, he doesn't care about the country he betrayed anymore. Let everyone be his shield. The madness in Su Liang's eyes seemed real, and he kept fiddling with a small remote control in his palm. Let everyone die. Chu Emotion subtly nodded to the man beside him. They had already discussed their plan on the way here. Su Liang must have prepared carefully if he thought he could escape. If he can't escape, will he go crazy and do something reckless? They had discussed this too. Now, seeing his attitude, there's no doubt he wants to take everyone down with him. They won't let him succeed. Chu Emotion suddenly remembered the gun Xie Zhou gave him. He saw Su Liang's fear and also his recklessness. Recklessness probably means he has something valuable, like a bulging object hidden inside his chest. Fear shows he knows how to shoot. From the distance, it's clear he's outside their gun range. Haha. Luckily, Xie Zhou gave him a weapon. Suddenly, Chu Emotion raised his right hand and fired a shot at Su Liang. The bullet aimed straight at his head. Su Liang saw Chu Emotion move, and his eyes shrank sharply. But he thought about the gun he had. At such a distance, hitting him was impossible. He was safe. He opened his mouth to mock, but his eyes suddenly widened as a cold bullet pierced through his forehead. He stared at Chu Emotion and the others with wide eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in his gaze, but no one could answer him now. In the next moment, his body fell backward. Chu Emotion noticed the suspicious bulge in his chest and shouted, "Get down." As soon as he finished, a powerful explosion erupted around Su Liang. At the moment he fell to the ground, he pressed the detonator in his hand, and the explosives tied to his body exploded instantly. The explosion lit up the sky with bright flames, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the air. Chu Emotion looked at Su Liang, who had been blown into pieces, with a faint hint of sarcasm in his eyes. How can a person have no choice? Did Su Liang have no choice? He was just making excuses for the consequences of choosing this path himself. The road was always there. He simply chose the wrong way and couldn't turn back. So, he couldn't blame anyone else. Only powerless people make excuses. Finally, Chu Emotion glanced at that spot, turned around and said firmly, "Let's go and support Li Hua and the others." A uniform voice responded behind him, "Yes." Xiong Duo pulled and dragged, and the large boat was pulled onto the mudflat. The mast was broken by a shot from Xiejio, and Brother Bao jumped up to block the fleeing crowd. With a bear in front and a leopard behind, the people on the boat were frightened by the sudden change and shouted in surprise, "Aw!" Son of Leader Sun watched the scene among the crowd, a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He absolutely couldn't be taken back like this. He knew what awaited him if he was taken back. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no worry about firewood. He shouted to the boat that was about to leave, "Hurry up, get the boat into the water. I'll pay you more." As long as he could leave, what was a little extra money? He had endless treasures, plenty of time, and youth. He wanted to live well and enjoy a life others envied. The boat captain was also a desperado, always ready to risk his head. When he heard about the extra money, his eyes gleamed with greed, and he grinned, showing yellow teeth. "If you want to leave, that's fine. I want 3 times the price." Without real skills, they couldn't do this line of work. Since starting in this business, he had seen too many emergencies. What he faced now was nothing. Son of Leader Sun clenched his teeth and agreed to the captain's demand. "Fine, 3 times it is." Xiong Duo tilted his head, his big round eyes fixed on the chaotic crowd, making a woo-woo sound. "Although I am a carefree bear, I understand clearly in my heart what I can do and what I cannot do. My mother once said that I must never do anything that harms the country or the people. I keep this in mind always. My mother's beliefs are also my beliefs. For a bear, protecting and supporting my mother is my duty." Brother Leopard saw that these little cowards were not afraid. Has his power weakened? Then I will give them a roar. "How?" Xiejio looked at Duo and Brother Leopard with a slight smile. "Captain Li, let's fight. Our land is never given up, the people have faith, the nation has hope, and the country has strength. When facing bad guys, we must fight back firmly." Li Hua's eyes shone with determination. "Comrades, fight, fight,
Fight.
fight!" Li Hua and Xiejio rushed forward first, heading toward the thugs from the Sun family. No, I don't want to go back." "I absolutely won't go back." Sun's son saw the situation turning against him. His panic was clear on his face. He pushed away the boat captain and forcefully pulled the throttle, making a buzzing sound. Duo bared his teeth. "Little brat, how dare you compare strength with Grandpa? Come on, who's afraid of whom?" Seeing the boat didn't move, Sun's son's madness exploded. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the explosives strapped to his chest. He laughed wildly. "Come if you're not afraid of death." He held a remote control, his eyes red with madness. "Come on, let's all die together," he laughed loudly. Luckily, he brought this thing with him. It was meant for, well, now it's useful. Xiejio stopped the soldier, who wanted to go forward. She had space to hide in if needed, but soldiers are flesh and blood. A small mistake could be deadly. They are the most lovable people. Thanks to them, the safety of the common people is protected. Xiejio didn't want them to take risks. She tiptoed and suddenly darted out, looking back at Duo. Duo looked at Xiejio with admiration, longing, and worry. It has a mother. It doesn't want to lose her. Xiejio smiled as she looked at Xiong Duo. "Good boy, wait for me." At her signal, Xiong Duo pushed the boat directly into the sea. With Xiong Duo's help and the boat's own power, it quickly sped away into the distance. Li Hua had just fought off someone when he saw the entire boat shoot out like an arrow from a bow. He hurried forward and shouted anxiously, "Comrade Xie." When Chu Mashing followed the signal left by Li Hua, he saw the scene of the boat rushing away. He saw Xiejio standing on the boat, her pupils suddenly shrinking, and her eyes turning red. "Xiejio." Li Hua heard the voice and quickly turned around, worriedly saying, "Mashing, there are explosives on the boat." "Explosives? Comrade Xie is still inside."
They.
Chu Mashing, hearing Li Hua, froze and looked at him, hoping he was joking, that everything was fake. If there really were explosives so close. Siegyo looked at the son of Old Sun, who seemed lost in his thoughts and a little crazy, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. She slowly tidied her hair, tucking the messy strands behind her ears, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her dark eyes. Want to escape? Has she asked you? When she was the zombie queen, he didn't even know where she was. Run, and your legs will be broken. Her fair fist slammed into the cabin wall, and her lightning powers quickly spread outward. After a jolt of electricity, everyone still on the boat was knocked to the ground. Siegyo reached out her left hand and caught the falling remote control. You. Old Sun's son looked at Siegyo in horror, and after a long moment he said, "You are a monster." Monster? Siegyo shook her head. I prefer to call myself a messenger of justice. As soon as she finished speaking, she retracted the entire boat. The gold and silver on board were stored in the vault, and the people on the boat were crushed into pieces, becoming food for the fish in the sea. Siegyo suddenly entered her space, summoned a thunderbolt with her lightning power, and struck the sea. The entire boat instantly caught fire. A towering fireball rose into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud over the ocean. On the shore, everyone watched the scene with heavy hearts. Chu Moshing stared blankly in that direction, tears gathering in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, and a bitter feeling filled his mouth. Having seen such a beautiful and special you, my life has become a wilderness. I won't do foolish things. I will continue on the path you want to take, protect the country, and protect the people. One day, I will come to find you. Siegyo suddenly appeared from the space and leapt into the sea. She looked back at that direction one last time, then turned and swam toward the shore. Xiong Duo didn't understand what the mushroom cloud meant, nor did it understand the explosion. It just stared blankly toward the sea. Because there was Mom, and there was the person it was waiting to return. Brother Leopard felt Duoduo's emotions. He walked over and sat down beside it. The two of them sat on the shore, staring blankly at the sea, waiting for the person they cared about deeply. To Duo, Siegyo was Mom. To Brother Leopard, Siegyo was a friend and family. During many days and nights in space, it had already become closely connected with Siegyo. It didn't want to be separated from her. It was her that gave it the life it had now, making it better than before. Mom, please come back. Duo misses you so much. Duo likes you so much. Duo wants you to be with it. Hell, Jiojio, come back. Without you, who will I argue with? Chu Emotion looked at the two big creatures. He stepped forward and gently patted Duoduo's big head, also looking toward the sea. He watched the two with concern. Siegyo was gone, and now these two might have to return to the wild. Suddenly, Duo and Brother Leopard's eyes lit up. They stood happily and called out toward that direction, their voices full of excitement. Chu Emotion felt a bit familiar with Duo. Although this bear looked friendly, it was still a proud bear. Besides Siegyo, she was its favorite. Even with him, Duo paid no attention. Now, could it be? A flash of hope crossed Chu Emotion's eyes. He looked in the direction of their gaze and saw something dark in the sea, moving up and down. He shouted excitedly, Li Hua, come take a look. Is that a head? Siegyo. Well, a head? She doesn't even have a name anymore? Li Hua was pulled and staggered, then looked in the direction Chu Moshing pointed. He couldn't help but wipe his eyes. There really was a human head. They exchanged a look and shouted together, Siegyo. Only she could have such a skill. Chu Moshing eagerly moved forward. Bear Dodo and Brother Leopard also recognized Siegyo and ran desperately, straight into the sea. Bear Dodo was crying out excitedly. Siegyo took a quick dive. When she surfaced again, she was less than 5 steps from Bear Dodo. Her face lit up with a happy smile. Dodo Mom. Bear Dodo took big steps forward, hugged Siegyo tightly. The joy of being reunited made it cry happily, and it nuzzled her face affectionately with its big head. Mom, please never leave me again. Seeing Chu Moshing standing worried in the water, Siegyo smiled. I am safe and back. Chu Moshing's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. His feelings overflowed, and a slight smile appeared on his face. His heart was full of joy. Welcome back. This mission was more successful than ever, with no injuries or losses. The people from the Sun family who were intercepted, along with some close relatives connected to them, were taken back by Li Hua and the soldiers. They would face strict legal punishment. Xie and Chu Moshing returned to the main courtyard. Seeing the elders waiting anxiously at the door, eager for their return, their hearts felt warm. Grandpa Chu, we're back. Grandpa, Uncle Shun, we're back. Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Even though Chu Qingfeng and Shin Ming had already received a call informing them that the children were safe, they knew the success of the mission and that everyone was unharmed was thanks to Xie. But before seeing the children return, they couldn't help but worry. Worry if they were hurt, if they would only share good news and hide bad. Now that they saw them, their worries eased. Night fell, and the surroundings sank into deep darkness, as if painted with thick ink. After dinner with the elders, Xie and the others began their journey back to Honghe village. Compared to the hurried and tense trip there, the return was much more relaxed. Originally, I used the excuse of visiting relatives to return to the city. Shin Ziyun's leave for visiting family was only half a month, and now there are only a few days left. Since they rarely had a chance to go out, the three of them enjoyed a happy time on the road. When they arrived at Honghe village, it was just the last day of the holiday. In the early morning, the light blue sky was dotted with white clouds. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves by the road, and birds chirped happily. Xie and the others carried their bags and entered Honghe village. As soon as they stepped in, a scream caught their attention. Xie's eyes sparkled. Wow, they could enjoy some fruit right after entering the village. After all the traveling, she had almost forgotten how happy it was to eat fruit. No one could stop her from eating fruit. Xie wanted to run as fast as she could. Just as she was about to start, she heard her aunt happily call out, "Little Gio is back." Her eldest uncle, walking ahead, immediately turned around and said excitedly, "Little Gio? Where are you?" Seeing Xie, her uncle Xie Weimin happily patted his thigh and ran over. "Wow, it really is little Gio. Is Kyoto fun? Did you see her grandpa?" Xie walked up, smiling even more. She held her aunt's arm and said, "Kyoto is very nice. I had a lot of fun. I saw my grandpa and grandma and also met other elders. When I go to Kyoto next time, I will take uncle and aunt to climb the Great Wall and see Tiananmen Square." "Sounds great," Xie Weimin cheered happily 3 times. Who wouldn't want to see the big world? Who wouldn't want to see the center of Huagua? He also wanted to climb the Great Wall and see Tiananmen. His niece was filial, so he was naturally happy. Xie winked at her aunt with a mischievous smile. "Auntie, what are you guys doing?" "When we first entered the village, I think I heard a scream." "What's going on?" Xie's face was full of curiosity. Her aunt was amused by her look, but also very happy. She was happy about Xie's change and her better days. She quietly whispered to Xie, "It's just about Zhang Jiqing and the Sun family. I will tell you, a few new young workers arrived at the rural worksite. Among them, one came specifically for Zhang, claiming to be his fiancé. They've been causing a lot of trouble these days, making the whole village laugh. Early this morning, they started again." The gossip in the village started with the new arrivals. The day after Xie and his group left Honghe village for the capital, Xie Weimin received a notice from the commune. There weren't many young workers in Honghe village, but a new batch arrived, and the leaders deliberately sent 3 more people there. The idea was to be fair. Since the village had fewer workers, they would take in a few more this time. Otherwise, others might complain. Hearing this, Xie Weimin really wanted to say he didn't want any of these young workers. They caused trouble every day, fighting, scolding, and causing chaos. They often wanted to report others, which made his old heart worry about living longer. But he could only keep these thoughts to himself. He was afraid to speak out. The higher-ups kept giving orders, and he was running around all day. They welcomed the young workers for building a new rural life, but they wanted people who would work hard and do real things. They didn't want petty disputes or troublemakers. In the end, Xiao Weiman managed to bring back 5 young workers in a bullock cart. Looking at these delicate, tender young people, Xiao Weiman felt worried. It's almost winter now. How will they get enough food? How will they find firewood? Living arrangements were okay. There was enough space at the work site. But these young people didn't seem like they were ready to work hard. When they saw the bullock cart, their faces showed dislike. The bullocks were treasures of their village. If it weren't for these young workers, he wouldn't want to tire the animals. He couldn't believe they didn't appreciate what they had. Despite feeling upset, Xiao Weiman disciplined himself and decided to bring the young workers back to Honghe village. But before he could even have a sip of water at home, trouble started at the work site. It all began with Zhang's fiancé from his hometown. Su Lirom arrived at the work site and asked the older workers about Zhang Jiwei. The answer was that he had already married Sun Xiaohong from the village. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. She shouted and cried loudly in the open space at the work site, scaring everyone else. Some laughed, some cried, and the chaos frightened the others. Could it be that a crazy person has come to their youth commune? Who would dare to live with her at the youth commune? Female youths wouldn't dare to share a room with her. Zhang Fengying quickly found Xiao Weiman and explained the situation. Xiao Weiman had to go with Zhang Fengying to the youth commune. Seeing Su Lirong like that, he was shocked. Could she be going crazy from stress? If that's the case, how can he explain it to the commune? She was brought here in good health, but after a short time, she went crazy. Wouldn't that cause trouble? What can he do? Xiao Weiman could only send Su Chuanlin to Sun's house to explain the situation. Zhang Jiwei's fiancé was the one who came to find him. Naturally, he should handle this himself. As the team leader, he couldn't solve everything properly. He might end up losing face on both sides. He decided it was better not to get involved with this troublemaker. If Zhang Jiwei explained everything to Su Lirong clearly, there wouldn't be any more problems. But Zhang Jiwei refused to admit it. He outright denied that Su Lirong was his fiancé. He didn't even come to the youth commune to meet her and simply rejected Su Chuanlin's message, saying he had no fiancé at all. This girl is very stubborn and headstrong. Since he refuses to admit it, she causes trouble. She keeps going to Sun's house to make a scene and causes chaos at the youth commune. Everyone at the youth commune is fed up with her. They suggested she live alone in her own house, but she refused. They asked her to stay at the youth commune, but she caused chaos there too. She even sometimes goes crazy. Who can handle that? And who knows what kind of thoughts she has? Early in the morning, before breakfast, she went to Sun's house again to cause trouble. Usually there's not much activity in the village, but today everyone is gossiping and talking about her. They all left their meals and rushed to Sun's house. As for Sun's family, they are also quite strange. Since Su Lirong first caused trouble at Sun's house, no one from Sun's family has come out, not even Sun Xiaohong. Isn't that his family? Women have come to look for him, but as his wife, she doesn't seem worried and even seems to enjoy the situation. She just leaves Zhang Jiwei to handle it himself. Jiwei, come out. Oh no. How could you be so cruel? I waited for you for so many years. How could you get married? I can't go back now. I really can't go back. The moment I signed up to go to the countryside, my parents cut ties with me. Zhang Jiwei has been working in the countryside all these years. He never promised me anything, nor did he write me a letter. My parents say Zhang Jiwei has a big heart, but his parents are a burden. They can't help him find a job or find a way back to the city. If his parents had given him a bride price back then, our families would have been married already. Why would Zhang Jiwei go to the countryside? They didn't want it back then, so why would they want it now? They told me not to jump into the fire. Once I go to the countryside, it will be hard to come back. Can I support myself? Would he admit to being with me? Even if he does, can he support me? The countryside is not like the city. You really have to work hard for every bit. My parents told me to forget him and find someone else. I can't delay any longer. Women's prime years are short. When they get older, it's hard to find someone suitable. But I understand everything. I know everything. What can I do? Zhang Jiwei's sweet words made me give myself completely to him, just to show him I would wait for him and that I only want to marry him in this life. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is harsh. The moon has its phases, and people have joys and sorrows. Things in the world are unpredictable, like intestines wrapped around each other. With hope in my heart, I went to the countryside without hesitation, just to find true love, the man in my heart. But reality gave me a big. That man didn't even acknowledge me as his fiancé. He was already married in the countryside. What am I then? What about that beautiful night we shared? Who is really the third party? The one who isn't loved?
Ah,
Zhang Jiwei, you coward, useless person.
come out.
Come out. Su Lirong's eyes looked wild and frightening, like a beast suddenly released from a cage after being trapped for a long time, full of reckless madness. Zhang Jiwei, I'm giving you one last chance. Will you come out? If you don't, I'll report you for harassment. Do you want to go to jail, or do you want to marry me? The villagers watching the scene are seriously watching and listening. Not actively watching the drama shows a problem with your mind. But when everyone heard this, their expressions changed. This was no longer just about watching the drama. It had become a serious matter. If someone like that appears in their village, it affects everyone. It also affects the young people at the Knowledge Youth Station. Xia Weiman took a puff from his pipe, looked toward Sun's courtyard, and a strange emotion flickered in his eyes. Mrs. Sun, when something happens, it should be dealt with. Hiding isn't the way. Yes, if problems like Sun's happen and hiding is thought to solve them, then many conflicts in the world would disappear. But is that possible? No, it isn't. When problems arise, you must face them bravely and find ways to solve them. Everything was silent around them. The villagers looked on eagerly, wanting to see how the Sun family planned to handle it. Actually, it was Mrs. Sun who was making the decisions. In their minds, Mrs. Sun was not someone easy to get along with. What was Mrs. Sun doing now? She was sitting with her son and daughter-in-law in the room, looking at Sun Xiaohong's room, and sighed softly. Oh. Filled with helplessness and sadness. How did life become like this? Why did my granddaughter change so much? Sun Xiaohong listened to the sounds outside and sneered softly. She wore a faded, washed-out dress, black pants, and cloth shoes. When she looked up, her face, not particularly fair, showed a strange expression. She glanced at Zhang Jiwei sitting nearby, a deep light flashing in her eyes. She stood up, dusted herself off, and slowly walked outside. Zhang Jiwei saw Sun Xiaohong leave, clenched his fists slightly, shrank back, lowered his head, and followed her outside. Now, Zhang Jiwei was no longer the confident man he once was. His scheming was gone, replaced by resignation and helplessness. He hunched over, shoulders drooping, as if weighed down by something heavy, with a slight hunch in his back. The members of the Sun family each went to the yard, standing in a line. The person at the front was not Grandma Sun, but unexpectedly, Sun Xiaohong. Golden sunlight shone through the gaps in a tree in the yard, casting specks of light on Sun Xiaohong, giving her a sharp, striking appearance. Uncle Xia, just tell me if you need anything. Xia Weiman saw Sun Xiaohong standing at the front and didn't say much. As long as someone could come out and handle the matter, that was enough. Every family has its own problems, and even as the team leader, he couldn't interfere in others' family affairs. Only Xiejio sensed something unusual about Sun Xiaohong. It was a strange feeling, like she was still the same person, but there was a dark, unsettling aura around her. She turned her head to look at Shin Ziyun and Chu Masheng. They looked at her with gentle eyes and shook their heads slightly. This morning, Qin Tianju, who had taken the big wolf for a walk in the mountains, heard that Xiejio had returned and hurried towards the Sun family. When he saw Xiejio, he shouted excitedly, "Annie!" Xiejio twitched her lips. Every time she heard that title, she wanted to scold the person, but when she turned her head, she smiled faintly. Of course, her little brother was her favorite. As soon as she heard that, she saw the big wolf giving her a mournful look. She smiled and patted the big wolf's head. "Big wolf, did you miss me?" "Howl. You woman, you've been gone so many days." Don't you know I worry about you? And when you come back, you don't even look for me, just gossiping. Am I still your favorite big wolf? I like Big Wolf the most. Other animals. Women's words are full of lies. Jojo, you say you like all the animals equally.
Oh.
What should I do? I'll just love the owner I chose. Dodo the bear. Mom likes me the most. Qin Tianju tugged at Xiejio's sleeve and looked at Sun Xiaohong in the yard. That woman, she smells bad. The first time he saw Sun Xiaohong in the village, she looked at him briefly. That glance made him realize she had a different aura from ordinary people. He had no memories of the past, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He knew many villagers thought he was mentally challenged and called him a fool. But they were the real fools. His whole family was full of fools. He is not foolish. He didn't tell them that this woman has a problem. He wants to tell his aunt. Xiejio and Chu Emotion exchanged a quick look. They knew long ago that in Qin Tianju's eyes, what was disgusting wasn't just this person's smell, but her soul's aura. In other words, this person isn't a good person. Qin Tianju scratched his head, confused and unsure. Aunt, this person's smell is strange. It's different from the others before, but she still smells bad. He meant the kind of smell like Shixiaozue's, those who smell bad, referring to the little notebook. But Sun Xiaohong's smell, while also bad, is a bit different. So, he's confused. Why is it different? Xiejio comforted Qin Tianju. I understand. With me here, I won't let bad people go free. Qin Tianju nodded happily. I believe you. He has always trusted his aunt. In the yard, after hearing Xia Weimin's explanation, Sun Xiaohong looked directly at Su Lirong, who was arguing loudly, for the first time. A sarcastic smile appeared on her lips. You want to marry him? Everyone watching was confused, not understanding what Sun Xiaohong meant. Do they think she wants to help them? But hasn't she already married Zhang Jiwei? Although the Sun family didn't hold a wedding, the wedding candies were distributed, so in the countryside, they are considered married. Curious eyes all focused on Sun Xiaohong, eager to see what she would do next. Su Lirong's cold eyes shot a fierce glare at Sun Xiaohong, her expression twisting slightly. What do you mean I want to marry him? He was already my fiancé. It was you who interfered with our relationship, huh? Sun Xiaohong let out a light laugh, slowly lifting her eyes with a contemptuous smile, her brows full of disdain. Interfere? Do you know that the person you care about planned to have me fall into the water and wanted to take responsibility for me, so he could have an easier life in the countryside? What are you to accuse me here? And what is he worth fighting over? Sun Xiaohong's words, full of sharpness and sarcasm, completely crushed Su Lirong and Zhang Jiwei's dignity, making them feel humiliated. Everyone gasped in shock. They didn't expect there to be such a twist in this marriage. When Sun Xiaohong fell into the water, Zhang Jiwei saved her, and everyone knew that. But no one knew that this was actually Zhang Jiwei's plan. People looked at Zhang Jiwei with contempt. Xia Weimin's face darkened completely as he looked at Zhang Jiwei. He said, "These educated youths can't do anything useful. They just cause trouble," he added. "How much trouble have these young people brought to the village?" Su Lirong looked at Zhang Jiwei in disbelief, her eyes red with anger. "Jiwei, she's not telling the truth." "It can't be true." In response, Sun Xiaohong slapped Zhang Jiwei hard across the face. The slap was forceful, making Zhang Jiwei's head tilt to the side. "If you want to live off others, you need to have the ability. You're not qualified." Then she slapped him again. Sun Xiaohong looked at Su Lirong with a teasing expression, her eyes full of disdain. Xiejio watched the scene and raised an eyebrow. Was this like Zhang Jiwei trying to steal a chicken and ending up losing the rice? Zhang Jiwei was slapped twice, and his face quickly swelled. His eyes lost their shine. He thought that after some investigation, he knew which families in the village were honest and could earn work points. He also knew which families were off-limits. Once inside, not only would they not have good days, but it would be a miracle if they weren't stripped of everything. But he didn't expect to be so wrong. Zhang Jiwei slowly looked up and saw the mockery in Sun Xiaohong's eyes. His defenses broke instantly. His tongue flicked over his cheek, and he chuckled softly. "I'm not qualified. After all, Living with someone who is neither man nor woman is quite sad. Since his face had already been trampled on and rubbed into the dirt, he didn't see the point in caring anymore. If he was having a hard time, then no one else should expect to have it easy. The Sun family was truly a den of evil. Zhang Jiwei's words were like a drop of cold water poured into a boiling oil pan, instantly causing chaos. Sun Xiaohong is neither male nor female?
How could that be?
What's going on? I've never heard of this before. Exactly. How is that possible? The children in the village were all delivered by Grandma Fan. Even though she no longer does this work, if it really was the case, it would have been known back then. Look at the constipated expressions of Grandma Sun and the others.
Do they know something?
Xia Weimin choked on his cigarette and started coughing. Cough, cough, cough. My dear, I almost lost my life to that smoke. Chan Hongxiao looked at her husband coughing heavily, helplessly stepped forward to pat his back, and took away the cigarette from his hand. Just itching. Seeing her wife's fierce look, Xia Weimin shrank back and gave a pleading smile. When he looked at Zhang Jiwei again, his face turned serious. Zhang Jiqing, what can be said and what can't be said, I hope you understand clearly. This concerns the reputation of the woman. Hearing this, Zhang Jiwei shivered slightly, as if he thought of something, and ran desperately towards Xia Weimin. Captain, help. Xia Weimin was startled by the sharp cry and couldn't help but jump back. Oh my, what is this? Don't come and make trouble. Before Zhang Jiwei could run a step further, he was pulled back by a rope. Everyone then saw that Sun Xiaohong was holding a long whip, which was wrapped around Zhang Jiwei's body. And such a big man was easily pulled back by Sun Xiaohong's light tug. Sorry, this was beyond their imagination. Xiaohong, everything can be discussed, but you can't hit him, Xia Weimin quickly said. This is a youth from the city. If something happens in their village, it would be a big problem. Su Lirong finally came to her senses and shouted, You let go of me. Brother Jiwei. Sun Xiaohong sneered impatiently, and in front of Su Lirong, she sharply whipped Zhang Jiwei's back, her tone cold and icy. My own man, I can hit him as I please. Even if the police come, it's just a family dispute, understand? Do you still want to marry him? Do you still want to accuse him of inappropriate behavior? It's best if you have proof. I don't like arguing with people. I prefer to take action. The long whip struck the ground, leaving a deep scar. Zhang Jiwei, this is your own fault. She asked him if he really wanted to marry her. He confidently said he would marry her, so he should accept it. She didn't say stop, and no one could call a halt. Zhang Jiwei was whipped the back, leaving a long scar. Sun Xiaohong's eyes flicked subtly from Xie Jiu's face, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. From the moment Zhang Xiaohong's gaze first shifted to her, Xie Jiu sensed it. She pretended not to notice, quietly watching the situation unfold. Until this moment, she probably understood the meaning behind that look. She deliberately raised her eyebrows, tilted her head to look at Sun Xiaohong. Under her expectant gaze, she smiled brightly.
She didn't respond.
What could she do? Sun Xiaohong noticed Xie Jiu's expression, pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, and amidst the crowd's exclamations, another whip struck Zhang Jiwei's back, blood quickly soaking his clothes. Sun Xiaohong's smile grew more proud and slightly provocative. Chu Emotion's eyes darkened a little. He didn't expect these people to be so relentless. Their methods were truly extreme. Xie Jiu smiled. Was she trying to manipulate her with morality? As long as she had no morals, morality couldn't control her. Su Lirong was overwhelmed by the bright red on Zhang Jiwei's back. She seemed to see the bloody mess from years ago. She let out a crazy laugh, running around the scene, muttering, Brother Jiwei, our child, our child.
Look so red. Why did you leave me?
The child, our child, is still waiting for us. Years ago, they had a relationship. 2 months after Zhang Jiwei left, she found she was pregnant. She wanted to find a place to give birth, but her parents found out and took her to the hospital to abort the baby. It hurt so much. She was truly in pain. Looking at that bloody mess, she felt resentment, but also hope. Hope that he would return to the city and marry her. She is already like this, and no one is willing to marry her anymore. She can only wait for Zhang Jiwei, only wait for his return. This has become her obsession. Her mental health also started to decline from that time, and only her family knows about it. Her parents want her to marry far away, so no one will know her situation. Maybe she can start over, and her mental health might improve. But if she doesn't let go of her obsession and inner demons, how can she start fresh? How can she get better? Her parents feel sorry for her, but there are more than just her parents in the family. Under the influence of reputation, gossip, and interests, family love can become unrecognizable. Her parents still followed her brother and sister-in-law's suggestion and cut ties with her. That way, no matter what happens to her in the future, she won't cause trouble for them.
Haha, she understands everything.
She understands that her parents' and brother-in-law's indifference and the pain caused by the people she cares about are the deepest wounds. She thought her parents and brother-in-law were the closest people to her and wouldn't abandon her, but they still did. Because her sister-in-law said that if her parents and older brother were willing to cut ties, they would find a proper job for her brother. And so, she was abandoned, decisively and cleanly. If he were a true man, he wouldn't behave like this. Looking for the root cause, Zhang Jiwei is just making excuses for his own incompetence. Therefore, whether it's Su Lirong or Zhang Jiwei, their current fate is their own fault. Poor people often have flaws. Do they deserve sympathy? Because the knife that hurt them was handed to the attacker by themselves. Xia Weiman's face looked as gloomy as the weather, dark and heavy. How could he explain to the commune that the new educated youth was a nervous person? Or perhaps a person who didn't love himself? He really felt overwhelmed. Sun Xiaohong calmly raised her eyebrows, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Facing many scrutinizing gazes, she remained composed. The whip in her hand casually left marks on the ground. Suddenly, she looked up towards Xiejiu, a half-smile on her lips. Xiejiu, I heard you are good at medicine. Aren't you going to save him? It was both a test and a challenge. Xiejiu slightly lifted his lips, his gentle smile showing elegance and calmness. His sharp eyes looked straight at Sun Xiaohong, as if he could see through all her thoughts. He's your man and you don't care. What does that have to do with me? Trying to lure her in? Well, who can dig a trap? Xiejiu's smile blossomed like a flower, his eyes deep and vast like the sea. His gaze subtly swept over the Sun family members. Brother Sun, are you sure you want to cover for her? In less than half a month, your Sun family might be left without descendants. These words caused many gasps. For rural folks, having many children means good fortune. Now, what did they hear? The Sun family might have no heirs? Everyone's eyes turned to Sun's wife, the backbone of the family. Her face showed struggle, regret, unwillingness, and a hint of hatred. She never expected that her simple wish for the Sun family to prosper and live a good life would turn out like this. How could it be? If Xiejiu knew what she was thinking, he would surely tell her. There's no free lunch in the sky. Is there such a thing as a free meal? Only through effort can there be gain. Effort and reward are always proportional. The eldest son of a Sun family looked like a frightened rabbit, eyes wide open, mouth so agape it could hold an egg. He nervously said, Mama, Mama, what should we do now? He didn't want to be the last in the family. He didn't want to be laughed at. He suddenly looked at Sun Xiaohong, eyes full of anger and rage, his face fierce. It's you, all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. You owe me, you owe me. The eldest son of the Sun family stared angrily, like a fierce monster, shouting wildly. Sun Xiaohong had told them she could give them a better life, help them leave Red River Village, and see the big city. All they had to do was listen to her. But now, he might be the last in the family? What a huge joke. Seeing her eldest grandson like this, Sun's wife couldn't help but tear up. She felt guilty and greedy. If she hadn't spoiled him, things wouldn't have turned out like this. But is regret useful? If regret could change things, many problems wouldn't happen. Oh, how I wish I had known earlier. Suddenly, Grandma Sun knelt down sharply towards Xiejiu, frightening him so much that he quickly moved aside. Wow, this old lady is really mean. In rural areas, there's a saying, old kneeling, young borrowing longevity. It's considered very bad manners for elders to kneel to younger people. Seeing Grandma Sun's actions, Xia Weimin was furious. Grandma Sun, what are you doing? Chun Hongxia quickly stepped forward, forcefully pulling Grandma Sun up from the ground, cursing loudly. You shameless old hag. What are you doing? Trying to shorten our little Jio's life? Dream on. As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on little Jio. Xieju stood there, her expression cold and distant, with a slight downward curve of her lips, showing a subtle disgust. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face, full of silent mockery. Old Mrs. Sun, do you know that your little granddaughter is gone? Is she a person or a ghost? Don't you know? Greed is fine, but you need to have the life to enjoy it. Your eldest grandson's fate today is your greed, so don't blame anyone else. She could save them, but why would she? She is human, but she has never been a good person. She is clear about her grudges and kindness. No, 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 please save him. Save him. Grandma Sun suddenly realized how serious the situation was. If the Sun family truly lost its roots, how could she explain to her ancestors when she passed away? Old Sun couldn't believe his ears and stood there like a statue. Was all this caused by his beloved grandma's words? How could grandma do such a thing? Hearing Xiejio's words, Xiao Hongsun only paused for a moment before returning to normal. She looked at Xiejio with a determined gaze. You
Can't escape.
I never fail my mission. Xiejio tilted his head and smiled mischievously. Really? So confident. Confidence is good, but being too confident can be foolish. The onlookers, already full from all the twists and turns, took a moment to process what was happening. What exactly was going on? But what surprised them even more was yet to come. Suddenly, a brown bear fell from the sky, chattering happily. Mommy, I'm here, with a loud bang. The bear, Dodo, sat down Xiao Hongsun, making her fall to the ground. The villain was silenced by talking too much, and fools are the same. Xiao Hongsun, who was so confident just moments ago, was now completely embarrassed. She had never failed a mission before, so she wasn't afraid of losing her nerve. Dodo the bear decided, for this woman a little splash will do. Just a crushing and a sit-down and she'll be done. Doesn't she see how big he is? Protecting Mom is Dodo's duty. Xiao Hongsun didn't even have time to scream before Dodo sat on her, ending her life. You might think that going to heaven is her best ending, but can our Xiejio let her go to so easily? A lightning-based power struck the floating soul directly, tearing it apart with sparks and lightning. The tiny soul turned into a puff of blackened air. It floated and drifted away, disappearing completely. Nothing was left but a pile of burnt remains. Xiejio looked at the mess and curled his lips, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. These people's reach is really long. But too bad, no matter how far they stretch their hands, he will cut off those tentacles. And they will be the kind of corpses that leave no trace behind. The big wolf turned around, walking slowly toward the scene. It looked at the muddy mess on the ground and grimaced in disgust. Then it turned its head sadly and looked at Xiejio. Jiu, this person smells really bad. Can I not eat him? I worry that the children reading in front of a screen might say, "You're really hungry." No, I'm not hungry. Although I am a wolf, I am also very picky. I don't eat everything. Old Granny Sun's face was pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She stared wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably. The lively life she had just moments ago was now gone quietly. She couldn't help but shiver. Thinking about her own situation, she completely lost control. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, repeatedly kowtowing towards Xiejio. She looked very pitiful, but no one felt sorry for her. It was her evil deeds that led to today's result. Should we feel sorry for her? If she hadn't been so greedy, none of this would have happened. Xiejio sneered coldly. Your life has less than 3 days left. This was also what Granny Sun hoped for when Sun Xiaohong pointed her out. She wanted Xiejio to save her grandson, and also to extend her own life. What if it worked? Her grandson wouldn't have to be childless anymore, and she could keep living. From the beginning, she knew that doing all this would shorten her lifespan, but she had a backup plan. She asked her daughter-in-law to borrow her life. As long as she had money, she could have her son marry another wife, and that wife's life would be hers. Unfortunately, Siejio didn't let her get her way.
No, no, no.
You have to save me. You must save me. Granny's son was completely shocked by Siejio's words. She was like struck by lightning, her mind in a frantic state. Siejio shrugged and smiled playfully. All right then. Granny's son's face lit up with joy, but before she could celebrate, she heard Siejio change her tone. Saving is possible, but I will only save one of you. The choice is yours. Come on, let the dogs fight each other even more fiercely. Seeing the cunning and sarcasm in Siejio's eyes, Chu Emotion smiled and lit a candle for the two people on the ground. Being a person means knowing right from wrong. I don't do good deeds just for show, but I also won't be overly cold. I will save those who need it. Sun's eldest son suddenly got up from the ground. As he stood, he fiercely pushed Grandma's son to the ground and laughed wildly, saying, "Grandma, you're old now. You've lived long enough. Don't fight with me anymore. It's better to leave the chance to the young." Although Grandma's son was old and weak, she still had surprising strength. Just as she fell, she suddenly got up faster than her son and moved quickly towards Siejio. The onlookers were shocked by their actions. This doesn't look like an old lady. And this isn't how a younger person should act. They were like fighting roosters, not giving in to each other. Sun's eldest son was already overwhelmed by the thought of being childless, and his eyes turned red. He just wanted to get rid of this shameful title. He couldn't be childless. He couldn't be useless. He absolutely refused. He tripped over a broken brick under his foot. When he looked down and saw the brick, he smiled strangely. He quickly picked up the brick and rushed toward Grandma's son. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Grandma's son's head was hit by the brick in his hand, and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone gasped. Sun's eldest son seemed to be in a trance. Seeing Grandma's son lying unconscious in a pool of blood, he laughed happily, saying, "Old woman, I told you not to fight me. Everything is mine. Opportunities, money, everything." His smile lingered over the house for a long time. Human nature can be dark and selfish. This moment showed it clearly. Grandma's son's eldest son saw her lying unconscious and bleeding. Seeing his son's crazy expression, he suddenly looked 10 years older. All of this was caused by greed. From the beginning, he noticed that Sun Xiaohong was changing. But his mother stopped him, telling him that if he wanted the Sun family to get better and grow stronger, he should pretend not to see anything. She said she was just a girl. If he wanted to be the head of the family, let her do it. If he wanted to make decisions, let her do it. As long as he could get the money back, he didn't care where it came from. Anyway, someday the girl will get married and receive a bride price. Everything is gone. Everything is lost. Everyone was frightened by the appearance of the eldest son of the Sun family. They all stepped back, even with the courtyard blocking the way. They felt he might jump out at any moment. Siejio tilted her head and looked at the eldest son of the Sun family. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. This person is acting strangely. His expression and spirit were both overly excited. Such a state shouldn't happen. Suddenly, the eldest son of the Sun family shouted loudly in front of everyone, "Woof, woof, woof." At that moment, Siejio quickly realized, could this be rabies? Where did this virus come from? She immediately shouted, "Quick, hold him down." When Chu Emotion and Qin Tianju heard Siejio speak, they both stepped over the courtyard wall and rushed inside. Qin Tianju grabbed him and pushed him to the ground, while Chu Emotion also pressed down on the eldest son of the Sun family. This family is acting very strangely. Everyone was stunned by Siejio's actions and backed away in fear. They just wanted to see what was happening. They didn't want to get hurt themselves. Xia Weimin quickly reacted and stepped forward, asking, "Xiao Jiu, what's going on?" He trusted what Xiao Jiu said. Without certainty, she wouldn't act randomly. Xiaojie bit her dry lips, a cold light flashing in her eyes. This person might have rabies. His symptoms, including the barking sound he just made and the drooling at the corner of his mouth, matched the symptoms of rabies. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. What is rabies? In rural areas, many places lack rabies serum, so most villagers don't know about this virus. Most importantly, families are too poor to keep dogs, so who would have a dog? Xiaojie continued. The virus in his body has passed the incubation period and has entered the stage of illness. Xia Weiman's head was spinning. What's going on every day? But he quickly realized they don't keep dogs in the village. Where did the dog come from? Where did the virus come from? Xiaojie's gaze swept over the people from the Sun family, pausing briefly when it reached Zhang Jiwei. She clearly sensed his fear, which was only visible when he looked at the Sun family's leader. His eyes showed a deep fear. This emotion was just as strong as his fear of Sun Xiaohong. Zhang Jiwei, do you know something? Zhang Jiwei, called by name, looked blank. He slowly raised his eyes, a struggle flickering in his eyes. When he saw the coldness in Xiaojie's eyes, he shivered all over and finally regained his senses. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. He chose to marry in the countryside because he couldn't handle complicated work. He didn't want to die. He wanted a comfortable life. Everyone wants to live. No one wants to die. It's Sun Xiaohong. It's Sun Xiaohong. Zhang Jiwei's eyes widened as he shouted, "She's a crazy person. She's a crazy person." He never expected that he had pushed himself into a trap. A trap with no way out, no escape. He didn't want to die inside it. I also have it in my body. Everyone in the Sun family has it. After saying this, Zhang Jiwei collapsed to the ground and cried loudly. A man over 1.7 meters tall, crying like a lost child, his voice sounded painfully sad. But this was the result of his own actions. Though pitiful, he didn't deserve sympathy. Xiaojie's mind raced with possibilities. Why did he do this? What was his goal? Was there someone behind him? Her voice was cold and sharp. She stared at Zhang Jiwei without blinking, afraid to miss even a hint of his expression. How did she do it? Rabies is usually spread through animals. How did Sun Xiaohong make them infected with this virus? Zhang Jiwei only wanted to stay alive now. Like water spilling from a basket, he kept pouring out information. I don't know how she did it. She just used a syringe to inject something into us. Every day, Su Lirong, who had been lost in her thoughts, slowly looked up. Seeing Zhang Jiwei crying uncontrollably, she tilted her head and chuckled softly. Brother Jiwei, don't cry. Our baby isn't crying. You're already a father, so why are you still crying? She got up from the ground and quickly rushed to Zhang Jiwei's side. She reached out with her dirty hand, gently wiping tears from his eye corner. The scene looked quite touching, but unfortunately, Zhang Jiwei suddenly let out a loud cry and bit into Su Lirong's hand, using all his strength. Su Lirong stared blankly at the man in front of her. After Zhang Jiwei bit her, she seemed to no longer feel the pain in her hand. Blood dripped steadily from the wound. She showed a sickly smile on her face, with only the man in front of her in her eyes. Brother Jiwei, we can finally be together, she whispered. No one will ever separate us again. If dying meant being together, she was willing to face death calmly. Woof woof. Go away, go away. Suddenly, the sounds of crying, shouting, and barking mixed together, creating a strange and sad scene. After confirming that the Sun family members had been injected with unknown drugs, Xiaojie immediately closed the gate of the Sun family's yard, instructing Xiong Duo and Alang to watch over the people inside, to prevent further contact with others. He also reminded the villagers to think carefully if they had interacted with the Sun family recently and to check for any strange injuries on their bodies. If unsure, they should go to the hospital for a thorough check. Chu Mo Shen quickly sent Shin Ziyun to the town to notify the police station, so the authorities could take the people away. These matters required special departments to handle. They also needed to investigate the purpose behind their actions. Okay, Shin Ziyun replied and hurried back to the police station on his bicycle. Luming saw Shin Ziyun and happily stepped forward, asking, Shin Jiqing, you're back? Why are you free to come today? Shunzin quickly explained what had happened in Honghe village. The situation was urgent, and they didn't have time for small talk. Luming immediately reported the situation to Shuegang. Shuegang, who had just returned from a meeting out of town, hadn't even sat down comfortably when he heard the news. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Recently, spies had been rampant, especially in their He province. The problems they faced these days were much more complicated than a few months ago, with many different issues. Could spies be planning a big move soon? Having contracted this virus and needing to go to the city for a vaccine which might not even be available. Even if there are such cases, not everyone can handle them. Raising seedlings is very expensive. What is the purpose of the secret agents doing this? Are they trying to infect large groups of people with this virus? And then what? Are they conducting human experiments to study rabies vaccines? That shouldn't be the case. What benefit would they get from it? If that's true, besides Honghe village, are there other villages with similar situations? This kind of investigation is a big project. Shuegang rubbed his forehead, picked up the phone on the table, and reported the situation to his superiors. After he finished the call, Lu Ming immediately followed the instructions and took his colleagues to Honghe village. This virus spreads very quickly. Xie Jiu kept watching the people inside the yard, especially Su Lirong. Su Lirong was just bitten, but from the bite to the onset of symptoms took only an hour. There was no incubation period. It started right away. The symptoms came on fiercely. At the same time, Xie Jiu noticed that the other members of the Sun family had not shown symptoms yet. They had all been injected with unknown medicine, but each person's condition was different. This kind of spread seems to use the Sun family members as carriers, letting them pass the virus to others. It's like treating them as animals, making them bite people to spread the virus. This not only humiliates them, but also causes them great suffering. A gentle breeze swept through the tall trees at the village entrance, causing leaves to flutter. Lu Ming and his colleagues, led by Xin Ziyun, arrived at the Sun family's house immediately. From the low wall, they looked inside and saw the situation in the yard. Lu Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. Hearing it from Xin Ziyun was one thing, but seeing it with his own eyes was a huge shock. He was at a loss for words. Recently, all the police station staff had canceled their leave because of the trouble caused by the secret agents. The previous case hadn't been fully resolved, and now another difficult one had appeared. Lu Ming pressed his lips together. Bringing these people back would be a big challenge. These people might carry the virus. What if they got sick on the way? What if they bit someone along the way? When Lu Ming arrived, Xie Jiu immediately noticed his heavy expression and thought about these real problems. She stepped forward and said, "Comrade Lu, are you worried about how to bring them back?" The moment Lu Ming saw Xie Jiu, his eyes lit up. How could he forget about Comrade Xie? Comrade Xie, I was just about to find you. Do you have a way to help me bring these people back safely? Now, with limited supplies and poor medical conditions, if they get infected, even if they are police officers and can't get vaccines, they could still lose their lives. Xie Jiu had already thought about how to bring these people back. She took a small porcelain bottle from her pocket, opened it, and sprinkled the colorless, tasteless powder onto the yard of the Sun family. After a few loud thumps, everyone in the yard collapsed to the ground. Lu Ming watched the effect of the medicine and gave Xie Jiu a big thumbs up. As always, her medicine was very effective. Comrade Xie, well done. Xie Jiu shook her head. Because of you all, we can have such peaceful days. Thank you for your hard work. With the help of the villagers, they finally loaded the Sun family members onto a village ox cart. Xie Xiangbei helped the police take them back. Third brother, be careful on the way. Xie Jiu waved to Xie Xiangbei and sprinkled a little powder on him, so neither animals nor people would pose a threat to him. The smell of this powder was strange. You couldn't smell it unless you got close. Animals would avoid it immediately, and anyone with bad intentions would stay far away because of the smell. Good, you can go back now. Third brother will be back soon. Xie Xiangbei pulled the reins, and the oxen slowly moved forward. Lu Ming and the others followed in a cart beside the ox cart, ready to catch anyone who might fall off. Xiejio watched their distant figures and then walked with Chu Emotion, Shinziyun and Qin Tianju toward the house at the foot of the mountain. When Xiejio and the others left for half a month, the house at the foot of the mountain was already built. At that time, when the house was built, Chu Emotion and Shinziyun suggested adding an extra room. Originally, it was a main room with 2 rooms, but now it had become 3 rooms. Chu Emotion wasn't sure how long they would stay in Honghe Village, so having his own room was more convenient. Now, the 3 of them each have their own room. The main hall, the wood storage, and the kitchen are all set up at once. Although Qin Tianju has no memory, he is very good at cooking, which solves the problem of preparing meals. Xiejio walks and thinks, "Do you guys feel that spies seem to especially like this place?" Since Xiejio arrived, she has already noticed several groups of spies. What is attracting them here? Or, what is worth their repeatedly exploring here? Qin Tianju scratches his head and confidently says, "Because we're poor, so it's easy to buy us. Remoteness means less knowledge, easy to deceive." The 3 look at him with disbelief, surprised that the simple-minded Qin Tianju can see the essence behind appearances. It sounds quite reasonable. So, why do you think they spread rabies? Is it for fame or profit? Or both? There must be another purpose. To muddy the waters? Deep in Chu Mo's eyes, there is a hint of darkness. He shares some thoughts. Have you heard of scientific madmen? Back then, it wasn't a compliment but a negative term. During the years fighting with the small notebook country, those who called themselves scientists or doctors used live people for experiments. This makes him think of those times again. Could it be that this time the trouble is also caused by the small notebook country? What are they trying to do? It definitely isn't for the good of the people. Perhaps they have some hidden plan. Xiejio and Chu Mo exchange a look. From his expression, she understands what he wants to say. This makes Xiejio think again about how evil the small notebook country is and how they use people as test subjects. Her eyes burn with fierce fire. She will never allow this to happen again. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword. Truth is only within the range of cannons. She loves her country. Only with a strong fist can she have the right to speak. Xiejio doesn't want to wait any longer. Small notebook country, daring to threaten their nation, they will pay a bloody price. Boss, I just sensed a strange fluctuation coming from the mountain. Xiejio was slightly stunned. Could there be something hidden on the mountain? Or is someone causing trouble there? Is it a person or an animal? It's too far away. I can't sense clearly. Maybe the boss should go up the mountain? This suggestion hit Xiejio's heart perfectly. If there are disturbances on the mountain, then the actions of Sun's family in the village, are they just trying to hide what's happening up there? Using distraction tactics to muddy the waters? Xiejio quickly decided, saying to Chu Emotion, "Let's go up the mountain together." As for them wanting to go up, Gij and Tianju should head back first. Dodo, the bear who was secretly eating honey somewhere unknown, was called out. He hurriedly hid the honey jar and ran to Xiejio's side, smiling sheepishly. "Mom, see how obedient I am? If I ignore the yellow honey on my claws, I really am a good baby." Xiejio pointed at his big paw and smiled. "Dodo, what is this?" Dodo immediately hid his claws behind his back and mumbled, Didn't see. "Mom didn't see. As long as I hide it, Mom won't see. I am a good baby." Xiejio's mouth twitched slightly. "Isn't that like covering one's ears to steal a bell, little one?" Old Guan, with messy hair and a beard, looked at the blueprints and data with a frustrated expression. He brushed his head in annoyance. What is wrong with this little girl's head? He had studied these data for half a month, but still couldn't figure it out. Something felt missing. Holding the blueprint, Old Guan angrily knocked on the supervisor's office door. Knock, knock, knock. His knocking was full of frustration. The supervisor, busy working, slightly frowned at the sound. Who was so inconsiderate? If the door broke, who would pay for it? Unexpectedly, when the door opened, it wasn't a young face that appeared but an old, wrinkled face with a messy, chicken nest hair. The supervisor's mouth twitched, and his disdain quickly turned to surprise.
"Oh, Old Guan.
What brings you here? Do you have good news?" For example, have they thoroughly studied the blueprint in their hands? Are their soldiers now equipped with new weapons? Next, there is an important task. They want Old Man Guan to finish his research quickly so that the military factory can mass-produce the weapons. This way, soldiers on missions can keep up, be better equipped with advanced weapons, and have fewer injuries. The commander thought about the finished product Chu Mo Shin brought back and also looked at the blueprint in Old Man Guan's hands. This was a weapon design donated to the country by Comrade Siegio. When facing external enemies, the country will have more confidence. Old Man Guan, feeling discouraged, brushed his head and looked bitter. Commander, I've let you down. I still don't understand the key data on this blueprint. Because he knew how important this blueprint was, even in the lab, only he could hold it without worry. Better safe than sorry. Now, with spies so rampant, it's not that they think people are bad, but caution is always better. The commander looked at Old Man Guan's anxious face and thought of Siegio in Honghe village. His eyes brightened. Old Man Guan, how about I send you to a place where spring flowers bloom? I promise you'll like it there. Old Man Guan looked at the commander in shock, as if to say, what are you talking about? Spring flowers blooming. Where is that? And he promised he'd like it. Was he going to send him somewhere to be cut open? He hadn't figured everything out yet, but he didn't want to be left behind like this. He would try his best. The commander also noticed Old Man Guan's expression and gave him a helpless look. Stop thinking about those ideas in your head. I'm sending you to the person who owns this blueprint. Once there, wouldn't he learn everything easily? Old Man Guan's eyes immediately lit up. He had long wanted to report to the higher-ups. How could they be so willing to ignore such talented people? If the enemy found out, wouldn't they act? This is talent. The commander. Isn't it because I want to? I just haven't had the chance to bring it up yet. I want to go. I want to go. If you can, send me there right now. He was eager to leave immediately. He was very curious about that girl. The commander was also a straightforward person. Since he had made a decision, he didn't delay. All right, I will assign you 2 guards. You and Comrade Siegio are both our treasures, and we can't afford any loss. Okay, I'll go back to prepare some things and have them come to meet me, said Old Guan, immediately rushing to the residential area. He needed to think carefully about what good things to bring for that little girl. He chuckled to himself. He definitely wanted to make the girl happy. When she was happy, those data problems wouldn't be so difficult. He thought to himself, what a clever person he was. Siegio looked at Xiongduoduo's paw and helplessly took out a handkerchief to gently wipe it. If honey got mixed with the dirt on the ground, it would attract bugs and ants. She didn't know that an old man was being packed up and sent here while she was running up the mountain with Chu Mo's hen and Xiongduoduo. Just now, Baby had checked the back of the mountain. Since they left half a month ago, some small changes had happened. These changes might not be noticeable to the villagers below, but for Siegio and Baby, who go up the mountain every day, they could sense these tiny differences. Siegio carried a basket on her back and held a small axe in her hand. Chumo's hen also had a small axe. He didn't understand why Siegio suddenly wanted to go up the mountain, but he knew she had some secrets. Most importantly, he trusted her unconditionally. She said she needed to go up the mountain for a reason. Siegio, with 1 person and a bear, carefully avoided some traces and slowly moved into the deep mountains. Chumo's hen looked around cautiously. He also noticed some signs on the mountain. They looked similar to others, but as a soldier, he understood these traces more deeply than ordinary people. Little Joe, have you discovered something? He asked. Siegio kept walking, patted Xiongduoduo's paw, and shifted its position. She walked beside Chumo's hen and whispered in his ear, something's not right in these mountains. Not right? No need to say too much. Just take him there, and he'll understand. Everyone has secrets. Chumo's hen wouldn't pursue it, and Siegio wouldn't say anything either. They understood each other without words. Chumo's hen looked around, tightened his grip on the small axe, and saw a faint trace ahead. He pulled Siegio to stop. At the moment when the 2 people stopped, Xiongduoduo also paused. It truly behaved like an obedient and sensible child. Seeing Siegio stop, He immediately stepped in front of them to block their view. His small eyes looked around carefully. He was like a guard, protecting them. Siejio's face showed a smile as he took a small candy from his pocket and put it into Xiong Duodwa's mouth. Feeling the little sweet in his mouth, Xiong Duodwa's eyes lit up. Then he felt his whole body warm, as if bathed in sunlight, very cozy. His senses became sharper. He could hear distant sounds and smell faraway scents. His big head nuzzled against Siejio's head, like a small child leaning on his mother's shoulder, making soft, huffing sounds. Siejio patted Xiong Duodwa's big head, then bent down to look at the footprints on the ground with Chu Moshing. The footprints were very fresh. They might be easy to miss because someone had cleaned the area. They looked at each other and saw the same determined look in each other's eyes. There was a problem here. Siejio carefully squatted down, took a small shovel from his basket, and started to dig away the rotten leaves covering the area, following the direction of the buried traces. He gently moved the decayed leaves aside and swept away the clean leaves underneath. Looking at the decayed and dry leaves in front of him, Siejio divided them into 2 piles and set them aside. Then he used the small shovel to carefully dig into the soil around the roots. This person was very cautious. The soil he covered was half wet and half dry, probably to hide whether anyone had discovered this place. If he sensed something was wrong, he might quickly hide like a startled bird. Finding this person again would not be easy. This also proved that what was hidden here was extraordinary. Otherwise, why would this person be so careful? This made Siejio even more curious. What was it that made so many people come here one after another? While Siejio was digging, Chu Moshing kept a vigilant watch around and checked the traces nearby, trying to figure out how many people were involved. Until the shovel made a clanging sound, Chu Moshing quickly returned to his position. He exchanged a quick look with Siejio, and both put down their shovels. They carefully removed the dirt layer by layer with their hands. A green shell was exposed in front of them. Siejio's face immediately darkened. She didn't need to see it clearly. She already knew what it was. In later years, Siejio loved watching spy movies. She could tell at a glance what that thing was. This meant the situation was serious. Who buried the radio here? The fresh appearance of the soil suggested someone had just used the radio and then buried it here. Otherwise, the marks wouldn't be so new. Siejio remembered what Bao Bao told her, that there were disturbances on the mountain. Could those be caused by the radio signals? When the Sun family had trouble, was this person connected to Sun Xiaohong? Or was the Sun family's incident just a cover for this person's actions? Siejio looked at Chu Emotion. What do you think? This person probably came here on purpose, he replied. As for who they are, he didn't have a clear idea yet. But he suspected it was related to the Sun family. It didn't make sense that right after the incident there, a radio was found here. There must be a connection. Siejio nodded. Under Chu Emotion's curious gaze, she took out the green box buried underground. After fiddling with it for a while, she changed the signal's sending and receiving address. This meant that once this person reactivated the radio, no matter what messages they exchanged, Siejio would be the first to notice and could listen in on both sides. She looked at the big tree in front of her. She asked Bear Dodo to pull off a branch. Later, when they weren't paying attention, she planned to hide the branch in the space as a surveillance tool. Haha, she was really clever. Siejio happily patted the radio and called Chu Emotion. Together, they buried the green box back underground, following the way the person had hidden it. After restoring the area to its original state, they headed back up the mountain. Siejio felt uneasy if she didn't check this place thoroughly. There were many villagers below, and her grandparents were there too. She had to eliminate any danger at its source. Siejio walked while plucking some flowers and made a flower crown for Xiong Duoduo, placing it on its head. Xiong Duoduo touched the flower crown on its head, smiling happily, and became even closer to Siejio. Boss, go inside. There's a hole with many boxes inside. We'll get rich. Siejio's steps paused slightly, then she continued walking casually. In her mind, she chatted with Bao Bao. Do you think these people here are after the treasure in the mountain? In the Northeast, during wartime, the local bandits fought many battles. They oppressed the common people, committed theft, arson, and violence. It's not impossible that they hid treasure in the mountains. If that's true, then Siegio feels justified in taking their treasure. Later, she could use the money to strengthen their country's military. To avoid being attacked, they must be strong themselves. Yes, that's the plan. She decided to go back tonight and design a new weapon, something useful and powerful enough to scare the bandits. She wanted to make them run in fear. Every day, they only do useless things. She wanted to hurt and punish them badly. That's possible, boss. No one really knows what happened back then, but since we come from the future, we understand that part of history better, right? Yes, she comes from the future and knows that history well. She will remember it. The bandits should pay the price now. By the way, do you know what happened to those people General Gu told us about last time? Siegio asked Bao Bao, not Chu Moshing. She knew this was secret, and she wouldn't interfere with their military plans. But she could help. If the bandits die, she'd be happy. Boss, I don't know.
I didn't investigate that.
But if we encounter them, I can find out. I'll make sure you get a chance to act. Good. You must watch carefully. Report immediately if you find anything about the bandits. Hee. Ever since her space merged with Bao Bao's, both her space and her abilities have improved. Okay, boss. Chu Moshing followed Siegio as they continued upward, gathering 3 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits along the way. As they prepared to continue climbing, they suddenly noticed smoke rising ahead. Someone was making a fire there. They were deep in the mountains now, and few people from Honghe village could reach this place. So, this person might not be from the village? Could they be from somewhere else? Boss, the treasure is hidden beneath a pile of rocks ahead. There's a secret entrance there, very well hidden. It's hard to find. If it weren't for this cheat device, I might not have noticed it. Siegio's eyes lit up. She quickly stored away the underground treasure, then looked toward the figure sitting nearby, roasting a rabbit. Her brow furrowed slightly. She has a good memory. She remembers everyone she's seen. This person, she was sure she had seen before. It was during the incident with the Sun family, among the crowd watching the chaos. This person was a new educated youth. How could they have the skill to come into these deep mountains and sit here so calmly, roasting a rabbit? Thinking of the radio, could it be that a spy planted someone here? Or was this person bought? Or perhaps they originally had the ability to enter the mountains. Both Siegio and Chu Emotion noticed this. Chu Emotion looked at the man's familiar face and made a hand gesture towards Siegio. Siegio glanced at the figure ahead. When she saw the man stand up and look in their direction, it seemed he was waiting for them. At that moment, the man made a gesture toward them. Chu Emotion stood up, patted Siegio's shoulder, and said, "Let's go. Shall we meet him?" Since they knew each other, they should go meet him. Siegio stood up confidently and walked with Chu Emotion toward Lu Yun. More people, more help. Lu Yun smiled warmly at the two, first giving Chu Emotion a hug, then saying to Siegio, "Hello, Comrade Xie. I am Lu Yun." After a simple introduction, the three sat down. Only then did Siegio notice 3 rabbits beside Lu Yun. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Do you know we're going up the mountain?" Lu Yun naturally noticed her gaze. He smiled and didn't hide anything. "When I took on this task, I was told that Comrade Xie likes going into the mountains." Siegio smiled back. "Yes, the deep mountains are the safest place for us. If you meet people in the village, there are many eyes watching, and you are likely to attract attention. This is not good for completing the task or for safety. Since Lu Yun came to complete the task, it is better if fewer people know his identity and fewer people notice him. Commander Chu, the higher-ups want me to stay here after I finish this task. Chu Emotion also understands the reasons behind this. Since everything has already been arranged by the higher-ups, he just needs to follow orders. There are considerations from above." While eating, Lu Yun talked about the mission. When he was given the task, it was because they wanted him to stay undercover here for a long time. First, to fight against the reckless spies, and second, to protect Comrade Siegio, just like Chu Emotion. Xiejio was surprised to hear that Lu Yun's mission included protecting him. He wondered, since Chu Emotion was already here, why was another person needed? What Xiejio didn't know was that on their way back to the capital, they encountered an attack halfway. The higher-ups in the capital already knew about this. Naturally, they were very angry. Plus, she had saved many people, all of whom held high positions. They would not allow such things to happen. At first, they thought it was just driven by interests, but after a deeper investigation, they found that was not the case. Several factions were involved, and even the mastermind behind the scenes was not yet known. Their first priority was to ensure Xiejio's safety, which is why Lu Yun was assigned a second task. After Xiejio and Chu Emotion exchanged glances, they said in unison, "I knew it." Lu Yun listened and thought, "There's definitely something going on. What's the situation?" Chu Emotion pressed his lips and recounted what they found on the way here, including the radio signals. Lu Yun spat angrily. These troublemakers never take a break. There was a moment of silence in the air. Yes, enemies are everywhere, and they never rest. They want to destroy their country, break their unity, and invade their land. They absolutely cannot let them succeed. Lu Yun quickly remembered what happened to the Sun family and asked suspiciously, "Is that woman from the Sun family connected to the spies? Or is it part of the enemy's plan? A distraction to lure them into a trap? So they wouldn't notice what was happening in the mountains?" Both are possible. We must be very careful. They knew the enemy had hidden a radio here, so they were not afraid of them moving. As soon as they moved, they could find clues about the enemy. Before going down the mountain, Chu Moshing and Lu Yundao said, "I live at the foot of the mountain. If anything happens, come find me there. Okay, stay safe too." The three of them split up. Xiejio took Chu Moshing and Xiong Duo down first, while Lu Yun went another way. At village chief Zhang Genbao's house, young worker Chen Song carried a basket to the gate and knocked. "Uncle Zhang, are you there?" Zhang Genbao, who was sharpening a knife in the yard, heard the sound outside. Without turning around, he said, "The door's not locked." "Come in." Chen Song pushed open the door and went inside, then closed and locked it before walking over. "Uncle, this is what you asked for." Chen Song took off his basket, revealing what was hidden under pig grass inside. Zhang Zhenbao looked at the grain in the basket, a faint light appearing in his deep eyes. He put down his axe, reached out, and took a handful of grain to look at. He nodded with satisfaction. "Hurry up and send this out. Don't let anyone find it." Now that the public grain quota was paid, the remaining grain was to be shared with villagers. Only the grain for next year needed to be kept. Grain was the farmer's lifeline. If anyone found out they had stolen grain, it would be a big problem. He wasn't afraid himself. Over the years, in Mountain Village, his word was law. Who dared to oppose him? But it's better to avoid trouble. The more things happen, the more attention they attract. He believed in the saying, "Be careful and you'll be safe for a long time." He had stayed strong all these years mainly because he was cautious. People who are careless get into trouble. "Uncle, I know. Is it still hidden there?" Chen Song asked. He wondered why they didn't just hide the grain on the back mountain instead of going all the way to Honghe Village's back mountain. If the people from Honghe Village found out and took it, what would happen? He had worked hard to get that grain. Zhang Zhenbao understood Chen Song's concerns. The weather was getting colder, and he wanted to take fewer trips. But compared to their safety, these small worries didn't matter. You can't have both. You can't ask for money and save effort at the same time. That's not realistic. His eyes grew cold. Just as he was about to scold, Chen Song shrank back, looking scared. Before Zhang Zhenbao could speak, he quickly said, "Uncle, I was wrong. I won't be lazy and will do good work." "Humph." Zhang Zhenbao snorted coldly, still reminding him, "If you don't want to do it, many others do. There are more young people in their village who are sent to the countryside." If he weren't honest, and if life weren't so hard that they often went hungry, he wouldn't bother with him. "Got it, uncle. I won't dare to do it next time," Chen Song said, quickly opening the door and running out. Only after he reached outside did his anxious heart start to calm down. He looked at Zhang Genbao's house one last time, then turned and headed up the mountain from the foot. He couldn't help but tighten his clothes. It was really cold. He wanted to stay inside, but he had no more food. Every time his family wrote, they asked him to send supplies and grain, but he didn't have enough to eat himself. If he weren't afraid of going hungry, he wouldn't want to do this at all. He didn't know if what he was doing was right or wrong. Chen Song sighed softly. When he was doing these things, he didn't dare to think deeply about whether he should or not. He was truly afraid of going hungry, truly afraid of not having enough to eat. In front of basic needs, he didn't dare to think about right or wrong. He knew he wasn't capable. He knew he couldn't support himself. He also knew he dared not leave his family or oppose his biased parents. From the beginning, he knew he couldn't escape, and he never would. Doesn't he want to escape? Doesn't he want to leave these burdensome family members? All he thought about was his own weakness. He couldn't bring himself to cut ties with such parents. So, he could only be dragged down by them. He also knew that if others found out what he was doing, he would never have peace again, and he might even lose his life. He couldn't care less. He really couldn't. His awareness was not that high. He just wanted to stay alive. He looked toward the back of the mountain, tightened his backpack, and, despite feeling scared as the sky darkened, hurried along the familiar path. Tonight's dinner was prepared by Qin Tianju. Xiejiu looked at the rich dishes and then at Qin Tianju's simple, honest face. There's a saying that's true. People are not to be judged by appearance, and the sea cannot be measured by a cup. Qin Tianju looked simple-minded, but he was actually very clever. When he considered problems, he saw straight to the point, more so than most people, or he was more direct. At least when they spoke, they might be more polite, but he was straightforward and could hit right to the heart of the matter. Xiejiu squinted happily. These few people were skilled fighters, so they didn't lack good food, and there was no need to hold back. They had a small pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms, cold rabbit, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried cabbage with pork fat. 4 dishes in total. Everyone ate happily and felt satisfied. As the light gradually faded, everything around was swallowed by darkness, leaving only blurry outlines and deep silence. After eating and drinking, Xiejiu was about to leave when she sensed a call from the baby. "Boss, there's a situation on the back mountain." Xiejiu paused her steps. A situation on the back mountain? The big tree branch in the space hadn't given any warning, so if there was a problem on the back mountain, it must be something else. Xiejiu frowned slightly. Why did they keep choosing to cause trouble on the back mountain of Honghe village? Originally, after eating, she wanted to sleep well. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, she silently rubbed her forehead and gestured to Chu Emotion inside. Pft, pft. Chu Emotion, sitting at the table chatting, heard the sound. When he looked up at Xiejiu and saw her expression, he immediately thought of what happened on the mountain today. He quickly came over, frowning slightly. "What's wrong? Is it on the mountain?" Xiejiu nodded. Since Liu Yin was here to complete a task, if there was a problem on the mountain, she should inform him. She thought about whether they should go to the Jiqing station suddenly, which might attract attention from others. But Shun Ziyin was a Jiqing himself, so going there was normal. At least it wouldn't be as obvious as them. Shun Ziyin wiped the water from his hands and stood under the eaves, asking what's wrong. "Cousin, go find Liu Yun at the Jiqing station and tell him we need to see him. Ask him to come to the mountain." Shun Ziyin didn't ask more. He nodded and quickly disappeared into the night. Xiejiu then told Qin Tianju to watch the cattle shed's movements, then left home with Chu Emotion. As night deepened, the sky was covered by a heavy curtain, dotted with stars, the only bright spots in the darkness. Xiejiu and Chu Masheng carefully went up the mountain. Meanwhile, Chen Song finally reached the back mountain of Honghe village. He looked around at the dark surroundings and felt a little scared. He tightened the basket on his back, confirmed his direction, and continued forward. Today, he had to deliver the grain. The grain in his basket was carefully collected after much effort. If he lost it and had to go back to the village to get more, it would be easy for others to notice. Many families in the mountain village are often hungry. Food is very important to them. Usually, the village has militia patrols to prevent anyone from stealing grain. Chen Song almost got caught several times. If he hadn't been very careful, he might have been caught. So, he must not make any mistakes. The night in the mountains was very dark and gloomy. There were sounds of unknown insects, rustling leaves, and the wind blowing. Chen Song nervously looked around. After making sure no one was nearby several times, he stopped under a big tree. He put down his basket, checked again that no one was around, and then took out the grain from his bag. Under the moonlight, Xiejio and Chu Moshing hid nearby, watching as the man took a cloth bag from his basket and slowly stuffed it into a tree hollow. When the bag was fully hidden inside the tree, Chen Song finally let out a deep breath. He was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of a water jar. After hearing Xiejio's instructions, Shun Zian quickly took a small path to the Jiqing courtyard. On the way, he met Zhang Fengying, who was coming out to fetch water. Jiqing Zhang. Zhang Fengying heard someone calling him. Seeing Shun Zian by the door, he looked at the sky with some doubt. But knowing that Shun Zian was Xiejio's cousin, he didn't suspect anything. He walked over and asked, Jiqing Shin, what's the matter so late? Since Shun Zian no longer lived in the Jiqing courtyard, he knew he should tell people when he entered. Otherwise, the older Jiqings might not mind, but if new Jiqings gossip, it could cause trouble. Jiqing Zhang, could you please call Lu Jiqing for me? I went to the town today, and he asked me to bring some things. Isn't it perfect for him to come and get them? When Lu Yun heard the voice outside, he also heard Shin Zian's excuse. When the other young workers asked inside, he used the same reason. I asked Shin Zian to bring something, so I should go get it. I'll go take a look. Everyone listened and didn't say anything more. It's normal for people to ask others to bring things, and they often do this. When Lu Yun left the house, he saw Shin Zian by the gate of the yard. Shin Zian, Lu Yun, they both walked outside together. Only after they were far from the young workers' area did Shin Zian tell him about Xiejio asking him to come over. Lu Yun listened to Shin Zian and patted his shoulder. Thanks, Shin Zian. Sorry to trouble you. Then, he quickly jogged up the mountain. From the message Xiejio sent through Shin Zian, Lu Yun learned a few things. First, someone was going up the mountain. Second, the meeting point was set. Even in such a dark night, for Lu Yun, who often had to go on missions, seeing in the dark was a basic skill. Zhang Zhenbao stared at Chen Song's departing figure for a long time, without thinking. It wasn't until his wife cursed and walked into the yard, muttering about which family in the village was short of grain or had a fight, that he snapped back to himself. He just glanced at his wife indifferently and then started sharpening the kitchen knife in his hand. Aunt Zhang saw her husband's expression and couldn't help but shrink back. The constant muttering in her mouth stopped immediately. Her husband seemed honest but was actually formidable. Years ago, they often fought, but he always beat her. Now, that pain seemed to be carved into his bones. Seeing his cold eyes, she felt afraid. Even though they hadn't fought in years, the memories of those times stayed deep in her mind. I'm going to cook, she said. Zhang Zhenbao looked toward the kitchen, thought for a moment, and then said, Don't cook my meal. I'll go out later. Her husband often went out, and Aunt Zhang knew she couldn't stop him. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but after thinking about it in the village, she changed her words to, Should we eat first and then go? She looked at her husband, sighed slightly, and hurried into the kitchen. Zhang Zhenbao sharpened his knife until it was extremely sharp. He then tucked the kitchen knife into his waistband. He glanced at the sounds coming from the kitchen, turned around and opened the door, stepping out into the night. Looking up at the moon, he pursed his lips. Success was the only option. Failure was not allowed. Back on the hill behind Honghe village, Lu Yun quickly followed the clues left by Chu Moshing to find Xiejio and the others hiding nearby. Under the moonlight, he watched Chen Song's movements ahead. When Chen Song's backpack was ready to leave, Xiejio took a powder from his space and threw it at him. Chen Song immediately collapsed. Lu Yun reacted quickly and helped him up. He truly admired Xiejio's medical skills. The hemostatic medicine used by the military was provided by Xiejio. Although Lu Yun hadn't used it himself, he had heard from soldiers that it worked very well. This was a great help for them. In cases of serious injury, Having this medicine greatly increased their chances of survival. Xiejio looked at Chen Song lying on the ground, frowning. This person wasn't from the radio station, but the radio station and the hiding spot for supplies were not far apart. They could guess that if the people hiding the supplies and the radio station were working together, or if the supplies were hidden by someone sent by the radio station, then, once the supplies were hidden, wouldn't it be time for the radio station to send a message? There must be someone to receive the supplies, so the radio station's role might be to notify people to collect them. The night breeze was cool, gently brushing against his face. In the cool wind, faint, unknown sounds could be heard. Xiejio's mental power extended instantly. Her eyes narrowed. This person seemed familiar. Where had she seen him before? Just then, her baby also saw Zhang Zhenbao. Thinking of something, she quickly said, "Boss, isn't this the village chief from the neighboring village, Zhao Mozi's family, whom we met when we first arrived?" The village chief of Mountain Area Village? When Xiejio first saw Zhang Zhenbao, she thought he was not an ordinary person.
Now,
she had to re-evaluate him. He was not just ordinary, perhaps he was. Someone's here. Xiejio immediately warned Xu Masheng and the others. Whether it was Lu Yun or Chu Masheng, they trusted Xiejio. Lu Yun quickly hid Chen Song in the bushes, while they hurried to hide behind a large tree. Zhang Zhenbao looked alert, constantly scanning his surroundings, showing he was very cautious. He slowly moved closer to a big tree, his hand carefully resting on his waist. Xiejio watched his movements, pursed his lips, and lowered his body slightly. After repeatedly checking that it was safe, Zhang Zhenbao first went to the big tree hollow, where the grain was hidden. He took out each bag, looked at it, and then put it back. Next, he moved to the spot where the radio was buried. He took out a shovel from his backpack and started digging carefully, little by little. Before digging, as expected, he looked around again and even counted the fallen leaves and good leaves on top, not missing a single blade of grass. Only after making sure everything was safe did he start digging with peace of mind. The green box slowly appeared in front of the three of them. Zhang Zhenbao looked at the box, a proud smile on his face, his expression slightly fierce under the moonlight. He carefully handled the radio, looking at the village at the foot of the mountain, and smirked with pride. He chose this place for extra safety. If someone found the radio, they would first suspect the people from Honghe village, since it's on the mountain's back, and they wouldn't suspect him. Plus, he's the village chief, with high authority in the village, so no one would doubt him. He was proud of his plan. These troublemakers from Honghe village were just waiting to take the blame for him. After finishing this, he planned to stay quiet for a while. When it snowed, the mountain roads would be hard to travel. Even if someone suspected him, by the time they checked the mountain village, he would have a way to cover his tracks. Zhang Zhenbao's pride was clear in the eyes of the three. The green box emitted faint red light in the dark night. A strange sound came from it, reminding them of that difficult time in history, that hard period. Lu Yun and Chu Emotion looked serious and cold, fists clenched, veins bulging on their foreheads. If not for Xiejio telling them to stay calm, they would have wanted to catch the person immediately. But thinking about catching the thief and the stolen goods, they held back their anger. Of course, they also wanted to know where the radio was being sent. Could it be that there was a bad person hiding among their people? They wanted to catch all of them. At the moment Zhang Zhenbao touched the radio, Xiejio changed its receiving address. Although it could still receive messages, they were no longer the original ones. Xiejio looked at the content translated by the baby in the space, and he moved like a dark messenger, rushing out quickly. He directly bumped into someone with his knee. Zhang Zhenbao, who was feeling proud, didn't expect there to be someone hiding in the deep mountain. He was caught off guard and immediately drew a sharp kitchen knife from his waist. He flipped and lunged at Xiejio. A cold light flashed in Xiejio's eyes. He dodged the attack with a quick move. Chu Emotion and Lu Yun also acted immediately when Xiejio moved. They worked together to hold back Zhang Zhenbao, preventing him from using his full strength. Xiejio kicked from the side. This was a distraction tactic. When Zhang Zhenbao tried to dodge, Xiejio had already predicted his move and drew a sharp dagger. With a quick twist and push of his right hand, the dagger aimed straight at Zhang Genbao's neck. Zhang Genbao narrowly avoided the attack. His eyes showed a hint of anger. He thought they all had to die, those who dared to block his plan. Anyone who tried to stop him would have to die. Xiejio turned his neck and smiled coldly, looking at Zhang Genbao as if he were looking at a dead person. You want to ruin our food supplies and threaten our livelihood? You're dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiejio shot out like an arrow. He put away his dagger and instead prepared a small, hidden arrow on his arm, ready to shoot at his enemies. Xiejio always kept this hidden arrow visible. It was convenient to use, and it was easy to explain where it came from. Wherever Xiejio went, she would have this hidden arrow tied to her arm. It was lightweight and modified for her, so it didn't show under loose clothing, and no one paid attention to her wrist. But this hidden arrow was very powerful. It was a good tool for surprise attacks. She rushed out to hide her real plan, using the hidden arrow. This way, Zhang Genbao would relax his guard and focus on her moves. But she liked to surprise people and keep them guessing. Zhang Genbao's doubts hadn't fully risen yet, but he suddenly fell to the ground. His dark eyes looked at the small arrow on his chest, filled with fear. What is this? Isn't this supposed to be used in ancient times with cold weapons? Why is it here? He was sure that the Chinese army didn't have this thing. So, where did it come from? Did he miss some important news? Before he could figure it out, he felt his body become immobile, unable to speak, blink, or move. He was like a stiff corpse, but his mind was still clear. Is this what the Chinese call killing the person's spirit? Lu Yun was also fighting alongside Xiejio for the first time. His understanding of her was limited to what their leaders had told him. Now, seeing her so straightforwardly, he realized how strong Comrade Xie really was. No wonder the leaders wanted them to protect her. The medicine formula in Comrade Xie's hand, along with the weapon she used. Lu Yun's eyes showed some thought. Thinking about the news he had heard, he believed he now had the answer. He would protect Comrade Xie more carefully and sincerely. Chu Emotion immediately stepped forward, subtly glancing over Xiejio. Seeing she was unharmed, he felt relieved. Looking at the two people lying on the ground, Xiejio bent down and pulled the arrow out of Zhang Genbao's chest. She sprinkled a little hemostatic medicine on his wound to make sure he wouldn't die. Take them to the police station first. Xiejio's expression was not very good. Chu Emotion and Lu Yun exchanged a glance, thinking about the message they had sent out. The root of the problem was probably related to that. Chu Emotion and Lu Yun each carried one person. Under Xiejio's lead, they quickly headed toward the town. Xiejio moved her legs, sighing softly in her heart. Old buddy, you've suffered. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't just conjure a car out of thin air. She could only let her old legs be a little tired. The police officer on duty at the police station saw Chu Emotion and Lu Yun each carrying someone on their shoulders, with Xiejio following behind. A bad feeling rose in his heart. This was probably another big case. Luming had just returned from the village below after handling a call. He heard his colleague calling his name, and he was about to take a sip from his teacup. Seeing Xiejio and the others, he looked at the teacup in his hand and then at them again. Reluctantly, he put down the teacup and led the person toward the interrogation room. Shuigang, who was sleeping in the dormitory, was also called over by Lu Ming. Because it involved grain supplies and the people's livelihood, it was a very important matter that needed special attention. Plus, since this person was hiding a radio, it was a major issue. With such rampant spy activities, we definitely can't let their plans succeed. Shuigang washed his face quickly and ran over. When he saw Chu Moshing and the others, he knew this case was not simple. Chu Moshing heard the noise and looked back. Seeing Shuigang, he greeted him. Uncle Shui, what's going on? Chu Moshing pursed his lips and briefly explained the situation. Shuigang looked through a small window at what was happening inside. Chen Song and Zhang Genbao had already woken up. When they saw where they were, they showed different reactions. Zhang Genbao was very calm. He knew what to expect once caught, from his time on the mountain. But Chen Song was different. He didn't expect to be caught. His mind was still stuck on the moment before he fainted. He thought he was on the mountain where few people went, especially at night, so he wouldn't be discovered. Suddenly waking up and seeing he was in the police station, his expression naturally collapsed. He knew that if others found out about this, he wouldn't have a good outcome, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Xiejio and Lu Yun sat inside, with Lu Ming beside them. Since Xiejio received the medal as a special advisor from the Security Bureau, she was the one questioning when the enemy kept their mouths shut. Xiejio leaned lazily against the back of her chair, her slender fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Her sharp eyes quietly watched Qinsong, using psychological tactics. Anyone untrained under strong mental pressure would eventually break down and reveal what they knew. It was just a matter of who could hold out longer. Xiejio thought she was a very patient hunter. To catch prey, both skill and patience were necessary. She also asked Lu Ming to bring her flashlight. The orange light in the room was turned off, leaving only darkness. With a click, the flashlight was turned on, casting a beam of white light directly onto Qinsong's face. Sudden bright light made Qinsong close his eyes involuntarily. After a moment of adjustment, the room suddenly fell back into darkness. In the darkness, the sound of tapping continued non-stop. His heart tightened with anxiety. The blinding light shone into his eyes again, causing him to squint instinctively. The lights went out once more. Qinsong's attention was fully on the flashlight's bright beam. The tapping sound in his ears had become familiar. Suddenly, there was a loud clanging sound, turning into a dull thud. His mental defenses collapsed completely at that moment. He shouted, "Ah!" He couldn't take this kind of torture anymore. He was overwhelmed by the suffering. He was easily swayed because he couldn't handle the pain. If he could endure the pain, he wouldn't be here now. His tense nerves made his stomach tighten. If he hadn't been holding back desperately, his face would be flushed red. Perhaps he had already lost control and soiled himself. "I'll tell you everything I know, I swear, I swear." A grown man was crying like a discarded child, sobbing continuously in the room. Xiejio coldly ordered, "Shut up." Qinsong swallowed his sobs, his eyes full of fear.
This was terrifying.
As a young person sent to the countryside to work, he understood the basic principles and values. However, when faced with hunger and basic needs, he chose the wrong path. Rather than starving to death, he would rather die full. But at this moment, as he sits here and looks back at what he has done, has he truly gained enough to eat? It seems not. He can barely get by, not much better than others, and he is under great mental pressure. Qinsong lowers his head, his eyes fixed on the handcuffs, feeling a deep, uncomfortable pain in his heart. Xiejio looks at Qinsong with a slight frown, then softly whispers to him, "Comrade Xie, I think this person seems a bit simple-minded. Is he just being used by others? Just a little bit of food makes him betray his country, his conscience, and his sense of right and wrong." Xiejio gives a cold smile. Qinsong isn't really simple, he's just choosing to ignore what he sees and hears. In fact, he's selfish. He only cares about himself. The truly clever person is Zhang Zhenbao, who knows how to read people's minds. He has been hiding in the mountain village for so long without being caught, even becoming the village chief, and turning the village into his own domain. That's real skill. Back at the rear of Honghe village, when Xiejio left, he had already arranged for Xiong Duo to be there, just to see who would come to take the grain. Since he's hiding there, there must be someone coordinating with him. People doing these dishonest things, even if they think the mountain is safer than other places, wouldn't leave their supplies there. After all, the night is long, and many things can go wrong. Nothing is truly safe in your hands. So, someone will definitely come to take the supplies overnight. For safety, Xiejio also left the big wolf to help Xiong Duo. In the space, Tiger was watching the two little friends with envy, rolling around happily. "Next time I want to go too. He is useful, very useful." Tiger happily received a playful scolding from the baby tiger and the mother tiger. Finally, Tiger behaved himself. Wah wah. The night is dark, stars twinkle, a gentle breeze blows, and the leaves seem to whisper in the ears. Xiong Duo sits not far from a big tree, happily eating a jar of honey. Suddenly, its two ears move. Carefully, it hides the honey jar and licks the honey off its big paw. Mom said to stay clean. The big wolf watches Xiong Duo's sneaky moves, and its mouth twitches slightly. You're a bear, but others are more popular. Why didn't it think to call that woman Mom? Oh, it's not as smart as a bear. But that's okay. As long as it follows this bear's steps, it can become someone's favorite too. In the dark jungle, sounds are amplified. Xiong Duo and the big wolf see a figure carefully approaching. The figure mumbles, every time, hiding so far away, making me run so far. But, the man lets out a proud laugh, which sounds especially strange in the dark night. Luckily, there's only one bear and one wolf, or it might scare everyone half to death. The man looks around cautiously, making sure it's safe. He bends down and reaches into a tree hollow. When his hand touches the bag, a proud smile appears on his face. But just as the smile forms, his neck is suddenly grabbed. He looks terrified as he is lifted off the ground, away from the earth. He tries to turn his head to look back, but a fluffy bear face appears in his view. He screams in shock. Xiong Duo opens its big mouth and lets out a loud growl, spraying a wave of spit directly at the man's face. The man's face is instantly distorted by the spit. He trembles, closes his eyes, and passes out. Xiong Duo looks at him with disdain, slings him over its shoulder, and glances back at the big wolf, as if saying, "Watching the show? Hurry up and carry the bag from the tree hollow. You can wait, but Mom can't. These fools will be handed over to Mom, so she can teach them a lesson." The big wolf rolls its eyes and, when looking at Xiong Duo, pulls the corner of its mouth into a slight smile. Is this the difference between having a formal position and not having one? Those with a formal position are the young masters, while those without can only be pets.
Wow.
My heart hurts so much. Xiong Duo slapped the wolf on the head. Hurry up. Stop whining, or next time, Mom will let the second wolf come out. The big wolf immediately closed its mouth. Xiong Duo. Easy to handle. Xiejio. Wow, you're really good at pretending to be big and important. Xiong Duo carried a person, the big wolf carried a bag, and the two ran straight to the police station. Seeing them, the duty officer was shocked. Chu Emotion came out to get water and saw this scene. He quickly said, "Don't be afraid. This is Comrade Xie's pet. Police officers, listen. Your words might get you in trouble. Is this a pet?
Who can keep such a thing?"
They didn't say anything aloud, but just thought to themselves. Then they saw something that surprised them even more. Dad, Xiong Duo's call made a few young police officers stare at Chu Emotion, unable to look away. Chu Emotion was stared at by everyone, his cheeks turning bright red. He quickly pulled Xiong Duo and the big wolf into the interrogation room, swinging and breaking into golden yellow. Reaching out to catch a dream's glow, the southern alley opens its passionate windows. Young people singing with us. Let's sway with the sun. Don't miss the good times. Our hearts flying in the blue sky with the morning breeze. Xieju stood in the corridor, watching Xiong Duo carry a figure, bouncing as it ran toward him. He couldn't help but hum a song he once heard. Xiong Duo saw Xieju immediately. A big smile spread across its bare face. Mommy is welcoming me. Big wolf. What can I say? Whatever you say is right. In the next second, the big wolf's mouth also curved into a smile. Jiu, seeing how happy the two big ones were, Xieju also smiled softly. Chu Emotion, holding the prepared water, tested the temperature on the edge of the blanket. When he confirmed it wasn't hot, he handed it to Xieju. Drink some water and rest. Xieju looked at the enamel mug in front of her. When she raised her eyes and saw the man's serious expression, a bright smile bloomed on her face. She reached out to take the mug, and their hands brushed lightly. Chu Moshing's face instantly turned red. Seeing his face as red as a ripe apple and his slightly embarrassed look, Xieju couldn't help but laugh. The bad mood brought by the case just now disappeared in an instant. She bent down slightly, leaning closer to Chu Mashing. Her dark eyes quietly looked at him as she spoke playfully. "Thank you, Comrade Chu." A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of Chu Mashing's nose, and his mind went blank. He didn't know what to say, and his words came out clumsily, as if his mouth were full of candy. You're welcome." He felt as if a warm fire was burning inside him. Sieju lifted the mug and took a sip. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. "Oh, this water is so sweet, sweeter than honey." Chu Mashing glanced at her, unable to stop the smile tugging at his lips. How could her words sound so pleasant? Bear Dodo looked from Sieju to Chu Mashing, as if asking, "What are you two doing? Mom and Dad, am I still your good boy?" Bear Dodo decided that his mom was his alone. He placed a big paw on Sieju's shoulder and even squeezed Chu Mashing aside a little, then turned his head proudly to look at him. Mom is mine." "Chu Mashing, you really are a good boy."
Pfft, ha ha ha.
Sieju burst out laughing at the sight of Chu Mashing and Bear Dodo. She reached out and patted the bear's big head. "You really are your dad's good boy. Other people's good boys help their parents, but this one is here to compete for attention." Seeing Sieju laugh so happily, Chu Mashing's lips curved up too. He reached out and patted Bear Dodo's head. The man slung over Bear Dodo's shoulder had woken up at some point. Looking at this family of three, he stretched out his hand helplessly. "Hey, I'm still here." The light bulb shone brightly. How could they just ignore him? "Big Wolf, am I completely unnecessary here?" "Oh, poor me." Sieju rubbed her temples, then led Chu Mashing and the two big ones into the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Shuigang and Lu Yun were questioning Zhang Zhenbao, but he was stubborn and silent, only looking down at his handcuffs with a mocking glint in his eyes. The sound of the door opening broke the tense silence. Zhang Zhenbao looked toward the sound and saw Sieju Shi. Her eyes slightly narrowed. He knew clearly what she had done at Zhao Mozi's house. Thinking about how he had been taken advantage of by her on the mountain, he realized that was why he was sitting here. His eyes reflected a cold light. Sieju quietly watched Zhang Zhenbao, a cold smile on her lips. She looked at the old man with annoyance, knowing he disliked her but couldn't do anything about her. She sneered softly. "Zhang Zhenbao, do you think that as long as you do your trader's work well, you can go to the small empire you believe in?" Zhang Zhenbao was stunned, and the anger in his eyes was slightly eased by her harsh words. Sieju just looked at him, her gaze full of mockery, as if she was looking at trash. In the end, Zhang Zhenbao's curiosity overcame his desire to stay silent. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "What do you mean?" He wanted to return to his homeland, yes, but he was definitely not a traitor as she claimed. He was originally from the Empire. How could he be a traitor?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Unknowingly, driven by curiosity, when he asked this question, he had already lost to Sieju. Zhang Zhenbao always cared about his identity. He cared very much. Sieju accurately targeted his weakness. Leaning against the table, she lazily raised her eyes, scanning Zhang Zhenbao from head to toe, and sneered coldly. "Where do you see that you are from the small empire? Did your mother say that?" Her sarcasm was obvious, and everyone present could hear it. "Don't speak of my mother, I won't allow it." Zhang Zhenbao's eyes turned blood red. He seemed especially sensitive about his mother. Sieju let out a light laugh. "No, I will say it anyway. Your mother is a complete traitor and a sellout. She is a Chinese, not a person from the cherry blossom country as you say. When your country was at war, your mother willingly married your father to live a better life and avoid the hardships of war. Your father was not a local from your mother's country, but a traitor who betrayed his own nation. So, what kind of person are you, this product of that history?" After a cold smile, Sieju continued, "You are just a descendant of traitors." He mistakenly believed he was doing something noble, but he was only following the same old path as his parents, betraying his own country. "No, that's not true. I can't accept this about my background," Zhang Zhenbao said, unable to believe his origins. "What does all his actions mean then? Isn't it just betraying his own country?" "No, it can't be." He is a descendant of nobility from the Sakura kingdom and deserves the best treatment from the empire. Siejo raised an eyebrow and delivered a deadly. It's okay, if you don't believe. Do you know that from the moment I first met Zhao Mozi's family, I suspected you? Zhao Mozi isn't new to kidnapping and trafficking. As the village chief of the mountain village and a man of authority, you should know what he's done. It was you who personally handed me your evidence, allowing me to uncover your true background. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the special advisor medal from the security department, which made everything go smoothly.